Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Two polarities peak. A woman in a luxurious black robe sat gracefully in a pavilion on the back mountain, her figure tall and mature, her long hair cascading down her back, tied with a simple white ribbon. Her legs were crossed, revealing the smooth curves beneath her skirt, her fingers delicately holding a chess piece. Her ample bosom strained against the fabric of her robe, her shoulders and neck elegantly proportioned, a faint smile playing on her lips. A stranger, unaware of her identity, would simply see a beautiful woman, their heart filled with admiration, not fear. But those who knew her wouldn't even dare to look at her directly. She was Shang Yanfei, the sect master of the Two Polarities sect, one of the few Tao integration cultivators in the world. And sitting across from her, playing chess, was her disciple, Lan Mulian, who had just returned from Tianjin City. "Something troubling you?" Shang Yanfei asked casually, glancing at her disciple. "The entrance exams should be over. Did something happen in Tianjin City?" she added, her voice laced with amusement as she studied the chessboard. Lan Mulian snapped out of her thoughts, smiling faintly. "Nothing, master. I was just thinking about something." She paused, then continued. "I encountered a unique destiny during the exams. It was pink." She looked at her master. "Have you ever heard of such a thing?" Shang Yanfei chuckled, tapping the table with her finger. "Focus on the game." "You don't know either?" Lan Mulian asked, surprised. Shang Yanfei studied her disciple's captivating beauty, a smile playing on her lips. "Why are you so interested in this young cultivator? Is your troubled mood related to him?" Lan Mulian glanced at her master, then looked away. "Let's continue the game." After a few moves, she asked, "There's an opening ceremony for the new disciples at the Pilgrimage Palace in 7 days, followed by the inner disciple selections. Will you be attending, master?" Shang Yanfei placed a black stone on the board, then looked at her disciple, smiling. "I don't involve myself in the sect's affairs anymore, but I'll attend the opening ceremony." She glanced at the board, her brow furrowing slightly. "I'm losing." She moved one of her stones to a more advantageous position, then said casually, "Your turn." Lan Mulian focused on the game, her brow furrowed as she considered her next move. Shang Yanfei suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed on a spot in the distance. Lan Mulian, sensing her master's reaction, followed her gaze. It was the direction of the library. She frowned, then noticed auspicious clouds gathering in the sky, their colors vibrant, their forms beautiful. Auspicious clouds. They were rare, even within the sect. The entire sky was filled with them, their radiance illuminating the heavens. A realization dawned on her, and she murmured, "Ling Long has emerged?" Which disciple's destiny had attracted it? Yu? Bairuashi? Or Yiling Xian? They all possessed great destiny, capable of attracting the spirit dragon. But for some reason, she thought of someone else. Could it be him? The image of a certain troublesome young man flashed in her mind. At the library, 3 cultivators sat on the top floor, sipping tea and discussing the Tao. Yin Ryu, the master of the library, held a delicate teacup, her fingers tracing its intricate patterns. She wore a loose black robe, her figure concealed, her hair flowing freely. She smiled gently, but her golden eyes held a hint of power. "The trials on the 9 peaks are over, brothers. The disciple selections are in a few days. Have you found any promising candidates?" she asked, her gaze sweeping over them. Her 2 brothers were Ning Yuan, the Peak Lord of Dream-Drunken Peak, and Xiang Yin, the Peak Lord of Pure Yang Peak. Ning Yuan chuckled, stroking his beard. "They're always talented candidates, but most are too arrogant. They need to be tempered before they can become true cultivators. I'll observe them for a few days before making my decision." Talent is abundant, But the path of cultivation is long and arduous. Even geniuses can fall if they lack the right temperament, Xiang Yin said, lighting a cigarette. Yin Ryu looked at him, her voice soft. Brother Xiang, he sighed, tossing the cigarette out the window. It turned to dust, disappearing into the air. He was different from other cultivators interested in the mortal world. He often disguised himself and wandered through towns and cities, particularly fascinated by cigarettes. But this was the library. And his junior sister, she disliked men who smelled. How were the candidates at Boundless Sea Peak? Did 2 or 3 pass? Ning Yuan asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Boundless Sea Peak was unique. Its entrance exams were notorious, for various reasons, so the number of successful candidates was always low. This year should be no different. But Yin Ryu smiled. Most of them passed. She remembered the young cultivator who had deciphered a part of the trial forest formation. He was only at the 5th level of foundation establishment, but junior sister Lon seemed interested in him. It was unusual. Her 2 brothers looked at her, surprised, but she simply smiled, offering no explanation. She suddenly heard a commotion outside. She looked out the window and saw a massive dragon emerging from the clouds, its form serpentine with a pair of antlers on its head rising above the cliff. Ning Yuan and Xiang Yin also looked out the window, exchanging a surprised glance. Ling Long has appeared? On the day of the exams? Could it be attracted by one of the candidates? Ning Yuan asked, his voice laced with disbelief. Ling Long represents destiny. It favors imperial aura, but it might also be drawn to those with great destiny, Xiang Yin murmured. Could there be someone special among the candidates? But even so, it didn't explain why Ling Long had appeared. Individuals with great destiny were rare. But Ling Long, an ancient dragon that had existed since before the sect's founding, had encountered countless individuals with great destiny. It wasn't that rare. It's coming up, someone shouted from below. The silver dragon emerged from the mist, soaring into the air, its form both terrifying and beautiful, its massive tail sending ripples through the clouds, transforming them into auspicious clouds, their colors vibrant. It hovered in the air, its bright, intelligent eyes surveying the disciples below. They all stared at it, their gazes filled with awe and desire. Even the senior disciples looked at it with a hint of expectation. It was said that receiving Ling Long's favor would grant one immense destiny. And great destiny meant a smooth path of cultivation, filled with opportunities and miracles. It was no wonder they were all so hopeful. The dragon yawned, its massive jaws opening wide. Its golden eyes swept over the crowd, then fixed on a spot in the distance. It's looking at us, Bairuashi whispered, her voice a mental message. It's definitely looking at me. He felt a wave of pressure, his instincts screaming. AAA, a voice echoed in his mind, clear and melodious. He looked up, meeting the dragon's gaze, a spark of interest in its eyes. It's talking to me? But what did it mean? It's coming towards us. Wei Mingru whispered, stepping forward to shield him. The other disciples also noticed, their gazes following the dragon. Where is it going? I've been here for years, and I've never seen it act so excited. Could it be attracted by someone with great destiny? It's the Bai family's young mistress, the best of her generation from Tianxian City. A candidate from Tianxian City said, recognizing Bairuashi. They all looked at her, their gazes drawn to her beauty. P2. Even in the 2 polarities sect, a beauty like her was rare. And she wasn't just a pretty face. Her strength was also unmatched among her peers. Is it going towards the Bai family's young mistress? It must be. She has great destiny. But it's rare for even Ling Long to be so drawn to someone. As the dragon approached, Mu Zhi'an looked up, meeting its gaze again. If it came here, in front of all these people, rumors would spread throughout the sect. And that wasn't what he wanted. He was still carrying the demon realm Empress's mark. Becoming the center of attention would be disadvantageous. He looked at the dragon, trying to communicate with it mentally. Senior Ling Long, could you return for now? I'll visit you another time. The dragon blinked its golden eyes, tilting its head, its expression confused and slightly disappointed. Being stopped, it seemed to upset the ancient creature. It's been alive since the sect's founding. It must be thousands, even tens of thousands of years old. And it's so innocent? He chuckled inwardly, then sent another mental message. Trust me, I always keep my promises. AAA. A strange sound echoed in his mind. Not quite words, but more like a song asking if he was telling the truth. He nodded, offering his reassurance. The disappointment in the dragon's eyes vanished. It looked at the disciples, then, with a beat of its massive wings, it dispersed the clouds and returned to the depths of the cliff. The disciples were stunned. They watched as it disappeared into the mist. Then someone murmured, "It's gone." I thought I was interested in the Bai family's young mistress, but it seems I was mistaken. They were disappointed, but also relieved. They had hoped Ling Long would choose them, and if it had chosen someone else, it would have sparked jealousy and resentment. Its departure, while disappointing, also restored a sense of balance. "Who's that cultivator beside the Bai family's young mistress?" someone asked suddenly. They all looked at Bai Ruoshi, her figure alluring, her back slender and graceful, her aura cold and distant. But now, this unattainable beauty was allowing a young man to hold her hand, her laughter soft and sweet, her every gesture captivating. Of course, if you asked Mu Zhi'an, he would say she was even more beautiful in bed, her shyness and eagerness intoxicating. He's Mu Zhi'an, the eldest son of the Mu family, the one who helped us pass Boundless Sea Peak's trial, a candidate who knew Mu Zhi'an said. Boundless Sea Peak's trial? Their attention shifted to the trials on the 9 peaks. Their curiosity piqued. They were still basking in the novelty of joining the sect, their conversations endless. They wisely chose to avoid discussing Bai Ruoshi further. It wasn't that they didn't care, but knowing that such a beautiful woman was already taken, it only fueled their jealousy and frustration. It was better to distract themselves. Mu Zhi'an, oblivious to their thoughts, seized the opportunity to collect their sect tokens. Then he quickly left the library, pulling the 2 women along. After today's events, he wasn't in the mood for reading. And while the other disciples might not be talking about Ling Long anymore, it didn't mean they weren't curious. After all, its behavior had been strange. It would surely spark speculation. For example, Yin Ruyu, watching from the library's top floor, narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an's retreating figure. Everyone believed Ling Long had been attracted by great destiny, but she had a feeling it wasn't looking at someone with great destiny. It was looking at Mu Zhi'an. He was definitely hiding something. "It seems junior sister Lan is keeping secrets from me." She traced the rim of her teacup, her thoughts racing. As they returned to their courtyard, Wei Mingru spoke, her voice low. "That dragon, it seemed to be coming towards you." She had been standing close to him, and she had sensed it immediately. Ling Long had been heading towards Mu Zhi'an, its gaze fixed on him. But why did it turn back? Bai Ruoshi asked, her brow furrowed. "There were too many people watching. I tried to communicate with it, and asked it to leave," Mu Zhi'an explained. "I see." She pondered his words, then said, "Your destiny is unique. If Ling Long was attracted to you, it must know what your destiny is. Perhaps you could ask it." He nodded. He also wanted to know about his destiny, but he couldn't visit Ling Long now. It would attract unwanted attention. He would wait a few days until the others had forgotten about the incident. After chatting with them for a while, Bai Ruoshi returned to her room to meditate, her sect token in hand. "She's becoming even more alluring." He watched her depart, his gaze lingering on her figure, a flicker of desire in his eyes. But it was daytime, and he had other matters to attend to. He suppressed his impulses. There was no rush. He could help her with her cultivation tonight. He returned to his room and retrieved a paper crane from his storage ring. He hadn't been able to identify the person who had been pretending to be senior sister and teasing him in Tianxin City. But now, at the Two Polarities sect, it was different. He would soon have his answer. He opened the crane and scanned the contents. Then, after a moment of thought, he wrote his reply on the back of the paper. He folded the crane and tossed it out the window. He turned away Mingru, smiling. Let's follow this crane and see where it goes, men grew. I want to know who dared to pretend to be senior sister Lawn. He had worked so hard, multi-threading, taking risks to cultivate his pond. And someone was trying to farm him? He would find out who had such audacity. Mu Zhi'an stood on his flying sword, his chest pressed against Wei Mengru's back, his arms wrapped tightly around her slender waist. He could smell the faint, sweet fragrance of her hair. Girls are so soft and fragrant, he thought to himself. While most people's gazes were usually drawn to Bai Ruoshi, Wei Mengru's beauty was undeniable. They each had their own charm. Bai Ruoshi's delicate beauty and gentle demeanor naturally attracted men's affection. But a girl like Wei Mengru, who often looked at him with disdain and disgust, it made him wonder what her expression would be like when she was flustered. She seemed to sense his gaze, turning to look at him. Her eyes narrowed. If you try anything, I'll throw you off. If you throw me off, I might meet Senior Linglong. He nodded obediently. Don't worry. I wouldn't dare to touch you, Mengru. You're a core formation cultivator. I'd be asking for death. She scoffed. Bai Ruoshi is also a core formation cultivator, and you. Ruoshi and I are compatible. If she was serious, I wouldn't be able to control her, he replied. He had forgotten that she knew him intimately. He couldn't deceive her. We should hurry. The crane is disappearing, he said, quickly changing the subject. She looked up, her hands forming seals, and the sword accelerated, catching up to the paper crane, which was fading from view. She turned to look at him, her hair whipping in the wind, her lips parting slightly. If you were at core formation, you wouldn't need me for these trivial matters. If I were at core formation, I wouldn't be able to enjoy your company. He smiled, but he didn't respond. The crane soared through the air, past towering peaks, the scenery breathtaking. The two polarities sect had numerous peaks, not just the 9 main ones. They saw disciples meditating on the mountaintops, their figures silhouetted against the sky. I heard the trial on Boundless Sea Peak was incredibly difficult. How did you pass? Wei Mengru asked suddenly. Each trial forest has multiple formations. I managed to comprehend the outermost layer, he replied, his gaze sweeping over the scenery. That formation has a teleportation ability. Using it, I could easily pass the exams. She nodded, understanding dawning on her. So that's why Gongsun Chung accused him of cheating. Why would the Peak Lord of Boundless Sea Peak make the exams so difficult? She murmured, her voice laced with curiosity. It was strange. Normally, at least 10 or so candidates would pass. But Boundless Sea Peak required Foundation establishment cultivators to reach the summit with only their spiritual energy. Most wouldn't even reach the halfway point before their energy was depleted. Even an 8th level Foundation establishment cultivator would struggle. Mu Zhi'an pondered her question, then chuckled. If I'm not mistaken, the Peak Lord's goal isn't to let anyone pass. The exams are just a facade. What's his goal then? She asked. To provoke envy, he replied, his expression serious. He made a plate of dumplings just to provoke envy, creating a grand spectacle just to provoke envy. It was a common tactic even in the imperial court. She frowned, looking at him, but he simply smiled, refusing to elaborate. He was teasing her. Fine, keep your secrets. She scoffed, then turned away, focusing on the crane. After nearly 2 hours, they flew past several peaks, the crane finally heading toward a specific mountain. Which peak is that? He asked, his brow furrowing. She studied the peak, then said, it should be 2 polarities peak. The main peak and a side peak were intertwined, forming a yin-yang symbol when viewed from above. It was the 10th peak, the peak where the previous sect master had achieved Tao integration and ascended to immortality. And the crane was heading towards it. Even Mu Zhi'an was surprised. The crane came from 2 polarities peak, but wasn't it said that only the sect master and her disciple resided there? Were the rumors false? But if they were true, and only the sect master and her disciple were on that peak, then his pen pal, the one who had been exchanging letters with him while senior sister was in Tianxian City. Could it be? He looked at Wei Mengru. Can we go there? She shook her head. That peak is protected by powerful formations. It's too dangerous. Ordinary cultivators couldn't approach, but a crane could enter easily. He pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's go back for now." He had to revise his plans, and he needed to calm down. If his pen pal was truly the sect master, he felt a wave of pressure he had never experienced before. He wanted to expand his pond, but the sect master wasn't a fish. She was a shark. She would devour anyone who entered her territory, perhaps even him. According to the legends, the Empress had lived for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. The demon realm Empress could read minds. The sect master probably could as well. It would be difficult to manipulate her. He wasn't sure about her identity yet, but he would proceed cautiously, maintaining their correspondence for now. Even investments required a gradual approach. Romance was no different. On their way back, he asked Wei Mingru to stop at the pilgrimage palace, where he plucked a peach blossom. He stepped onto his sword, smiling. "Let's go." "Why did you pick a peach blossom?" she asked, her voice laced with curiosity. "It's for you," he replied, looking at her. She scoffed, rolling her eyes. Scoundrel. She knew it wasn't for her. He had already appeased Yi Lingxian and Bai Ruoxi. Lan Muyin was still at two polarities peak. The only one left was obvious. That night, under a sky filled with stars, Yi Qian sat by the window, gazing at the moon, a sigh escaping her lips. She held a teacup in her hand, her eyes downcast, lost in thought. While her features were sweet and youthful, her blue robe couldn't conceal her ample bosom, giving her an allure that belied her age, a blend of innocence and maturity that was captivating. Knock, knock. A soft knock came from the door. She looked up. "Is that you, sister?" "It's me, Qianer," Mu Zhi'an's voice replied. Her heart skipped a beat, a mixture of joy and annoyance swirling within her. Joy at his arrival, annoyance at her own weakness. Why was she so happy that he had come to see her, when he hadn't even given her a snow lotus? "What is it, young Master Mu?" "It's late," she said, her voice cold and distant, mimicking her sister's tone. "Could you open the door?" "I want to talk," he said. "I'm about to rest. Please come back another time." He sighed. "Won't you even listen to me, Qiana?" Silence. After a moment, he continued, his voice filled with a carefully crafted despair. "I know you were hurt today, but it's more complicated than you think." He paused, then continued, as if talking to himself. "The peach blossoms at the pilgrimage palace are in full bloom. I went there earlier. If you like snow lotuses, I'll go back to the Mu Manor in a few days and bring you one." He sighed again, his voice low and mournful. "I'll leave the flower at your door." Footsteps faded into the distance. She quietly opened the door and saw a pink peach blossom lying on the ground. Her heart ached, a mix of emotions swirling within her as she picked up the flower. She didn't understand her own feelings, but seeing this flower, it filled her with a strange longing. She held the blossom in her hands, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice a soft whisper. "Brother Mu." A shadow fell over her. She looked up to see Mu Zhi'an standing before her, his handsome face illuminated by the moonlight, his eyes filled with a gentle warmth. "You finally came out," he said softly. She looked away, flustered, and turned to go back inside. He reached out, taking her wrist. "Wait, Qianer." She froze, her heart pounding, about to tell him to leave. "Didn't you hear her, Mu Zhi'an? This kind of behavior will only make her hate you," a cold voice said behind them. Mu Zhi'an turned to see Yi Yu standing there, his expression cold and impassive, his gaze fixed on him. Other disciples, drawn by the commotion, gathered at the entrance, whispering among themselves. It was like a scene from a classic story. The villain harassing the innocent girl, the hero arriving to save the day, winning his sister's affection. But Mu Zhi'an had always been able to rewrite the script. And now, with the Yi sister's affection for him so high, Yi Yu's arrival was timely. He frowned, looking at him. "I just wanted to talk to Qianer." "Leave," Yi Yu said coldly. "Harassing a female disciple on your first day in the sect? Aren't you afraid of being expelled?" Mu Zhi'an's expression shifted, and Yi Qian felt his grip tighten on her wrist. But then he released her hand, sighing. "If this is the punishment for my infidelity, I accept it. Yi Yu smiled inwardly. If he reported this to the Peak Lord, even if Mu Zhi'an wasn't expelled, he would surely be punished. And he, having stopped him, will be able to repair his relationship with Yi Qian. He opened his mouth to speak, but Yi Qian's soft voice interrupted him. It was just a personal matter. He wasn't harassing me. She looked at Yi Yu, her voice gentle. Please leave, Brother Yi Yu. This is a private matter between Brother Mu and me. Yi Qian's soft, sweet voice struck Yi Yu like a blow. Her words were devoid of aggression, yet their meaning was unmistakable. She was saying, this has nothing to do with you. You're not involved. He remembered how she used to call him Brother Yi Yu with respect, how she had even sought his help. But he, blinded by his pride as an alchemist, had treated her with indifference. He had even hoped she would come to him again, begging for his assistance. But he hadn't realized that Mu Zhi'an had already slipped into that space. That foundation establishment pill, it had been the beginning of the rift between them. Now, her voice held no trace of respect. Her eyes only saw Mu Zhi'an. His expression darkened as he stared at her. She wore a delicate blue robe, embroidered with peonies, her figure slender and graceful, her beauty accentuated by her ample bosom. Why didn't I notice her beauty before? He glared at her, his gaze lingering on her curves, then shifting to Mu Zhi'an, who was standing beside her, their shoulders touching. Jealousy burned within him. She tugged at Mu Zhi'an's sleeve, her voice soft. Let's go inside. It was a clear statement, a rejection of Yi Yu's accusation. Mu Zhi'an wasn't harassing her. They were already close. It wasn't harassment. It was a lover's quarrel. If not for Yi Yu, she might not have forgiven me so quickly. Mu Zhi'an wondered if he should thank Yi Yu for his unintentional assistance. His threat had triggered her sympathy, making her defend him. He had initially planned to spend a few days appeasing her, but Yi Yu's intervention had accelerated the process. Yi Yu watched as she took Mu Zhi'an's hand, her slender fingers peeking from her sleeve, and his eyes narrowed, his anger flaring. He couldn't bear it any longer. Wait! She stopped, turning to look at him. Don't you remember how he deceived you, Qianer? He asked, his voice laced with anger. Mu Zhi'an felt her stiffen, her eyes filled with a fleeting sadness. She bit her lip, looking at Yi Yu. It has nothing to do with you, Brother Yi Yu. Don't interfere. You're my cousin. Of course it concerns me, he retorted, glaring at Mu Zhi'an. He's a two-timing scoundrel. He's playing with you. Coming to see you now, it's just proof of his infidelity. She looked at Mu Zhi'an, who was staring at her, offering no explanation. Yi Yu chuckled inwardly. Mu Zhi'an had chosen by Ruoshi in front of everyone. No amount of sweet talk could change that. Qianer wasn't a fool. She knew the truth. You should know better, Mu Zhi'an. You've already chosen Miss Bai. Why are you bothering Qianer? Are you trying to have both? He asked, his voice laced with mockery. Mu Zhi'an still hadn't looked at him. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian, her innocent face now clouded with disappointment. She was so naive, her emotions transparent. He reached out, placing his hand on hers. She looked up at him, her eyes glistening with tears, their beauty captivating. Let's go inside and talk, all right? He said softly. She had decided to ignore him, but the warmth of his hand against hers sparked a flicker of joy within her. She opened her mouth to speak, but Yi Yu interrupted them. He went to see Lingxian earlier today. He glared at Mu Zhi'an, chuckling coldly. He's probably here because she rejected him. Yi Qian looked at her cousin. He wasn't handsome, but he wasn't ugly either. He had a certain charm, the more you looked at him. She had admired him in the past. He had been a prodigy, and even though he had lost his cultivation, he had regained it through his own efforts. He was even one of the few alchemists in Tianxin City. But after regaining his talent, he had become distant towards his family. They had treated him coldly, and now he was returning the favor. He had even treated her with indifference. But now, she realized that his rejection hadn't been a bad thing. She felt the warmth of Mu Zhi'an's hand against hers, and her voice softened. I know, Brother Yi Yu. I can make my own decisions. Please leave. She had someone else now, and he was her cousin's enemy. She had to choose, and she had chosen Mu Zhi'an. Why? Yi Yu stared at her, his voice filled with anger. He chose by Roashi, not you. Don't you understand? He didn't realize that women were driven by emotions, not logic. Logically, knowing that someone had wronged you, the appropriate response was clear. But emotionally, it was a different story. She lowered her eyes, her voice soft. I know, Brother Yiyu. You don't have to worry about me. He stumbled back, staring at them, speechless. He had thought this was his chance to repair their relationship, but her words had shattered that hope. She turned to Mu Zhi'an. Let's go inside, Brother Mu. She took his hand and led him towards a room. Mu Zhi'an, I challenge you to a duel. Yiyu shouted, his spiritual energy erupting. You're still here? Mu Zhi'an stopped, turning to look at him. It's late, young Master Yi. Everyone's trying to rest. Don't be so loud. Are you afraid? Yiyu taunted, trying to provoke him. If you're looking for someone to spar with, young Master Yi, I'm available, a voice said from the crowd, its tone amused. They all looked towards the speaker, a handsome young man with a gentle smile. Young Master Mu helped us during the entrance exams. This is our chance to repay his kindness. Who are you? Mu Zhi'an studied the young man, then a realization dawned on him. He had mentioned the entrance exams, so he must have been one of the candidates from Boundless Sea Peak. If you're itching for a fight, young Master Yi, I'm also available, another voice said, this one belonging to a female disciple. 4 or 5 others also spoke up, siding with Mu Zhi'an. They were all candidates who had received his help. Mu Zhi'an looked at Yiyu, smiling. I'm not interested in sparring tonight, young Master Yi. If you're so eager, find someone else. Yiyu glared at him, his voice cold. Are you running away? Is this the kind of man Qian'er likes? Mu Zhi'an chuckled, shaking his head. Love is a matter of choice, young Master Yi. It's not about whether I'm worthy. It's about who she chooses. He ignored Yiyu, bowing to the other candidates. Thank you for your kindness. I apologize for the disturbance. You must be tired after the exams. Please get some rest. He took Yi Qian's hand and led her toward her room, Yiyu's gaze following them. She lowered her head, walking beside him, and they entered a small courtyard, disappearing from view. The palace was unique. Each resident had their own personal space, a pocket dimension, where they could design their own dwellings. Yiyu stared after them, speechless. He didn't try to stop them. This was the two polarities sect. If he attacked here, in front of so many witnesses, he would be the one punished, regardless of the circumstances. Now that he thought about it, perhaps failing to stop Mu Zhi'an wasn't a bad thing. At least this would show Ling Xian his true nature. He turned and walked away, pretending to leave. But he didn't go far. After the crowd dispersed, he returned, using a secret technique he had learned from the old man to conceal his aura, approaching the room where a candle flickered. Are you still angry with me, Qian'er? Mu Zhi'an's voice asked, his tone filled with a carefully crafted sadness. She shook her head. We weren't anything, Brother Mu. There's nothing to be angry about. If you say that, Qian'er, you'll truly break my heart. He sat beside her, reaching for her hand, but she quickly pulled it away. He wasn't discouraged. Did you like the peach blossom? He asked softly. She looked at the flower in her hand, her eyes glistening with tears. She tossed it onto the ground, her voice cold and distant. Just say what you have to say, Brother Mu. I'm going to rest. Silence. She looked up at him. He was staring at the discarded peach blossom, his expression unreadable. She looked away, her heart aching, trying to maintain her facade of indifference. I prefer snow lotuses to peach blossoms. He retrieved a snow lotus from his storage ring. She stared at him, her eyes widening. You have another one? I wanted to give it to you before the exams, but things happened, and I never had the chance, he sighed, offering her the flower. He looked at her, his voice soft. Take it. The snow lotuses from the Moon Manor are precious. You've given them to talented and beautiful women. Are you sure it's all right to give one to me? She asked, her voice laced with a hint of jealousy. He smiled, seizing the opportunity. He took her hand, his gaze meeting hers. The snow lotus is precious, and the peach blossom is beautiful. But there's a girl who's even more captivating. Qian'er, he pulled her close, his arm wrapping around her waist. Dedant, Brother Mu. She tried to resist, her eyes wide, her cheeks flushed, but his embrace was firm, her struggles futile. She melted against him, her gaze meeting his, her lips parting slightly, her breath warm against his cheek. He looked at her, then lowered his head, claiming her lips. Yi Yu, watching from the shadows, his anger burning, his fists clenched, turned and walked towards Yi Lingshuan's courtyard. Qian'er was lost. She had been bewitched by Mu Zhi'an. But this was also an opportunity. He had to show Ling Xian his true nature. Yi Yu hurried towards Yi Lingshuan's courtyard, his steps quick and determined. As he passed her window, he saw her sitting inside, her chin resting on her hand, gazing out at the moonlit night, lost in thought. She sat gracefully, her beauty illuminated by the moonlight, her features delicate and flawless. He stared at her, mesmerized. The more beautiful she was, the more he regretted overlooking her, blinded by his infatuation with Bairuashi. She had rejected him so coldly, yet he had become even more obsessed. He remembered his past foolishness, his hatred for Mu Zhi'an intensifying. If not for him, Bairuashi wouldn't have written that annulment letter. She was a dutiful daughter, obedient to her parents. She wouldn't have done such a thing without Mu Zhi'an's influence. But it wasn't too late. He had chosen Bairuashi in front of everyone. Ling Xian, with her pride and dignity, wouldn't be so easily deceived. In fact, if she saw Mu Zhi'an comforting Yi Qian at this hour, she would surely be disgusted. "Brother Yi Yu, what brings you here so late?" She seemed to sense his presence, turning to look at him, her voice calm and composed, her gaze distant. It was as if she was looking at a stranger. "You're still awake, Ling Xian?" he asked, feigning concern, his voice gentle. But she simply stared at him, repeating her question. "Is there something you need, Brother Yi Yu?" Her gaze made him flinch. In the past, she would have greeted him with a smile, but now it was all Mu Zhi'an's fault. If not for his manipulation, she wouldn't be looking at him with such indifference. He suppressed his anger, looking at her, getting straight to the point. "Mu Zhi'an went to see Qian'er. I tried to stop him, but I failed." He studied her expression, hoping to see anger, disappointment, anything. But her face remained impassive. After a moment of silence, she simply replied, "I see." Her indifference disappointed him. "Is he still in her room?" she asked suddenly. Hope flickered within him. "I heard intimate sounds coming from her room," he said, his voice filled with a carefully crafted indignation. "He's deceiving her with his sweet words." She nodded, smiling faintly. "I understand. It's getting late. You should rest, Brother Yi Yu." He stared at her, his voice incredulous. "Ling Xian, aren't you going to stop him?" She looked at him, her eyes curving into crescents, a smile playing on her lips. "Love is a matter of choice. Even as her sister, I can't interfere, can I?" She paused, then added, "Besides, I expected him to go to her." In fact, if he hadn't gone to Yi Qian, she would have been even more disappointed. Women were complicated creatures. She wanted him to comfort her sister, yet she also didn't want him to. Either way, she would be disappointed. "You shouldn't interfere either, Brother Yi Yu. We have no right to meddle in their relationship," she said, her voice soft but firm. She was saying, "Stay out of it. It's none of your business." He protested. "I'm her cousin. I can't just stand by and watch her fall into his clutches." She tilted her head, her voice laced with amusement. "Then why are you here talking to me instead of stopping him?" He opened his mouth to speak, then closed it, finally saying, "I'll check on Qian'er again. If he's still there, I'll stop him." He turned and left. She watched him go, her gaze cold and distant. She wasn't a fool. She understood why he had come to see her. If he truly wanted to stop Mu Zhi'an, he wouldn't have bothered talking to her. She felt a sudden wave of exhaustion, her eyelids drooping. Despite being a foundation establishment cultivator, she was tired. Perhaps it was the day's events, the emotional turmoil. She stood up, stretching, her figure graceful, then looked out the window, gazing at the moonlit night. She couldn't sleep yet. She wanted to know if Mu Zhi'an would lie to her again. "Elder Wei, did Brother Mu go to see Qian'er tonight?" she asked suddenly. An elderly man in black robes appeared from the shadows, bowing respectfully. "He did, Mississippi." She remained silent, and he hesitated, then asked, Aren't you going to check on them, miss? There's no need, she replied, her voice calm, a smile playing on her lips. I'm waiting for someone to explain this to me. Yi Yu, after leaving her courtyard, didn't go to Yi Qian's room. He returned to his own dwelling. He had done enough. He didn't need to do anything else. He would simply meditate and cultivate. Ling Xian was intelligent. She would surely investigate. Even if she didn't ask Qian'er directly, she would find out the truth. He had lost a cousin, but he had gained a chance to pursue Ling Xian. It wasn't a bad trade. Cousins were meant to be cherished. But Ling Xian, she was meant to be pursued. He thought of her beauty, her elegance, and his heart quickened. He realized how foolish he had been. Bai Ruoxi was beautiful, but Ling Xian was her equal, perhaps even superior. Why had he wasted his time chasing after Bai Ruoxi? And it wasn't just Ling Xian. There was also the enchantress from the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, and even senior sister Lan. They were all breathtaking beauties. Mu Zhi'an had pursued one tree, but he could pursue an entire forest. With his talent and his status as an alchemist, he could surely rise to prominence within the Two Polarities sect. Mu Zhi'an thought he had won, but in reality, he had already lost. He calmed himself, sitting on his bed, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, focusing on his cultivation. While some were diligently cultivating, others were taking a different approach. It wasn't exactly slacking off. According to Mu Zhi'an, it was alternative cultivation. He was a vessel, and while he couldn't absorb the spiritual energy from the other vessel, he could share it with other women, helping them improve their cultivation. As a kind and helpful person, he always enjoyed assisting others. It's definitely looking at me. He felt a wave of pressure, his instincts screaming. AAA, a voice echoed in his mind, clear and melodious. He looked up, meeting the dragon's gaze, a spark of interest in its eyes. It's talking to me? But what did it mean? It's coming towards us. Wei Mingru whispered, stepping forward to shield him. The other disciples also noticed, their gazes following the dragon. Where is it going? I've been here for years, and I've never seen it act so excited. Could it be attracted by someone with great destiny? It's the Bai family's young mistress, the best of her generation from Tianxian City. A candidate from Tianxian City said, recognizing Bai Ruoxi. They all looked at her, their gazes drawn to her beauty. P2. Even in the Two Polarities sect, a beauty like her was rare. And she wasn't just a pretty face. Her strength was also unmatched among her peers. Is it going towards the Bai family's young mistress? It must be. She has great destiny. But it's rare for even Ling Long to be so drawn to someone. As the dragon approached, Mu Zhi'an looked up, meeting its gaze again. If it came here, in front of all these people, rumors would spread throughout the sect. And that wasn't what he wanted. He was still carrying the Demon Realm Empress's mark. Becoming the center of attention would be disadvantageous. He looked at the dragon, trying to communicate with it mentally. Senior Ling Long, could you return for now? I'll visit you another time. The dragon blinked its golden eyes, tilting its head, its expression confused and slightly disappointed. Being stopped, it seemed to upset the ancient creature. It's been alive since the sect's founding. It must be thousands, even tens of thousands of years old. And it's so innocent. He chuckled inwardly, then sent another mental message. Trust me, I always keep my promises. AAA. A strange sound echoed in his mind. Not quite words, but more like a song asking if he was telling the truth. He nodded, offering his reassurance. The disappointment in the dragon's eyes vanished. It looked at the disciples, then, with a beat of its massive wings, it dispersed the clouds and returned to the depths of the cliff. The disciples were stunned. They watched as it disappeared into the mist. Then someone murmured, "It's gone." I thought I was interested in the Bai family's young mistress. But it seems I was mistaken. They were disappointed, but also relieved. They had hoped Ling Long would choose them, and if it had chosen someone else, it would have sparked jealousy and resentment. Its departure, while disappointing, also restored a sense of balance. Who's that cultivator beside the Bai family's young mistress? Someone asked suddenly. They all looked at Bai Ruoxi, her figure alluring, her back slender and graceful, her aura cold and distant. But now, this unattainable beauty was allowing a young man to hold her hand, her laughter soft and sweet, her every gesture captivating. Of course, if you asked Mu Zhi'an, he would say she was even more beautiful in bed, her shyness and eagerness intoxicating. He's Mu Zhi'an, the eldest son of the Mu family, the one who helped us pass Boundless Sea Peak's trial, a candidate who knew Mu Zhi'an said. Boundless Sea Peak's trial? Their attention shifted to the trials on the 9 peaks. Their curiosity piqued. They were still basking in the novelty of joining the sect, their conversations endless. They wisely chose to avoid discussing Bairuashi further. It wasn't that they didn't care, but knowing that such a beautiful woman was already taken, it only fueled their jealousy and frustration. It was better to distract themselves. Mu Zhi'an, oblivious to their thoughts, seized the opportunity to collect their sect tokens. Then he quickly left the library, pulling the 2 women along. After today's events, he wasn't in the mood for reading. And while the other disciples might not be talking about Linglong anymore, it didn't mean they weren't curious. After all, its behavior had been strange. It would surely spark speculation. For example, Yin Ruyu, watching from the library's top floor, narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an's retreating figure. Everyone believed Linglong had been attracted by great destiny, but she had a feeling it wasn't looking at someone with great destiny. It was looking at Mu Zhi'an. He was definitely hiding something. It seems junior sister Lan is keeping secrets from me. She traced the rim of her teacup, her thoughts racing. As they returned to their courtyard, Wei Mingru spoke, her voice low. That dragon, it seemed to be coming towards you. She had been standing close to him, and she had sensed it immediately. Linglong had been heading towards Mu Zhi'an, its gaze fixed on him. But why did it turn back? Bairuashi asked, her brow furrowed. There were too many people watching. I tried to communicate with it, and asked it to leave, Mu Zhi'an explained. I see. She pondered his words, then said, Your destiny is unique. If Linglong was attracted to you, it must know what your destiny is. Perhaps you could ask it. He nodded. He also wanted to know about his destiny, but he couldn't visit Linglong now. It would attract unwanted attention. He would wait a few days until the others had forgotten about the incident. After chatting with them for a while, Bairuashi returned to her room to meditate, her sect token in hand. She's becoming even more alluring. He watched her depart, his gaze lingering on her figure, a flicker of desire in his eyes. But it was daytime, and he had other matters to attend to. He suppressed his impulses. There was no rush. He could help her with her cultivation tonight. He removed his robe, draping it over her shoulders, pulling her close. It's nothing important. Don't worry about it. She melted against him, her initial curiosity fading as she gazed up at him, her eyes filled with adoration, her cheeks flushed. He wasn't surprised by her reaction. She might appear aloof and unattainable, but he had discovered that she was actually insecure and easily swayed. His embrace, so bold and intimate, she couldn't resist. You chose me today. Senior sister Lan and the others. They must be angry. Is it all right? She murmured, her voice filled with concern. He looked down at her, her beauty captivating, her aura both cold and fragile. Her talent was so overwhelming that most would feel inferior in her presence. But he wasn't like most men. He wasn't intimidated. He wanted to conquer her, to see her lose her composure, her coldness replaced by passion. The snow lotus, it resembles you the most. I was just being honest, he said, his arm tightening around her waist. If it resembles me, why did you give it to the others? She asked, her voice a soft murmur. Senior sister helped us in Tianxian City. Giving her a valuable pill would be too obvious a bribe. But the snow lotus, it's different, he explained. What about Lingxian? She was hostile towards me. We're fellow disciples now. I want to get along with them. She buried her face in his chest, her lips pursing slightly. She seemed unhappy. The softness and shyness she had displayed earlier, it had vanished. She took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, her expression softening, her usual demeanor returning. You've offended Senior Sister Lan. She might not talk to you anymore. Ling Xian seemed angry as well. And Qian'er, she was staring at me. They're all so scary. Mu Lang, if you encounter any problems, come to me. We'll face them together. That's right, they're all scary. Only Ruashi understands me. Her Mu Lang. It was a declaration of her position as his primary consort. He chuckled inwardly, looking down at her worried expression, her lips now a different shade of pink. Lan Mulian, she would be difficult to appease. He could salvage the situation, but it would take time. He pulled her closer, his thoughts racing as he lay down on the bed. She gasped, then realized what was happening, her cheeks flushing as she looked at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of shyness and desire. She turned away, her voice a soft whisper. Mu Lang, what are you doing? Cultivating, he replied, his voice serious. She frowned. Why are we lying down to cultivate? He covered her mouth with his hand. Don't talk. Just enjoy the moment. He kissed her cheek, then her lips. Dawn approached, the sky gradually brightening. He lay in bed, exhausted but content by Ruashi's soft body nestled against his. He was about to drift back to sleep when, a beautiful, song-like sound echoed through the air, startling by Ruashi awake. She looked towards the door. The sound came from outside. Is that Ling Long? She murmured. Don't worry. Let's rest for a while, he said, pulling her closer. Yu opened his eyes. The dragon's mournful cry had awakened everyone in the sect, not just Mu Zhi'an. What does it mean, master? He asked the old man within him. Legend has it that there's an ancient dragon residing within the Two Polarities sect. It favors those with great destiny, granting them even greater fortune. If you could gain its favor, it would be immensely beneficial to your cultivation, the old man explained. Ling Long, a flicker of hope ignited within him. He had spent the previous night meditating after passing the exams, so he hadn't seen the dragon. But he had heard from other disciples that it had appeared, that it had even seemed interested in by Ruashi, but for some reason, it had left. Clearly, she wasn't his target. Perhaps her great destiny had attracted its attention, but it had rejected her because she wasn't worthy. There were 3 individuals with great destiny from Tianxian City, but the true chosen one, it was him. If Ling Long appeared today, it would be his chance to prove himself. The next day, Mu Zhi'an woke early. Core formation cultivators didn't need much sleep, and even foundation establishment cultivators could function with minimal rest. They spent most of their time meditating or exploring alternative cultivation methods, such as dual cultivation. He glanced at Ruashi, who was still sleeping, and carefully got out of bed. A delicate white hand emerged from the blankets, grasping his wrist, pulling him back onto the bed. She snuggled against him, her voice soft and alluring. Where are you going, Mu Lang? She had been so aloof last night, but now, perhaps because she had just woken up, she was clingy, like a kitten seeking its master's affection. It's cute. He enjoyed her warmth against him, stroking her hair. Didn't you hear Ling Long calling early this morning? I want to go see what's happening. He had promised to visit the dragon in 2 days, but it had already started calling. Perhaps it was impatient. He would have to visit it sooner than planned. The inner disciple selections are in a few days. Don't forget to meditate, Mu Lang, she reminded him softly. He smiled, nodding. Don't worry. I have a plan. He paused, then added, for your sake, I'll continue to help you tonight. He had accepted his fate. Since being a vessel didn't benefit him directly and dual cultivation only worked on the other person, he would focus on helping those close to him improve their cultivation. Of course, it was a gradual process. But before cultivating, he had another matter to attend to. After Ling Long's cry this morning, more disciples would surely flock to the cliff, hoping to catch its attention. He wouldn't be able to meet it secretly if this continued. He had to come up with a plan. He held Ruashi close, his mind racing as he contemplated the complexities of human nature. As Mu Zhi'an left the room and headed towards the courtyard, he noticed Wei Mingru standing in the shadows, her aura concealed. She had also heard Ling Long's cry this morning and was staring towards the cliff, lost in thought. What are you thinking about, Mingru? He asked, approaching her. She snapped out of her thoughts, glancing at him, her voice laced with a hint of mockery. You seem energetic. She was referring to his activities with Bairuashi last night. He was immune to her taunts, even enjoying her judgmental gaze. I could be even more energetic, he chuckled, his gaze meeting hers. Even with one more person, she scoffed. If the Yi sisters or senior sister-in-law come looking for you tonight, I won't stop them. Don't blame me for the consequences. If they came knocking and she pretended to be unaware, it would be a disaster. He was working hard every night, helping Bairuashi with her cultivation, being a good Samaritan. It would be awkward if he was caught in the act. No one would come looking for me at night, he said, smiling dismissively. But he made a mental note of the possibility. This wasn't the Mu Manor. He hadn't set up any formations here. If someone entered and Wei Min grew didn't stop them. And if they heard certain sounds coming from Bairuashi's room, he shivered at the thought. It seemed he needed to learn some formations. At least enough to detect intruders. Being a time management master wasn't easy. He sighed inwardly, then changed the subject. That was Ling Long calling, right? Want to go see what's happening? She hesitated, then nodded. All right. They left the courtyard, her aura still concealed, her figure blending into the shadows as she followed him. They stepped out of the palace, and a breathtaking view unfolded before them. Towering peaks, shrouded in mist, white cranes soaring through the sky. They were 8 treasures cranes, named for their nutritious properties. In other words, they were edible treasures. Of course, no one in the Two Polarities sect would dare to hunt them. They were raised by the Peak Lord of Boundless Sea Peak as gifts for his master and rewards for exceptional disciples. Stealing the Peak Lord's cranes, the consequences would be severe. The peaks were connected by golden bridges, formed from special talismans, suspended in the air. And on the bridge outside their palace, numerous disciples were gathered, gazing towards the cliff, searching for Ling Long. Some were even tempted to jump, hoping to encounter a miracle and gain the dragon's favor. Of course, temptation didn't mean action. If they jumped and Ling Long realized they were seeking personal gain and refused to bring them back, they would die. No one wanted to take that risk. There's so many people. It'll be difficult to approach Ling Long. Mu Zhi'an frowned, looking at the crowd. He wondered why the dragon had cried out last night. He had planned to wait until the disciples had forgotten about the incident. Then he would visit Ling Long and ask about his pink destiny. But now, with so many eyes watching, he didn't want to become the center of attention. He had to come up with a plan. He scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on a figure in black robes. He recognized him instantly. It was Yi Yu, the chosen one. Perhaps he will be chosen by Ling Long, he thought to himself. Yi Yu might be foolish at times, but his destiny was undeniably strong. And with the old man's guidance, he might indeed receive some blessing from the dragon. As he thought this, Yi Yu seemed to sense his gaze, turning to look at him. He scanned Mu Zhi'an's surroundings, confirming that he wasn't accompanied by any female disciples, and he chuckled, approaching him, his voice laced with mockery. It seems yesterday's events were troublesome for you, young Master Mu. He wants Yi Qian, but he won't give up on you Ling Qian, and he even wants to keep Bairuashi. He deserves this. Mu Zhi'an, understanding the sarcasm in his words, sighed. It was indeed troublesome. Appeasing both Qianer and Ling Qian, it wasn't easy. He probably doesn't know that Ling Qian is already disillusioned with him. Yi Yu chuckled inwardly, his expression unchanged. You should focus on one, young Master Mu. Otherwise, everyone will abandon you. Even Miss Bairuashi, with her pride and beauty, wouldn't tolerate a two-timing man. If he told her about Mu Zhi'an's visit to Yi Qian last night, a plan began to form in his mind. He noticed a slight fluctuation in Mu Zhi'an's aura, and he chuckled. It seems you didn't sleep well last night. He would be unable to sleep as well if he had experienced what Mu Zhi'an had. Mu Zhi'an smiled, unfazed. I had to cultivate with Ruashi. Yi Yu's smile faltered, his gaze sharpening. He quickly regained his composure, his voice calm. Whether you cultivated with Miss Bai or not, it's irrelevant. She has nothing to do with me anymore. Mu Zhi'an nodded, smiling. You're right. He wasn't interested in sharing details about Bairuashi's attributes. Let Yi Yu delude himself, believing he had won. It was amusing. He looked away, heading towards the bridge. He decided to explore the area, searching for a secluded spot where he could communicate with Ling Long. As he turned to leave, he paused, glancing back at Yu, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Chinner's rouge, it smells nice." Yi simply smiled, unfazed. Mu Zhi'an thought he had everything under control. If he hadn't visited Yi Lingxian last night, he might have one. His naive cousin had been completely bewitched by his sweet words. But if Lingxian knew, it would be a different story. He watched as Mu Zhi'an walked away, chuckling inwardly. Then he noticed something. Mu Zhi'an retrieved a porcelain bottle from his storage ring, and on the bottle, he saw Yi engraved on the surface. It was a Yi family bottle. 5th-grade pills, spirit-replenishing pills. How'd he get those? The Yi family didn't have any 5th-grade pills. Even he didn't have any. Yet Mu Zhi'an had just casually retrieved one and consumed it. And the bottle, it clearly bore the Yi family's mark. He had received them from someone in the Yi family. Chinner wouldn't have such valuable pills. But who else could give him such a rare gift? The answer was obvious. The only one who could casually give away such valuable pills, it was Yi Lingxian, with her mysterious background. His smile vanished, his gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an's retreating figure, his mind screaming. She gave him those pills? Impossible. She wouldn't give him such a valuable gift after knowing about his two-timing behavior. Unless, perhaps she hadn't given them to him last night. Perhaps she had given them to him earlier, and he was only using them now. He felt a flicker of relief. His gaze shifted, landing on a figure in a purple dress, walking towards them, her smile elegant and captivating, her skirt swirling gracefully. The other disciples couldn't help but stare. A beauty like Yi Lingxian was rare, even in the Two Polarities sect. Even though they were all focused on Ling Long, they couldn't resist glancing at her. He looked up, about to speak, but her gaze was fixed on Mu Zhi'an, her voice clear and sweet. "Brother Mu." And then, to his astonishment, she hurried after him. Chapter 102. Your sister and ex-fiancé are both amazing. Sensing her approach, Mu Zhi'an stopped, waiting for her to catch up. As she reached him, he smiled. "You're finally calling me Brother Mu?" She looked up at him, smiling. "Isn't that what you wanted?" But it doesn't suit your aloof and slightly arrogant persona, he thought to himself. "You're right," he said, chuckling. "But is this all right?" Your brother Yi was glaring at me. It was scary, he added, feigning concern. She rolled her eyes, a smile playing on her lips. "Since what do you care about what others think, young Master Mu?" She knew he was driven by self-interest, unconcerned with public opinion. Otherwise, with his influence in Tianxian City, he could have easily redeemed his reputation. After all, a villain only had to lay down their sword to earn praise. "Where are you going?" she asked, her voice laced with curiosity. "She's calling me young master again. Didn't we agree on Brother Mu? Why is she so disobedient?" He pondered for a moment, then sent her a mental message. "How much do you know about Ling Long? He's going after the dragon?" Her eyes flickered, and she replied mentally, "It's an ancient creature that has existed since the sect's founding. Gaining its favor grants immense destiny, but it rarely acknowledges anyone. People say it favors those with great destiny, but that's not entirely true. What it truly values is whether it likes you." "So if it thinks I'm handsome?" he asked, feigning understanding. She rolled her eyes again. Then a realization dawned on her, and she stared at him, her voice a surprised whisper. "You're saying Ling Long has chosen you?" He nodded. "It appeared yesterday and spoke to me. But there were too many people watching, so I wanted to find a private moment to meet it, but—" He shook his head, sighing. Its cry this morning has attracted even more attention. He had to visit Ling Long soon. Hopefully it's a beautiful woman. She pondered for a moment, then said, "You could try calling it from the cliff near Two Polarities Peak. Few disciples go there. I can't enter Two Polarities Peak. It's protected by formations," he replied. And if he accidentally encountered Senior Sisterland's master, and she realized he was her pen pal, it would be awkward. He wasn't ready to add a shark to his pond. His pond was too small. And besides, the sect master was too high level. Even if he succeeded in wooing her, the other fish would be devoured. "I can take you there," she said. You're willing to help me? He asked, looking at her, surprised. She nodded, her voice regaining its usual coldness. You help me and Shinner. It's the least I can do. She glanced at Wei Mingru, who was standing behind him, her figure almost transparent. I can also bring Miss Wei, but we can't go too deep into the peak. He considered her offer, then nodded, smiling. Thank you, Lingxian. You're so kind. She lifted her chin slightly, feigning indifference, then said, Even if I didn't help you, you would have found a way eventually. That's true, but my method probably would have involved shifting the blame to someone else like Gongsun Cheng, Yi Yu, or even the third prince. He smiled, but he didn't respond. He wasn't a good person. If others played dirty, he would play even dirtier. Let's go to Two Polarities Peak, she said. She turned to Wei Mingru, smiling politely. We'll need your help, Miss Wei. Wei Mingru nodded, her hands forming seals, and a flying sword appeared. He stepped onto the sword, then offered his hand to Yi Lingxian, smiling. Let's go. She took his hand, and he pulled her onto the sword, placing her behind him, his grip firm. Hold on tight, Lingxian. She rolled her eyes inwardly. He was just trying to take advantage, but she couldn't expose him. She allowed him his small victory. Two Polarities Peak. Lan Muyin walked gracefully through the palace, her embroidered shoes silent against the polished floor, her skirts swirling around her. Beside her, Yen Ruyu, the master of the library, sat at a table, her figure alluring, a smile playing on her lips as she watched her. She appeared to be in her early 30s, no longer a young girl, but at the peak of her womanhood, her beauty captivating. Her skin was smooth and flawless, her smile gentle, her eyes bright and intelligent, time having only enhanced her allure, giving her a maturity that was irresistible to younger men. Of course, age was irrelevant in the cultivation world. The sect master, one of the few Dao integration cultivators, her age was a mystery. Few even remembered when she had ascended. Many of the elders had grown up under her guidance. In the world of cultivation, age was just a number. The two women, their beauty complementing each other, Yen Ruyu's allure undeniable. It wasn't just her beauty, but also her aura. She possessed an intelligence and sophistication that came from years of study. In the modern world, she would be a mature teacher in a tight-fitting dress, glasses perched on her nose, a ruler in her hand. Few in the entire sect could rival her allure. What brings you to Two Polarities Peak today, Sister Yen? Lan Muyin asked, her voice clear and melodious. Yen Ryu rarely left the library. She preferred books to socializing. She smiled gently, her voice soft and alluring. Can't I just visit and chat with you, Junior Sister Lan? Lan Muyin poured her a cup of tea, smiling. Of course you can. I was just surprised. Please have a seat. My master is away. If Mu Zhi'an were here, he would be mesmerized by her beauty. Even after seeing Bai Ruashi, he would be captivated. Bai Ruashi was cold and delicate, while Senior Sister Lan was aloof and elegant. They were two different experiences. Yen Ryu sipped her tea, chatting with Lan Muyin. Ling Long emerged from the cliff yesterday, seemingly interested in one of the candidates, but then it left. It was rather strange, she said, mentioning the incident. Lan Muyin's eyes flickered, a hint of surprise in her gaze. It was truly interested in a disciple. She had suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed, it was still unexpected. Yen Ryu crossed her legs, smiling. You know her. She'll surely be chosen as an inner disciple. Bai Ruashi? Lan Muyin asked. Yen Ryu nodded. It seemed to be interested in her, but didn't grant her any destiny. It simply left. She paused, then asked, Did the sect master leave to meet Ling Long? Lan Muyin shook her head. She didn't tell me where she was going. Yen Ryu nodded. It was to be expected. The sect master wouldn't explain herself to her disciple. Actually, I came here to ask you something, she said, her voice turning serious, her gaze fixed on Lan Muyin's. Please ask away, Sister Yen, Lan Muyin replied, smiling. Everyone thought Ling Long was interested in Bai Ruashi, but I have a different theory. Yen Ryu sipped her tea, her lips moist and alluring, her gaze meeting Lan Muyin's. There was a young cultivator beside her. Lan Mulian's expression remained unchanged. She knew who Yin Ruyu was talking about, but she didn't want to discuss him. That frivolous young man, he hadn't even sent her a paper crane since returning. He was probably still lost in by Ruashi's embrace. The young cultivator you favor, Yin Ruyu continued. Lan Mulian knew she couldn't remain silent. You suspect Ling Long was interested in Mu Zhi'an, not by Ruashi? He deciphered a part of the trial forest formation, and he just led a group of candidates through Boundless Sea Peak's trial. He's definitely hiding something. She paused, then added, perhaps Ling Long was attracted by his secret. Lan Mulian raised an eyebrow. I don't know him well, Sister Yin. I can't answer your question. You were the examiner for Tianxian City, weren't you? Were there any exceptional candidates? Yin Ryu persisted. By Ruashi, Yu and Yi Lingxian all possessed great destiny, Lan Mulian replied. What about Mu Zhi'an? Chapter 103, Rich Lady Hungry Food. Ling Long Song. Yi Lingxian echoed his words, her gaze following his towards the summit of Two Polarities Peak. She tilted her head, her voice laced with confusion. Why can't I hear anything? Wei Mengru glanced at Mu Zhi'an. I can't hear anything either. He held his breath, listening intently. Then he realized that the song wasn't coming from the mountain. It was echoing directly in his mind. It's a mental message, he said. A mental message from the summit to your mind. Yi Lingxian frowned, her voice laced with disbelief. Even as a foundation establishment cultivator, she knew that mental messages required proximity. Yet Mu Zhi'an was claiming to hear Ling Long's song from here. It was strange. He pondered for a moment, then said, Ling Long has existed since the sect's founding. Its power and understanding are beyond our comprehension. Perhaps it has a secret technique for long-distance communication. She considered his words, then nodded. He was right. Each breakthrough in cultivation brought about significant changes. It was possible that Ling Long possessed a secret technique for transmitting messages across vast distances. Let's go see, he said, looking at Wei Mengru. We'll need your help again, Mengru. She nodded impassively. Her expression might have been neutral, but a flicker of curiosity shone in her eyes. The flying swords soared through the air, carrying them towards the summit. Mu Zhi'an looked up, the wind whipping through his hair, the song echoing in his mind, beautiful yet mournful, like the siren's call, alluring yet lonely. They reached the summit, and Wei Mengru landed the sword gracefully. Yi Lingxian stepped off the sword, her purple dress swirling around her, her gaze sweeping over the desolate landscape, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. Her father had brought her here once, 7 or 8 years ago. She hadn't expected to return as a disciple of the Two Polarities sect. I wonder how the sect master is doing. She sighed inwardly. Her childhood memories were fading, but she still remembered meeting the Empress that year. While the Empress's face was blurred by time, her aura, it remained vivid in her mind, a vision of unparalleled beauty. A woman like her, time wouldn't leave any marks on her. Mu Zhi'an had asked how she had breached the formations. But the truth was, she hadn't needed to. The ring she wore, it was a gift from the Empress, given to her during that visit. If I become an inner disciple, I wonder if I'll have a chance to see her again. She felt a flicker of childlike anticipation. Hey, the beautiful song echoed from the depths of the cliff. Mu Zhi'an's spirits lifted, and he looked down. Ling Long was truly here. Bringing Yi Lingxian had been the right decision. This was Two Polarities Peak. No disciples would come here. It was the perfect place to meet the dragon. He waited, listening to the song, which seemed to be calling to them. He had a feeling. A cultivator's intuition was rarely wrong. Let's go down, Wei Mengru said, her voice calm. She summoned the flying sword, and they descended into the depths of the cliff. They flew through the mist, the song growing louder, and finally they reached the bottom. An ancient gate stood before them, its surface carved with unfamiliar symbols. The song was coming from within. As they stepped through the gate, they didn't find a cave, but a spacious clearing. Nearly 40 disciples were gathered there, whispering among themselves. Mu Zhi'an held Yi Lingxuan's hand, discreetly joining the back of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over them. It seems all 9 peaks have Ling Long's celestial realm beneath them, and they're all connected. Wei Mingru whispered, her voice a mental message. He nodded, his gaze lingering on an ancient bronze gate at the far end of the clearing. This must be the true entrance to Ling Long's realm. But he hadn't expected so many disciples to be here. It's clever. It knows I don't want to be the center of attention, so it used this method to attract others. He was impressed by the dragon's intelligence. If he was the only one who received Ling Long's favor, he would become a target. But with so many others present, he wouldn't stand out. Ling Long had seemingly invited dozens of disciples, but its true intentions were elsewhere. Master Yin has arrived. A disciple's voice rang out, and the crowd turned to look. Yin Ryu, the master of the library, approached gracefully, her beautiful robe swirling around her, her smile captivating. The disciples, despite her beauty, bowed respectfully, not daring to show any disrespect. Beside her walked another woman, her face veiled, her aura cold and distant. Master Yin is quite beautiful. Mu Zhi'an bowed as well, discreetly observing her. He had never met a woman like her before. Perhaps because of her years of study, she possessed an intelligence and sophistication that set her apart, her alluring figure accentuated by her robe, her aura both mature and alluring. But he was a devoted man. His gaze lingered on her for a few seconds, then returned to senior sister Lan. She truly is something special. Strong, intelligent, aloof, and well-endowed. He looked at her, his gaze filled with respect. She had always seemed unfathomable. It wasn't just her strength, but also her personality, her background. Everything about her was a mystery. He glanced at her ample bosom, straining against her robe, and he sighed inwardly. She truly is unfathomable in every way. She seemed to sense his gaze, her brow furrowing slightly as she looked at him. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment. Then she looked away, her expression unchanged. Ling Long rarely opens its celestial realm. It must be in a good mood. Remember, no fighting within the realm. If you encounter an opportunity, embrace it. If not, don't force it. If you disturb Ling Long's cultivation, you'll be expelled. Her voice, clear and cold, echoed through the clearing, and the disciples bowed, their eyes filled with anticipation. Is there anything else we should be aware of, senior sister? Mu Zhi'an asked. She glanced at him, her voice a cold whisper. Leave it to fate. She might be angry with me, but she wouldn't be petty about something this important. So within Ling Long's realm, whether we find an opportunity or not, it's all up to fate. He understood. Strange. Why can't I enter? A disciple's voice, laced with confusion, rang out from the crowd. He watched as others entered the realm, but he remained outside, his eyes filled with frustration. You need at least a prosperous destiny to enter Ling Long's celestial realm, Yin Ryu said, her voice gentle, a smile playing on her lips. Those with ordinary destiny, even if they enter, they won't find anything. The disciples who couldn't enter sighed, their faces filled with disappointment. A prosperous destiny, it meant a red destiny. To enter the realm, one needed either a prosperous destiny, an emperor's aura, or great destiny. Destiny and talent were different concepts. Some were talented, but their destiny was lacking. And some possessed both great talent and great destiny. They were known as chosen ones. Ling Long's realm had already filtered out a large number of candidates. I'm going in, senior sister. I'll visit you tomorrow, Mu Zhi'an whispered to Lan Moyan. She looked at him, her voice calm and distant. I'm available for the next 2 days, but I'll be meditating after that. Please don't disturb me. Her coldness would have discouraged most, but Mu Zhi'an was persistent. I wanted to visit you, but 2 polarities peak is protected by formations. Mental messages can pass through the formations, she replied coldly, watching as the disciples entered the realm. Their faces were filled with hope, dreaming of opportunities. They didn't realize that the aloof and unattainable senior sister Lan was chatting with a young cultivator. She's blaming me for being dismissive. She's saying there are other ways to reach her. She's waiting for an explanation. He understood, his voice filled with a carefully crafted remorse. I wrote 3 paper cranes after that day, senior sister, but I didn't have the courage to send them. She ignored him. Could you postpone your meditation until the day after tomorrow, senior sister? He asked, but she still didn't respond. She's not rejecting my messages. There's still a chance. He pondered for a moment, then said, Ling Long's song, it was calling to me. She looked at him, her expression unchanged, her voice a cold whisper. Ling Long chose you? She's interested. It's a long story. If you're free tomorrow, senior sister, I could explain everything over tea. She hesitated, then sighed. You're a clever boy, Mu Zhi'an, but you waste your talents on frivolous pursuits. I understand. Liking other women is frivolous. Only pursuing a cold and elegant woman like you is the right path. I'll try to reform myself, he said sincerely. He would join her righteous path soon. Send me a paper crane before you come tomorrow. I'll bring you to the back mountain, she said, her voice softening slightly, losing its previous coldness. And even though Ling Long called to you, don't try anything. It's sensitive to malicious intent, she added, clearly aware of his tendencies. You're so kind, senior sister, he said, his voice filled with gratitude. If you ever need anything, I'll be your loyal servant. He had said similar things before, but repeating them wouldn't hurt, especially with someone like Lan Mulian, with her intelligence and emotional awareness. She would surely sense his sincerity. She smiled, her beauty radiant, even the sunlight seeming to dim in comparison. Go. Master Yin and I will wait here for an hour before leaving. He bowed respectfully. Then, with Yi Lingxian and Wei Mingru, entered the realm. Lan Mulian narrowed her eyes, staring at Wei Mingru's retreating figure, a flicker of confusion in her gaze. Why could she enter? Yin Ryu turned to her, smiling. Were you just chatting with that young cultivator? You seem quite fond of him. Lan Mulian regained her composure, smiling faintly. He displayed some impressive talents in Tianxian City. I'm simply observing him. Yin Ryu studied her alluring figure, her voice soft and amused. I see. Her tone was casual, but her gaze, as she looked towards Mu Zhi'an, was knowing. She wouldn't be so interested in someone simply because of their talent. After all, talented individuals were common. Everyone who had entered Ling Long's realm possessed great destiny. In Yi Lingxian, Yi Yu, and by Ruashi, their talent and destiny were at least equal to his, if not greater. Why was she so focused on him? He was definitely hiding something. But what was his destiny? If Ling Long hadn't been interested in by Ruashi, but in him, what kind of destiny could attract a dragon's attention? She narrowed her eyes, her thoughts racing. The bronze gate closed behind them as they entered the realm. Mu Zhi'an took Yi Lingxuan's hand, his voice filled with concern. Be careful. Ling Long might not be hostile, but there could be other dangers. It's safer to stay together. She glanced at him, but she didn't tell him to let go. He was right. Mingru, he said, offering his hand to Wei Mingru. She rolled her eyes, her voice cold. No, thank you. Holding hands will hinder my movements. If something happens, I might not be able to save you. He smiled, his voice filled with mock gratitude. You're so kind, Mingru. In the past, you would have called me a burden. She nodded. You are a burden. I can't help it. I wasted a lot of time. I'm trying to catch up. Besides, with you here, I feel safe, he chuckled. Yi Lingxian looked at him, surprised. You have quite the positive attitude. She remembered how Yi Yu, back in the Yi family, had lost his temper when someone teased him about his low cultivation. But Mu Zhi'an, even when being insulted, he remained calm, even mocking himself. His attitude was admirable. She's telling the truth, he said, smiling. There's no need to rush cultivation. No need to rush, you say? But you seem quite eager every night, Wei Mingru said, her voice laced with amusement, glancing at him. Working hard every night for Bai Ruashi's cultivation. He ignored her, clearing his throat, quickly changing the subject. It's strange. According to Master Yin, you shouldn't be able to enter Ling Long's realm, Mingru. He looked around, his hand still holding Yi Lingshuan's. And we only entered a few moments after the others, but there's no one here. Wei Mingru also looked around, her brow furrowing. It is strange. I can't sense any spiritual auras. They had entered less than 15 minutes after the others, yet there was no sign of them. Perhaps this realm has multiple starting points. We might have been separated, Yi Lingxian said. She had read about such realms in ancient texts. Some cultivators would connect their celestial realms, creating different paths leading to different destinations. Only by passing certain tests could one gain the realm master's approval. The mournful song echoed through the air. He didn't understand the words, but he seemed to comprehend its meaning. He looked up and saw a door, glowing faintly, the song emanating from within. Ling Long was definitely in there. It seemed they had bypassed the tests and reached the final destination. He stared at the door, his heart filled with curiosity. Let's see if Ling Long is a beautiful woman. Chapter 105. I'm willing to be your ox or horse. As Mu Zhi'an stepped through the glowing doorway, he found himself on a sandy beach, the vast expanse of the ocean stretching before him. And standing on the water, her feet bare, was a woman with a captivating figure, her skin pale and flawless. Her silver hair cascaded down her back, reaching her shapely hips, her curves accentuated by her lack of clothing. This aura, it's definitely her. Ling Long. He exchanged a glance with the two women, then stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Senior Ling Long. Silence. He was about to speak again when she turned to look at them, her crimson eyes filled with confusion. What are you confused about? Didn't you call us here? And she's well endowed, even more so than Ruashi. He forced himself to look away, bowing again. Senior Ling Long, were you summoning me earlier? She tilted her head, blinking, studying him for a moment. Then her expression softened, and she nodded slightly. She can't speak? He realized this and asked tentatively, Did you need something from me? She didn't answer, simply staring at him. Then her gaze shifted to Yi Lingxian and Wei Mingru. She pointed at her feet, as if gesturing. What? Her feet are pretty, but I'm not into that. He looked down at her pale, delicate feet, chuckling inwardly. She wants us to come closer? Yi Lingxian asked. Ling Long nodded. He had come this far. He couldn't back down now. He joined the two women, standing before the silver-haired woman, her gaze gentle and captivating. Is there something wrong with me? She's beautiful. He coughed, trying to compose himself. What do you want us to do, Senior Ling Long? She looked at them, her lips parting slightly. Then she spoke, her voice soft and clear. Follow me. It wasn't a song this time. It was human speech. And in that instant, the scenery shifted, the beach transforming into a tranquil garden, filled with the fragrance of herbs. Her words, they shape reality. He stared at her, his eyes widening with surprise and awe. She wasn't unable to speak. Her words simply became reality. He had read about such abilities in ancient texts, but they were exceedingly rare. There was a special physique, a constitution that granted its possessor the power to shape reality with their words. It sounded wonderful, but it also meant that every word carried karmic consequences. For example, if Ling Long said, Mu Zhi'an will reach core formation, it would create a significant karmic debt, affecting both her and him. That's why she keeps saying AAA. I thought she couldn't speak, but it's because she can't. He understood. He looked around, the garden peaceful and serene. They were standing before an elegant pavilion, a tea set arranged on the table. He noticed that 2 of the cups seemed to have been used. Did someone visit her before us? He wondered, but he didn't ask, simply bowing respectfully. How may I address you, Senior? Words formed in the tea, spelling out a name. Lin Ling. She poured them each a cup of tea. Yi Lingxian thanked her politely, but her attention was elsewhere. She could sense something calling to her from within the realm. But with Ling Long present, she couldn't give in to her curiosity. Even if there was some inheritance that resonated with her, she couldn't lose her composure in front of the dragon. As she thought this, she felt a warm hand grasp hers beneath the table. She froze, looking up at Mu Zhi'an. He was smiling at her, his eyes conveying a message. Don't worry. I'll handle it. She understood, her heart easing. He looked away, bowing to the silver-haired woman, his voice respectful. Senior Linling, did you summon me for something? If there's anything I can do, I'll gladly assist you. Even if there was an inheritance that resonated with Yi Lingxian, he couldn't rush things. He had to understand the dragon's intentions first. No need to rush, words formed in the tea. Before he could speak, she looked toward something outside the pavilion. He followed her gaze and realized that the pavilion was floating in the air, an ancient palace visible in the distance. And through the palace windows, he saw several familiar figures. The third prince and 3 of his old friends from Tianxian City. She want me to wait until the trial is over? He understood, squeezing Yi Lingxuan's hand reassuringly. It was fine. He wasn't in a hurry. He would simply enjoy the show. Ling Long's celestial realm had been open to the disciples a few times in the past, and each time, 2 or 3 had benefited, receiving immense destiny. No one knew why it had summoned them this time. But regardless of its reasons, no one would pass up this opportunity. Yi Yu, following the others, entered a spacious hall. 2 mechanical puppets, shaped like dragons, stood guard on either side, their eyes mismatched, their forms crude, as if their creator had been careless. But their strength was undeniable. The disciples attacked them relentlessly, but they couldn't break through their defenses. Young Master Yi, shouldn't we help them? A soft, melodious voice asked beside him. He glanced at the woman, her beauty captivating, her expression gentle. He had suffered so many defeats at Mu Zhi'an's hands that he had almost forgotten he was still considered a talented disciple. It was only natural that some women would be drawn to him. There's no rush. Let them test the waters first. We'll act later, he replied, his gaze lingering on her face, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Wasting their spiritual energy on these puppets now, it would be foolish. How could they compete for Ling Long's inheritance if they were exhausted? He scanned the crowd, searching for Mu Zhi'an. Then he felt a sharp gaze upon him. He looked up and saw a young man in luxurious robes. It was Ning Long, the third prince. He hadn't passed Boundless Sea Peak's trial, but he had a guaranteed spot. He had abandoned the trial and entered the sect through other means. He could enter Ling Long's realm because he possessed the great Qian dynasty's imperial aura. They exchanged a glance, then looked away. Senior Sister Lan had warned them not to fight, or they might incur Ling Long's displeasure. They had their differences, but compared to Ling Long's inheritance, they were insignificant. Besides, their conflict stemmed from the Yi sisters. And now, both Yi Qian and Yi Lingxian were under Mu Zhi'an's control. In other words, they had a common enemy. And the enemy of one's enemy was a friend. Even if they couldn't be friends, they didn't need to fight, risking mutual destruction. Yi Yu scanned the crowd, searching for Mu Zhi'an. He had seen him earlier, but now he was gone. Had he given up? Impossible. With his personality, he wouldn't abandon Ling Long's trial so easily, especially with Lingxian by his side. But if that was the case, where was he? He narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. They're outside the palace, the old man's voice whispered in his mind. He turned to look, and through a window, he saw a pavilion. And sitting there, sipping tea, chatting and laughing with Yi Lingxian, was Mu Zhi'an, another woman with silver hair sitting beside them. He stared at them, his mind reeling. Why are they out there? We're not allowed to leave until we pass the trial. He screamed inwardly, his gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an, watching as he made Yi Lingxian laugh with his words. His smile vanished, replaced by a mixture of confusion and rage. They were all here, struggling with the trial, and he was outside, relaxing and flirting with a beautiful woman. The third prince also noticed, his gaze sharpening as he glared at Mu Zhi'an. He had always been privileged, allowed to skip the line. He couldn't tolerate this cheating. He looked up, his voice filled with anger. Senior Ling Long, is this fair? His gaze was fixed on the pavilion, on Mu Zhi'an, who was sipping his tea leisurely. They were all here, facing the trial, and he had already passed. How could they accept this? The other disciples, noticing the commotion, also looked towards the pavilion, their eyes filled with resentment. They were struggling here while he was outside, relaxing and flirting. It was infuriating. Lin Ling, watching from the pavilion, noticed the third prince's anger, then Mu Zhi'an's expression. It darkened slightly. She set down her teacup. The two puppets froze. Time seemed to stop. She spoke, her voice soft but firm. And in an instant, the third prince vanished from the hall. The disciples gasped, their hearts pounding. He had been eliminated. Their anger evaporated, replaced by a chilling fear. Had they lost their minds? Questioning Ling Long's decision, it was suicidal. Perhaps Mu Zhi'an had discovered a shortcut. After all, this was Ling Long. Even the sect elders and peak lords addressed her with respect. Such a being wouldn't favor a mere disciple. The two puppets reactivated, but one of them, ignoring the others, charged towards Yu, forcing him to defend himself. He glared towards the window, his eyes filled with resentment and disbelief. If he had any pride, he would leave now. But Ling Long's inheritance, no one would willingly abandon it. Not even him. Mu Zhi'an watched the chaos unfold, a hint of concern in his eyes. He looked at Lin Ling, his voice soft. "Senior Lin Ling, is this wise?" "It's fine." She shook her head, words forming on the table. "I make the rules here." He still seemed concerned, his gaze downcast as he sipped his tea. The disciples had entered this realm seeking destiny. But they hadn't realized that the true treasure, it wasn't destiny. He cared about destiny, but not excessively. After all, the true treasure was something else. He set down his teacup. It was time to test her. Chapter 106. Mu Zhi'an is over there, get him. Ling Long, an auspicious beast from ancient times. Her very existence was a sign of good fortune. In the world of cultivation, destiny was paramount. To reach the pinnacle, one needed both talent and destiny. And Ling Long could bestow destiny upon others. It was an irresistible temptation. But Mu Zhi'an wasn't particularly interested in destiny. Within this celestial realm, destiny was indeed a treasure, but there was a greater treasure here. He discreetly observed the silver-haired woman, who seemed to be from the same era as the two polarities sex founder. She held a teacup in her hands, her gaze calm and serene, her crimson eyes bright and clear, giving her an air of innocence. He glanced down, unable to resist. Indeed, ample and fair, perhaps even more so than by Roashi. She seemed to sense his gaze, turning to look at him, tilting her head. "AAA?" He tilted his head as well. "AAA?" She wrote on the table with her finger. "You were staring at me. Were you thinking bad thoughts?" He froze, then quickly shook his head. "I apologize. It was just a natural reaction. I'll try to control myself." Senior Sister Lan was right. She was sensitive to malicious intent, and not just malicious intent, but also certain thoughts. Fortunately, she seemed to have a good temperament. She simply smiled, not expelling him like she had the third prince. She was tolerant towards those she favored. He sipped his tea, glancing at the two dragon puppets in the hall. They were crudely made, their eyes mismatched, one large, one small, giving them a comical expression. Despite their appearance, their strength was undeniable. They swooped down on the disciples, their wings beating powerfully, their attacks relentless. The Foundation establishment cultivators struggled to defend themselves. Yu, however, was holding his own, barely managing to fend off one of the puppets. He's not as useless as he seems. He watched Yu fight, then his gaze shifted to a woman standing in the corner, watching Yu. That girl beside him is quite pretty. He studied the female cultivator who had been accompanying Yu. Her beauty was above average, but her figure was exceptional. He looked away, his gaze returning to the silver-haired woman. He cleared his throat. "Senior Lin Ling, did you choose me because of my destiny?" She sipped her tea, her lips moist and alluring. She wrote on the table with her finger, "Your destiny is sweet." "I've never heard of destiny being sweet." He watched as the disciples battled the puppets. "What does sweet destiny mean?" "It couldn't be because my destiny is pink, right? Do destinies have different flavors? Is purple destiny lavender flavored?" She set down her teacup, moving closer to him. A sweet fragrance, stronger than the tea's aroma, filled his nostrils. She turned to him, her face inches from his. Then, to Yi Lingshuan's astonishment, she licked his cheek, her tongue soft and wet. He froze, the unexpected sensation sending a shiver down his spine. He looked at Yi Lingxian, his eyes wide. He knew she probably didn't care. She lacked experience with human relationships. But still, this was unexpected. If she had licked him in her dragon form, it wouldn't have been so shocking. But she was in her human form, and she was a silver-haired, crimson-eyed beauty. It was overwhelming. Wei Mingru also stared at them, her mouth agape. Then she closed it, seemingly deciding to remain silent. As he wondered if she had a crush on him, she sat back, a shy smile playing on her lips. She retrieved a black stone tablet and handed it to him. It was the destiny testing monument. She wants me to test my destiny now? He looked at the tablet, then placed his hand on its surface. A pink light emanated from the stone, but this time, he noticed something different. A purple aura was intertwined with the pink. Imperial aura? Yi Lingxian exclaimed, staring at the monument. I don't remember seeing that purple aura before. She frowned, confused. He also stared at the purple aura, which resembled a dragon. Then he shook his head. No, this is an imperial aura. It felt familiar, but he couldn't place it. What is it, senior? He asked, looking at Lin Ling. She wrote 4 words on the table. He stared at the words, his eyes widening with realization. Then he looked at her, his voice filled with disbelief. Heavenly Tao aura. It was true. She had just placed a fragment of Heavenly Tao aura within him. No wonder it felt familiar. Bai Ruoshi possessed Heavenly Tao aura, and he had been helping her cultivate. He was acquainted with its aura. You placed a fragment of Heavenly Tao aura within me? He asked, looking at her, his voice laced with confusion. Why? There was no such thing as a free lunch. He believed that wholeheartedly. She wrote on the table, I have too much Heavenly Tao aura. I need to share it. Before he could process her words, she spoke, her voice soft and clear. We're 1,000 feet above the ground. The scenery shifted again. Moments ago, they had been able to see the hall where the disciples were being tested. Now they were surrounded by clouds. They were floating in the air. It's inconvenient, but also convenient. He looked around, a flicker of envy in his eyes. She touched the destiny testing monument. 3 different auras, each a different color, emanated from the stone. He stared at the monument, his eyes widening. She possessed 3 types of Heavenly Tao aura. She wasn't just a rich lady. She was a tycoon. Even Yi Lingxian, who had grown up surrounded by wealth and luxury, was stunned. Heavenly Tao aura granted its possessor immense destiny. Even if all the cultivators in the world combined their Heavenly Tao aura, they might not have 7 portions. Yet this dragon possessed 3 different types. And even more astonishing, she could withstand such immense destiny. She wrote on the table, You can absorb a portion of other people's destiny. His eyes flickered, his thoughts racing. So my destiny is connected to the women around me? The more women I know, the more women I pursue, the stronger my destiny becomes? He had suspected as much, but now, seeing her confirmation, he was certain. He remembered how, back when he was a wastrel, his destiny had been unremarkable. But after meeting Bai Ruoshi, after their relationship deepened, he had noticed a significant improvement in his luck. That's why my destiny is pink. It's all from the other women. He understood. He had started as a minor antagonist, a supporting character in the tutorial village. His destiny had been mediocre. His current pink destiny was most likely from Bai Ruoshi, the Yi sisters, and even Senior Sister Lan. Will absorbing their destiny affect them? He asked. She shook her head. Normally, when destiny reached a certain level, it would overflow. It wouldn't continue to accumulate. A long-held question had been answered, and he felt a sense of clarity. He then asked another question that had been on his mind. Why did you summon me, Senior? She wrote on the table, to exchange a portion of our destiny. Then she added, Too much destiny attracts karmic fire. I need to transfer some of it. Her destiny was too vast. So, she was using this method to reduce it? He thought about it. It made sense. possessing 3 types of heavenly Tao aura. A normal person wouldn't be able to handle it. You want to absorb a portion of my destiny, and in return, you'll give me a portion of yours? He asked. She nodded, her bright eyes fixed on him, as if seeking his approval. She didn't act like a powerful being at all. It was a profitable deal, no matter how he looked at it. Ling Long's existence represented destiny. Who would complain about having too much destiny? He bowed respectfully. I'm willing to help you, Senior. But how will she absorb my destiny? And how will she transfer hers to me? Will she lick me again? He looked at her, a shy smile playing on her lips, and he couldn't help but wonder. She didn't hide her emotions at all. Her joy, her shyness, it was all transparent. Senior, I have a question. When we entered the realm, my friend sensed something calling to her. Do you know what it might be? He asked. She tilted her head. AAA. Could you write it down? Senior, he chuckled. She wrote on the table. What is she to you? Yi Lingxian also saw the words, glancing at him. He looked at her, his smile gentle. Lingxian is my precious sister. She frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with his answer, but she didn't say anything, maintaining her usual composure. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then looked at Yi Lingxian, pointing at the words on the table. Follow me. Yi Lingxian looked at Mu Zhi'an, as if seeking his permission. He smiled at her, his voice soft. Go with her, Lingxian. This is your opportunity. She bowed to Lin Ling. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling nodded, then stood up to leave. What about the other disciples, the ones taking the trial? Mu Zhi'an asked suddenly. Words appeared on the table. 5 destiny inheritances. You decide. She's not worried that I'll take them all? He thought about it, then looked at her, her crimson eyes blinking innocently, and he understood. She hadn't opened her realm to bestow destiny upon the disciples. She didn't care what happened to them. As she led Yi Lingxian away, he noticed an ancient scroll lying on the table. He opened it, revealing a map. 5 locations were marked, each labeled Destiny Inheritance. Wei Mengru glanced at the map, then at him. What are you going to do? He pondered for a moment. I'll take 3 and give away 2. He wasn't sure if Ling Long was testing him. Taking all 5 inheritances would be unwise. But taking a portion, it was a good compromise. She traced the rim of her teacup, her voice soft. You might make some enemies. He shook his head, looking up at the clouds, a smile playing on his lips. If they knew there were 5 inheritances, and I suddenly told them only 2 were available, they would be unhappy. They might even resent me. But if I tell them there was only 1 inheritance, and I pleaded with Ling Long to grant them 2 more, they won't complain. In fact, he shook his head, meeting Wei Mengru's disgusted gaze, his smile gentle. They'll be grateful. Boom! The dragon puppet's massive claws slammed against the floor, shaking the entire hall. The Foundation establishment cultivators staggered, struggling to maintain their balance. Huang Manting, her black dress accentuating her alluring figure, looked up at the puppet, its comical appearance belying its terrifying strength. If you hold back any longer, none of us will pass Senior Ling Long's trial, she called out, her voice melodious and captivating. The disciples who had entered the Two Polarities sect might have included a few individuals who lacked common sense, but most were intelligent. They understood that wasting their spiritual energy here would jeopardize their chances in the subsequent trials. And losing the opportunity to gain destiny would be a source of regret for years to come. We have to fight with everything we have. We need to repel these puppets, a disciple shouted. Easy to say, but if someone holds back, how would we know? Another retorted. The disciples, struggling against the puppet's oppressive aura, exchanged glances, their thoughts hidden. They were all talented individuals, their strength and potential undeniable among their peers. But they were only strong relative to others their age. Against these puppets, which seemed to be at core formation, especially with everyone holding back and their hearts divided, they were outmatched. Yi Yu dodged the puppet that was pursuing him, then looked up, his voice filled with anger. This is all Mu Zhi'an's fault. If not for him, we wouldn't be facing this difficult trial. Gongsun Chung turned to look at him. What do you mean, young Master Yi? Didn't you see? That silver-haired woman beside him. She was Senior Ling Long. Perhaps he's the one who made the trial so difficult. He chuckled coldly. Didn't you see what happened to the third prince? He criticized the trial. He insulted Mu Zhi'an, and Senior Ling Long immediately expelled him. Perhaps he's found a way to curry favor with her. The hall fell silent. His words made sense, but they weren't so easily swayed. Perhaps we're just wasting our time. Mu Zhi'an might have already taken the destiny inheritance, Gongsun Cheng added, his voice laced with a hint of malice. Senior Ling Long wouldn't stoop to such deception. She wouldn't leave us with nothing. A disciple protested, chuckling. She might not, but we can't be sure about Mu Zhi'an. Perhaps he's already found the inheritance and left, another agreed. Are you seriously discussing this before even passing the trial? A melodious voice rang out, and the disciples turned to look. It was Huang Manting, the young mistress of the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, who had passed the entrance exams with flying colors. You're not fools. If you give up so easily, you might as well leave now. She raised her hand, gathering her spiritual energy, forming a barrier to protect herself from the puppet's aura. Miss Huang is right. We need to focus on these puppets, not on infighting, a female disciple said, her voice clear and sweet, her gaze fixed on Huang Manting's beautiful face, a hint of admiration in her eyes. It's too early to be discussing such things. Another agreed, also looking at her. In just a few days, Huang Manting had gathered 4 or 5 followers, 3 of them beautiful women. If Mu Zhi'an were here, he would be impressed. Her ability to captivate was astonishing. What if we pass the trial, but the inheritance is gone? What if Mu Zhi'an has already taken it? What if there's only one inheritance left? How will we divide it? Yu asked. It's all because of him. He's taken one of the inheritances, Gongsun Cheng added, fueling the flames of discontent. And perhaps the one he took was the only one. Huang Manting looked at Yu, then at Gongsun Cheng, her brow furrowing slightly. They're determined to make him the target. But the other disciples weren't fools. They wouldn't be so easily swayed. They were intelligent. They wouldn't turn against Mu Zhi'an because of a few rumors. Of course, they wouldn't defend him either. He was a stranger to them. Not making enemies, but not helping others. It was the way of the world. She narrowed her eyes, deciding not to speak up for him. He was definitely with Ling Long earlier. Perhaps he had received an inheritance. He has even charmed Ling Long, not just senior sister Long. Perhaps he's more capable than I thought. She looked up at the puppets, her thoughts racing. She wasn't sure if she could have remained calm in Ling Long's presence. It was Ling Long, the embodiment of destiny. Who wouldn't have thoughts about obtaining its immense power? And it was sensitive to malicious intent. Most, upon meeting it, would be immediately expelled. How had he managed to approach it without revealing any greed? She didn't realize that there was a certain breed of man known as the lust-seeker protagonist. They valued beauty above all else. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the hall, and the disciples looked up to see the 2 puppets shaking their heads, their bodies radiating a powerful aura. Judging by their aura, their true strength was far beyond core formation. At least not early core formation. But they didn't attack. They simply returned to their original positions, as if ordered to stand down. The hall fell silent, the disciples staring at them, their eyes filled with confusion. What's happening? They stopped attacking. As they wondered what was going on, a calm, gentle voice echoed from the far end of the hall. I was only gone for a short while, and it's already so lively. I thought I heard someone discussing me. They turned to look and saw a young man approaching, his luxurious robes flowing gracefully, a gentle smile playing on his lips. He scanned the crowd, then stopped before them, chuckling. I apologize for the wait. Mu Zhi'an. Yu glared at him, his voice cold. What are you doing here? I encountered Senior Ling Long when I entered the realm. After much effort, I managed to persuade her to reveal the locations of 2 destiny inheritances within this hall. Mu Zhi'an replied, smiling. I'm here to guide you. If you know the locations, why don't you go yourself? Yu asked, his voice laced with suspicion. Destiny inheritances aren't simply claimed by the first person who finds them. It depends on whether your destiny is compatible, Mu Zhi'an explained calmly. If it's not compatible, even Senior Ling Long can't force it upon you. That's just your word, Gong Sun Chung said, his voice laced with disbelief. Mu Zhi'an chuckled. If you don't believe me, ask the sect elders. But I have one condition. He looked at them, his voice clear and firm. I went through a lot of trouble to obtain this information from Senior Ling Long. So if we find the inheritances, I want to be the first to test them, to see if I'm worthy. The disciples nodded, their previous resentment fading. It's only fair, young Master Mu. You've worked hard for this. Even if you receive an inheritance, it's only natural. They had been jealous, but now, their gazes were filled with gratitude. How can we be sure you're leading us to the right places, young Master Mu? Gong Sun Chung asked suddenly. Mu Zhi'an smiled. If you don't trust me, leave. If you're so suspicious, find the inheritances yourself. I don't have to cater to you. He ignored Gong Sun Cheng's darkening expression, bowing to the others. There are many trials within this hall. Some paths are incredibly difficult, and even if you pass them, there might not be any inheritances. If you trust me, I'll lead you to the right places. He paused, then added, smiling. If not, feel free to explore on your own. But if you trigger any traps, don't blame me for not warning you. His words were sincere, and the disciples nodded, their trust in him solidified. He smiled, pleased. You've all exhausted yourselves fighting those puppets. Rest for a while, then we'll set off. He found a spot to sit and meditate. Why are you helping them? Wei Mengru's voice whispered in his mind. As a core formation cultivator, she shouldn't be able to enter this hall, but Ling Long had bent the rules for her. He smiled, his gaze sweeping over the disciples, discreetly comparing their figures. It's more believable this way, he replied mentally. After all, people were more likely to believe in something earned through effort. And even in a world of cultivation, one had to navigate social dynamics. The disciples who left the two polarities sect rarely failed in life. He didn't want to make enemies. Others might choose to be lone wolves, but he preferred the brotherhood of cultivation. The disciples knew that Gong Sun Chung and Yi were trying to provoke them, but they hadn't spoken up for him, because he was a stranger to them. But after today, whether they received an inheritance or not, they would remember his kindness. If someone spoke ill of him in the future, they might not defend him, but they wouldn't oppose him either. It was a matter of reciprocity. And there was another benefit to adventuring with these disciples. Several of the female cultivators were glancing at him, their gazes lingering on his handsome face. And since they were indebted to him, they were naturally inclined to please him. Of course, with so many people watching, none of them dared to approach him. But their current hesitation didn't mean they wouldn't approach him later, perhaps during their journey, or even within the sect. Of course, he was a devoted man. Even if some women pursued him, he wouldn't give in easily. He wasn't that kind of casual person. He sat there, enjoying the scenery, the beautiful faces surrounding him, and Wei Mengru's disgusted gaze, which seemed to be saying, "You're such a creep." She had clearly guessed his other intentions. But he didn't care. She knew him intimately. She understood his nature. With other women, he might have pretended to be a kind and gentle young man. But with her, there was no need. It would only seem insincere. If he ever conquered her, he would definitely say something like, "Please step on me, Mengru." He imagined her reaction, her disgust. It would be exquisite. What if Ling Xian receives an inheritance from Lin Ling and her strength increases dramatically? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to control her? Wei Mengru asked suddenly, her voice a mental message. He snapped out of his thoughts, looking at her, her figure almost blending into the shadows, and he chuckled. Their strength increasing only benefits me, doesn't it? Not just Ling Xian, but also Ruashi and Xianer. The stronger they are, the more secure I am. He didn't mention senior sister Lan. She was already strong. That was why she was so difficult to conquer. He paused, then added, "And perhaps Ling Long's inheritance can reduce your bad luck, Mengru." She scoffed. "Don't waste it on me. My bad luck is not something that can be offset by a mere destiny inheritance. If one isn't enough, we'll get 3, he said, smiling. Any improvement in your luck, Mingru, it's worth any price. She looked at him, then remained silent. 15 minutes passed. He stopped chatting with her, standing up and looking at the disciples, smiling. It's time to go. Destiny inheritances were essentially secret techniques. Normally, a person's destiny was fixed at birth. But Ling Long, as an embodiment of destiny, possessed secret techniques that could bestow destiny upon others. She possessed 3 types of heavenly Tao aura, her destiny so vast that it overflowed, even attracting karmic fire. It was no wonder she occasionally left behind a destiny inheritance. It wasn't out of concern for the disciples. It was simply a way to alleviate her own overwhelming destiny. Mu Zhi'an led the disciples along a winding path. Young Master Mu, whether we receive an inheritance or not, we'll remember your kindness, a disciple said sincerely. Indeed, you could have gone to the inheritances yourself, but you chose to help us. Your generosity is admirable. Perhaps he's already received an inheritance. Gong Sun Chung wanted to say this, but seeing the harmonious atmosphere, he held back. If he could guess it, others could as well. But no one cared, and no one would mention it. Whether Mu Zhi'an had received an inheritance or not, the fact that he was still here, playing the good guy, was commendable. They were all intelligent. They had only agreed with Gong Sun Chung and Yi Yu because they were envious. When it came to slandering someone, even intelligent people chose to turn a blind eye. Young Master Yi, are we really going to follow them? A female disciple, her beauty above average, her voice sweet and alluring, looked at Yi Yu, his expression dark, and whispered to him mentally. He stared at Mu Zhi'an, surrounded by the other disciples, his gaze fixed on his back. Master, can you find the destiny inheritances? He asked the old man within him. After a moment, the old man's voice replied, This realm restricts those above foundation establishment. I could try to scan the area, but Ling Long might notice, and you would be disqualified. He glared at Mu Zhi'an, his voice filled with resentment. He's cheating as well. Why won't he be disqualified? The old man sighed. She gave him the map, didn't she? He fell silent, his anger simmering. Mu Zhi'an was only able to act so boldly because he had the map, knowing the locations of the inheritances. I don't believe he's that kind. He wouldn't give up Ling Long's destiny and help others, he said coldly. He knew Mu Zhi'an too well. He was driven by self-interest. He wouldn't do something so selfless. But if that was the case, why was he doing this? Giving up the chance to claim the inheritances and helping others instead. Was he truly that generous? Perhaps, as he had said, it was because the inheritances were based on compatibility, so he was bringing everyone along? Unlikely. And even if it was based on compatibility, he would surely be thinking, if I can't have it, no one can. He would do the same. If he couldn't have it, why should others? As he thought this, a possibility occurred to him, and he stared at Mu Zhi'an's back, his eyes narrowing. No, perhaps he's already received an inheritance, and that's why he's bringing us along. He looked at Mu Zhi'an, watching as he chatted with the female disciples, making them laugh, and he spoke, his voice laced with a hint of accusation. Young Master Mu, it's strange. Your destiny, it seems different. The disciples stopped, turning to look at him. Mu Zhi'an also stopped, looking back at him, smiling. Do you have some insight to share, young Master Yi? Not exactly. I'm simply curious. Your destiny, it seems to have changed. Has something happened? Yi Yu asked, his gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an's, trying to bait him. He couldn't actually see any changes in his destiny, but he could bluff. If Mu Zhi'an had received an inheritance, he would surely show some sign of panic. For example, did you receive a destiny inheritance from Senior Ling Long before coming here? He asked, his voice laced with suspicion. It made sense. With Mu Zhi'an's personality, he wouldn't give up such an opportunity and help others instead. The only possibility was that he had already claimed Ling Long's destiny. Mu Zhi'an stared at him, his eyes widening with mock surprise. Why, you figured it out. Yi Yu froze, surprised by his candor. I did receive an inheritance. So what? He smiled, his gaze challenging. What are you going to do about it, young Master Yi? The disciples watched them, their expressions neutral, their silence unwavering. Yi stared at them, confused by their lack of reaction. Then he saw the smile on Mu Zhi'an's face, and he understood. No, they weren't simply unresponsive. He had already won them over. From a moment he had entered the hall and offered to lead them, whether he had received an inheritance or not, it had become irrelevant. What mattered was that he could guide them to the inheritances. That was enough. He glared at Mu Zhi'an, his expression darkening. Then he looked at the other disciples, their silence a testament to their loyalty. He felt a surge of frustration and defeat. Nothing, he muttered, his voice laced with resentment. Questioning Mu Zhi'an now would be foolish. He wasn't that stupid. They continued along the path, their voices hushed, and soon they arrived at a platform. On the platform stood a stone tablet, its surface carved with ancient symbols, a purple aura swirling within, shimmering like a dragon. Ling Long's destiny. It's really here. Senior Ling Long's destiny. If we could receive it, our future will be bright. They stared at the purple aura, their eyes filled with anticipation. Mu Zhi'an also looked at the platform, studying the aura for a moment. Then he turned to the others, bowing. I'll try first. If I fail, we'll draw lots to see who goes next. How does that sound? We'll follow your lead, young Master Mu. That's fair. He had brought them here, so naturally they had no objections. He bowed again. Then, under their watchful gazes, he ascended the platform, his gaze fixed on the stone tablet, on the purple aura within. He finally saw it clearly. Isn't this the aura she left on my cheek when she licked me? He touched his cheek, a strange expression on his face. They were all desperately seeking this aura, but he could get more from her. And perhaps she had granted him some authority. He could sense that the aura within the tablet, it seemed to respond to his thoughts. Senior Lin Ling is too generous. He quickly composed himself, placing his hand on the tablet. Then he let go. Ling Long's inheritance was precious, but he had already received 3 inheritances, and he could exchange destiny with her later. There was no need to compete with them. He had already taken enough. It was time to be content. I wonder if she transfers destiny through licking. If so, I can give some to Roashi, Chinner, and even Mengru. He descended the platform, his thoughts racing. Then he instructed the disciples to draw lots. They took turns ascending the platform, and finally, it was Gong Sun Cheng's turn. He placed his hand on the tablet, his eyes filled with anticipation. A faint purple light emanated from the stone, and the aura began to flow towards him. I did it, he exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement, watching as the dragon-shaped aura moved within the tablet. The others had failed to activate it, but he had succeeded. The crowd gasped, whispering among themselves, their gazes filled with envy. Huang Manting narrowed her eyes, staring at him. He actually inherited Ling Long's destiny? Yi felt a surge of frustration and anxiety. If Gong Sun Cheng had claimed the first inheritance, there was only one left. If someone else claimed it before him, he would have come here for nothing. Wait, look. The aura isn't entering his body. A disciple's voice rang out, pointing towards the tablet. The aura, which had been flowing towards Gong Sun Cheng, stopped, hovering within the tablet, as if trying to escape but hesitating. His face paled, but he stared at the tablet, channeling his spiritual energy into it, trying to maintain its activation. Come in. What are you doing? He screamed inwardly, his gaze fixed on the aura. But no matter how hard he tried, it remained undecided, hovering between entering and fleeing. His spiritual energy depleted, and he stumbled back, his lips pale, collapsing onto the ground. Then he vanished from the hall. He had been eliminated. The disciples sighed with relief, their expressions turning serious. He was an 8th-level Foundation establishment cultivator, and he had struggled for so long, yet he had still failed. Ling Long's destiny was difficult to obtain. The young mistress of the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce is going up, a disciple said. They all looked towards Huang Manting, her black dress clinging to her alluring figure, her pale skin visible beneath the thin fabric. Her black embroidered shoes accentuated her delicate feet, her back slender and graceful. She ascended the platform, her usual carefree demeanor replaced by a focused intensity. She raised her hand to touch the tablet, but then a voice whispered in her ear, "Relax. Suppress your spiritual energy. Don't try to pull it in." It was Mu Zhi'an's voice. Her eyes flickered with surprise, but she quickly masked her reaction, placing her hand on the tablet. The dragon-shaped aura swirled within the stone. Then, under their watchful gazes, it entered her palm. The first Destiny inheritor had emerged. Huang Manting. If I'm not mistaken, she, Mu Zhi'an, and you are all from Tianxian City, right? The disciples watched as she descended the platform. Their voices hushed, their conversations filled with a mixture of awe and envy. Tianxian City is a land of abundant spiritual energy. It's not surprising that it would produce several geniuses. Normally, a single location producing two geniuses was considered remarkable. But Tianxian City had produced Yi Lingxian, Yi Yu, Huang Manting, all individuals with exceptional talent. It was because Tianxian City was near the two polarities sect, its spiritual energy rich and potent. Even simply meditating there would accelerate one's cultivation compared to other locations. Even if you failed, you still receive some destiny. It might not be as potent as Senior Ling Long's, but it's better than nothing, Mu Zhi'an said, smiling. The tablet was a test, designed to assess their compatibility with Ling Long's destiny. And simply undergoing the test granted them a small amount of destiny. His words eased the disappointment of those who had failed, their impression of him improving. They had initially remained neutral towards Yi Yu and Gong Suncheng's accusations because Mu Zhi'an was a stranger to them. But his actions now had changed their perception of him. Of course, some were still jealous, suspecting that he had already received an inheritance from Ling Long. But with him present, they wouldn't dare to voice their suspicions. After all, if he was truly favored by Ling Long, it would be wiser to befriend him than to antagonize him. Whether they disliked him or genuinely appreciated his help, they understood what to do. He watched as Huang Manting descended the platform, his gaze lingering on her alluring figure. She seemed to sense his gaze, meeting his eyes, a seductive smile playing on her lips. Then they both looked away. With so many people watching, it would be problematic if they knew he had helped her cheat. They were both intelligent. They understood the unwritten rules. "Did you help her?" Wei Mengru asked, her voice a mental message. He glanced at her, smiling, his voice teasing. "Are you jealous, Mengru?" "Don't worry. The three inheritances Senior Ling Long gave me are all for you. I was just helping Huang Manting." She scoffed. "I was simply asking." She paused, then added, her voice laced with concern. "Huang Manting is different. Be careful. You might be seduced by her charms." "I know what I'm doing," he replied calmly. A woman like Huang Manting, her possessiveness, her dominant nature, she enjoyed controlling others. She wasn't suitable as a lover. She was better suited as a friend. Besides, if he wanted to explore certain interests, he could always ask Mengru after he conquered her. He imagined her wearing black and white stockings. "No, I can't get ahead of myself. One step at a time." He sighed inwardly. He would have to settle for Ruashi tonight. He watched as the other disciples took turns testing their compatibility with the inheritance, his thoughts elsewhere. "Young Master Mu, are you free for tea tonight?" Huang Manting's voice, sweet and alluring, echoed in his mind. He looked towards her, her arms crossed, surrounded by admirers, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Her black dress clung to her captivating figure, her eyes, despite her seemingly casual conversation with the others, fixed on him, their allure undeniable. "Another time." "I'm busy," he replied mentally. His luck wasn't good lately. The Snow Lotus incident hadn't been resolved yet. If someone discovered he was visiting Huang Manting at night, it would be troublesome. He had to be cautious, and his mind was filled with images of Bairuashi, her cold beauty, her elegant figure. He wanted to savor her tonight. He would deal with Huang Manting later. He felt Wei Mengru's cold gaze upon him and quickly explained, "I'm not interested in her. I'm just returning a favor." "Why are you telling me this?" she replied, her voice indifferent. She paused, then asked, "When did you owe her a favor?" I promised her father that I would look after her. He glanced at her alluring figure, chuckling. Isn't this the best way to look after her? He was returning a favor and earning her goodwill. Huang Manting's goodwill might not be useful, but it was a bonus. Time passed, and the disciples continued their attempts, but the last purple aura remained within the tablet. Wei Mingru glanced at Mu Zhi'an, wondering if he was manipulating things behind the scenes. But she quickly dismissed the thought. There was no need for him to do that. He had given the first inheritance to Huang Manting to repay a favor. The second inheritance, as long as it didn't go to Yiyu, it didn't matter who received it. She looked at Yiyu, his confidence unwavering, and she scoffed inwardly. His destiny might be strong, but why was he so certain he would receive an inheritance? Everyone here was talented. None of them were so arrogant. The second inheritance went to a girl from the southern wilderness. She wore attire that was different from the other disciples, her head covered with a veil, a beauty mark adorning her forehead, her smile sweet and exotic. The eastern realm and the southern wilderness were far apart, their customs and appearances distinct. Her attire might seem unusual to those from the eastern realm, but it was common in the southern wilderness. He studied her, his gaze lingering on her slender waist. That waist, it would be fun to watch it sway. It was rare for someone from the southern wilderness to travel so far to the two polarities sect. As he thought this, he felt a sharp gaze upon him, and he looked up to see Yiyu, his expression dark, having failed to receive an inheritance. He ignored Yiyu, chuckling inwardly. He had only interfered when Yiyu had attempted to claim the inheritance. The other attempts, he hadn't done anything. The girl from the southern wilderness had earned it through her own merit. It was to be expected. Yiyu wasn't the only genius in the world. He was simply one of many, his talent and destiny exceptional. Yiyu had a chance to receive an inheritance, but so did others. But with Mu Zhi'an present, no matter how strong his destiny, he wouldn't be able to claim Ling Long's favor. An hour passed, and the disciples were gradually teleported out of the realm. Mu Zhi'an also left with them. Lan Muyin was waiting at the entrance, using a cloud to transport the disciples back to the sect. News of the two destiny inheritors would spread throughout the sect, and their newfound destiny would surely influence the inner disciple selections in a few days. After all, those who received Ling Long's favor were destined for greatness. Even the peak lords would have to reconsider their choices. Lan Muyin stood on a cloud, her back facing Mu Zhi'an, her figure alluring. She turned to look at him, her voice clear and cold. The third prince reported that you cheated during the trial, disrupting the other disciples. Is this true? He can't even accept defeat gracefully. He bowed respectfully. You know me, senior sister. If I had cheated, I would have simply expelled Yiyu and Gong Suncheng. And this is senior Ling Long's realm. How could I cheat under her watchful eye? She nodded silently, seemingly accepting his explanation. It's a shame I didn't receive an inheritance. I'm a bit disappointed, he said, hoping for some consolation. She scoffed. If Senior Ling Long was truly seeking you, you wouldn't have left empty-handed. She paused, then added, if you did receive an inheritance, it's wise to be discreet. There are other members of the great Qian dynasty's royal family within the sect. Fighting among disciples is forbidden, but be careful. Don't give them any ammunition. She was saying that the third prince had powerful backers, but they wouldn't openly target him within the sect. But if they found a reason, it would be a different story. She's treating me like one of her own. She wouldn't have warned him otherwise. Thank you for the advice, senior sister, he said sincerely. She nodded. Where's Master Yin? He asked suddenly. She had been with Lan Muyin earlier, but now she was gone. It was strange. Senior brother, Yi Hao invited us to enjoy some 8 treasures crane. She went with him. Seeing his confusion, she added, Yi Hao is the peak lord of Boundless Sea Peak. Yi Hao. So he's the one responsible for those brutal entrance exams. He made a mental note of the name. Aren't you going, senior sister? I heard 8 treasures crane is a rare delicacy. Eating a portion can significantly boost one's cultivation, he asked. She shrugged. It's useless for those at the peak of core formation, and someone has to stay here and escort you all back. You're so kind, senior sister. He seized the opportunity to flatter her. She nodded. The matter with Senior Ling Long, while it doesn't concern me, it's important to you. If you're free tomorrow, come to Two Polarities Peak early. It doesn't concern her? She seems quite interested. He chuckled inwardly. I understand. I'll be there early tomorrow, he replied. They chatted for a while longer. Then she suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed on something behind him. A silver-haired woman was approaching, her attire simple and elegant, her crimson eyes bright and clear, her hair tied back with a ribbon, her figure captivating, her aura gentle and charming. And in her hand she held a brightly colored crane, an 8 treasures crane. Even Lan Mulian was stunned, staring at the woman. Then she bowed respectfully. Senior Lin Ling, Mu Zhi'an also said, bowing. He looked at her, his brow furrowing. Where's Ling Xian? She pointed towards the celestial realm. She's still inside, he asked. Lin Ling nodded. Senior, what are you going to do with that crane? Lan Mulian asked hesitantly. Eh? Lin Ling tilted her head, her expression innocent, as if to say, I don't understand. Lan Mulian smiled faintly. I understand. If you're interested in 8 treasures crane, I'll explain everything to the Peak Lord of Boundless Sea Peak. Ling Long, to suppress her karmic fire, often secluded herself. It was rare for her to venture out. If she wanted a crane, it was understandable. The Peak Lord wouldn't mind. Even a precious crane was nothing compared to Ling Long. After chatting for a while longer, Mu Zhi'an said his goodbyes and left with Wei Mingru. He stood on the flying sword, maintaining a safe distance from Wei Mingru, as if to show he wasn't tempted by her charms. Lan Mulian watched them go, her expression unchanged. But as she looked away, she noticed that Lin Ling was gone. A few white feathers drifted down from the sky. Normally, flocks of 8 treasures cranes would be flying overhead at this hour, but today there were none. She frowned, confused. Then she turned to look towards Mu Zhi'an, a strange foreboding settling in her heart. Wei Mingru carried Mu Zhi'an on her flying sword, heading towards the Jade Glass Palace. The vast expanse of the cliff stretched beneath them, the air filled with spiritual energy and swirling mist. He wrapped his arms around her waist, his chest pressed against her back. She glanced at him coldly, and he chuckled, offering a flimsy excuse. I'm afraid of falling. She scoffed. Afraid? He hadn't seemed afraid in front of Lan Mulian. He was just trying to maintain his image in front of his senior sister. Men. She didn't say anything. They were almost at the Jade Glass Palace. Under her guidance, they soon arrived and entered the Garden of Heavenly Harmony, finding Bai Ruoshi in a tranquil pavilion. It was mid-autumn, but the garden was filled with blooming flowers and singing birds, a testament to its enchanted nature. Bai Ruoshi, her beauty captivating, wore a white dress, her long hair flowing freely, a strand falling across her cheek, giving her an air of effortless elegance. Are you all right? She asked, looking up at him, a gentle smile playing on her lips. I'm fine. There were some incidents in Senior Ling Long's realm, but fighting is forbidden, so it wasn't a problem, he replied, smiling back. She relaxed, gesturing for them to sit. The third prince is spreading rumors, saying you betrayed the others and claimed Ling Long's destiny inheritances for yourself, she said, her voice soft. She paused, then added, he's such an unpleasant person. They're both wastrels, but why are they so different? You're saying I'm a wastrel too? But I've reformed. He smiled, deciding to give her some discipline tonight. Ignore him. No one will believe him, he said, chuckling, taking a sip of tea. The disciples had all benefited from his help. What evidence did the third prince have? It was actually quite entertaining. In between cultivating, they could enjoy the clown's performance. It was a good way to relieve stress. Did you receive a destiny inheritance from Senior Ling Long, Mu Lang? She asked suddenly. He retrieved 3 small tablets from his storage ring. Each tablet contained a swirling purple aura. Her eyes widened with surprise. Heavenly Tao aura. As a possessor of Heavenly Tao aura, she recognized it instantly. There was no doubt that each tablet contained a strand of Heavenly Tao aura. She stared at the tablets for a moment, then looked up at him. While these strands are small, they'll still be beneficial to your cultivation. I'll protect you while you absorb them. I don't need them, he replied, shaking his head. He could obtain more heavenly Tao aura from Ling Long later. And these tablets also contain the secrets of destiny inheritances. Using them simply for the aura would be wasteful. Try absorbing one, Min Gru, he said, handing her a tablet. She took it, then looked at him, his smile genuine and reassuring. If one isn't enough, let me know. She hesitated, then murmured, thank you. She knew he often looked at her with certain thoughts in mind, but she couldn't refuse his kindness. She could sense his sincerity, even though he seemed to be sincere towards other women as well. Bairuashi watched their exchange, sipping her tea silently. She noticed his gaze upon her, her lashes fluttering as she lowered her eyes, her voice soft and shy. What is it, Mulang? Why are you staring at me? He reached across the table, placing his hand on hers. I missed you, Ruashi. You were only gone for half a day, she said, glancing at him, her voice laced with amusement. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. It's natural for me to miss you after half a day. He gazed at her beautiful face. Her skin was flawless, her features delicate, her eyes, despite her cold demeanor, sparkling with a hint of passion. She was irresistible. If she wore modern clothes, she would be the unattainable campus beauty, her long hair flowing freely, a simple t-shirt and white pleated skirt accentuating her figure, her legs long and slender, her ample bosom straining against the fabric. Wei Mingru glared at him, her expression filled with disgust. Yes, that's the look I love. He enjoyed her disapproval, his hand still holding Bairuashi's. She stood up and walked away, her movements graceful, and he slid closer to Bairuashi, his gaze lingering on her face. Her jawline was elegant, her nose delicate, her lips a tempting pink, their moistness enhanced by the tea she had just sipped. He placed his hands on her shoulders, leaning in to taste the tea on her lips. She blushed, trying to push him away, her voice soft. Not here. Don't worry. No one will come in, he murmured, his lips almost touching hers. He suddenly felt a breeze, a familiar aura beside him. He turned to see Lin Ling standing there, her simple robe concealing her figure, an 8 treasures crane struggling in her grasp, its wings bound. Senior Lin Ling? He asked, his voice laced with surprise. What are you doing here? She pointed at the table. She had written, continue. Then she added, I can wait. They exchanged a glance, and Bairuashi quickly pulled away, smoothing her hair, regaining her composure. She looked at him, her voice cold and distant, as if nothing had happened. Who is she, Mulang? She emphasized the word she. This is Senior Ling Long, he replied mentally. Ling Long, the ancient being who had existed since the sect's founding. What was she doing here? Bairuashi's eyes flickered, and she looked at Lin Ling, her gaze now filled with respect. Greetings, Senior. Her tone was respectful, but not servile. It was a skill she had learned from her family. But she didn't realize that Lin Ling didn't care about such formalities. What brings you here, Senior? Mu Zhi'an asked, confused. She placed the bound crane on the table. An 8 treasures crane. His eyes widened. Eating a portion of this crane could boost one's cultivation, effective up to the peak of core formation, with no side effects. According to Senior Sister Lawn, the Peak Lord of Boundless Sea Peak only had a few of them, and they were highly prized. She wrote on the table, let's stew it and eat it tonight. Senior Lin Ling, if you eat it, the Peak Lord won't say anything. But if we eat it, he said, his voice laced with concern. She tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Eh? She's asking why. He understood, somehow. The Peak Lord raised these cranes. He rarely eats them himself. He mostly uses them to reward exceptional disciples. He continued, they're so rare that he probably only has a few. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to eat one. Eh? She shook her head, her expression serious, as if trying to explain something. Then, under his watchful gaze, she retrieved another bound crane from her storage ring, this one even larger. She waved her hand, and more cranes, a total of 17, tumbled out of her ring, their wings bound, their cries filling the air. They look so pitiful, but their cries are so melodious. They must be delicious. He couldn't help but feel tempted. She wrote on the table, 17 in total. He won't notice if you eat one or two. You know it's stealing? He stared at her, her crimson eyes bright and innocent. In a way, she was similar to him. He would occasionally exploit Yu, but she was even more ruthless. She had stolen an entire flock of sheep. He looked at her, a hint of admiration in his eyes. She held a crane in her hand, the lush garden behind her, her simple robe doing little to conceal her beauty. She wrote on the table, "If you're unhappy, I can release them." He looked at the words, understanding her intentions. She hadn't stolen the cranes simply because she wanted to eat them. It was probably out of concern for him, a way to share her bounty. She had lived for perhaps tens of thousands of years, yet her heart was as pure as a child's. But they couldn't eat the cranes. However, they could use them to earn favor. She had good intentions. She believed she had benefited from transferring her destiny to him, so she wanted to compensate him. And of course, she probably wanted to eat them as well. If she ate them, the Peak Lord wouldn't say anything. He wouldn't dare. But if they ate them, even if he didn't say anything, he would surely be unhappy. But even if they couldn't eat them, they could still use them to gain an advantage. "If you don't mind, Senior, please stay here for a while," he said, glancing at the crane in her hand, smiling. "I'll prepare this crane for you later." Then he would simply wait for the Peak Lord of Boundless Sea Peak to arrive. Boundless Sea Peak. 5 cultivators sat in a pavilion on the summit, a pot of wine simmering on the table. The leader was Yi Hao, the current Peak Lord. Beside him sat Yi Huayun, the master of the medicinal cuisine pavilion, and Yen Ruyu, the master of the library. The other two were disciples invited by Yi Hao to enjoy some 8 treasures crane. "You seem to be in a good mood today, senior brother, inviting us to enjoy 8 treasures crane. Has something good happened?" Yen Ruyu asked, smiling, her beauty ethereal. Yi Huayun took a sip of wine, chuckling. "I believe senior brother is happy about the recent entrance exams." Another disciple added, "It's been a while since so many candidates passed Boundless Sea Peak's trial, and they're all quite talented. It's worth celebrating." Yen Ryu traced the rim of her cup, her eyes twinkling. "That Mu Zhi'an, he's quite capable." Yao nodded, smiling. To comprehend even a small portion of Master's formation, his talent is astonishing. "So, you're planning to choose him as your inner disciple?" Yen Ryu asked. He shook his head, chuckling. "I'm not in a hurry. I'll observe him for a while longer. Each peak can only choose one inner disciple. It's an important decision," Yi Huayun said. "There are many talented disciples this year. If I choose one, I'll have to give them an 8 treasures crane as a welcome gift." Yi Hao chuckled, his good mood evident. An 8 treasures crane, consumed before reaching the peak of core formation, could boost one's cultivation by at least 1 level. It was even more effective for those at Foundation establishment. Not just the disciples, but even some of the pavilion masters coveted the cranes. But no one dared to steal them. Yi Hao had spent countless resources raising them, and he had sentimental attachments to them. No one wanted to cross him. Speaking of which, didn't Junior Sister Lan mention that Ling Long took one of your cranes? Aren't you going to confront her?" Yen Ryu asked, her voice laced with amusement. He smiled faintly. "It's Ling Long. She can have all of them if she wants." Such was his magnanimity. Ling Long was the sex guardian beast. She had once fought alongside the founder, repelling the demon race, her power legendary. A few cranes, it was nothing. Of course, if she actually took all of them, he might not be so generous. They all understood, but they wouldn't point it out. They chatted for a while longer. Then Yen Ryu looked up at the setting sun, her brow furrowing slightly. "Speaking of which, shouldn't the cranes be back by now? It's getting late." Yi Hao also looked up at the empty sky, a flicker of unease in his eyes. He suddenly seemed to sense something, his gaze landing on a paper crane approaching. He caught it, and it transformed into a letter. The others looked at him, curious. "It's from Mu Zhi'an," he said, glancing at the letter. Then, as he read the contents, his smile vanished, his expression hardening. After a long silence, he exhaled slowly, his voice grim. I need to go to the Jade Glass Palace. Chapter 111. You're my favorite out of all the women I've loved. Mu Zhi'an waited in the pavilion, and soon, a handsome man in white robes approached, his aura refined, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Who's this guy? He's quite handsome, almost as handsome as me. Mu Zhi'an studied him, his thoughts filled with a hint of rivalry. Yihao bowed politely, his demeanor humble despite his status. Young friend Mu, you sent me a letter? This is Yihao. The Peak Lords were all at least 100 years old, their cultivation at nascent soul or higher. Mu Zhi'an bowed deeply, his voice respectful. Greetings, senior. I am Mu Zhi'an. His attitude was sincere and deferential. Yihao nodded, smiling. I received your letter. I heard Senior Linglong is staying with you? She is, senior. She just finished eating an 8 treasures crane. Mu Zhi'an replied respectfully. Yihao's eyelid twitched, but his smile remained unchanged. It's fine. She can have as many as she wants. If you didn't care, you wouldn't be here. Mu Zhi'an said. She simply wanted to try it. It has no effect on someone like her. Yihao nodded, chuckling. What do you suggest, young friend Mu? Mu Zhi'an pondered for a moment, then said, It's a waste to consume them, so I tried to dissuade her, but... He hesitated, then continued. Don't worry, senior. I'll think of something. The truth was, after eating one crane, Lin Ling had decided they weren't as delicious as she had expected. She had lost interest in the others. So when he had requested them, she had readily agreed. But he hadn't accepted them. After all, if he had retrieved them so easily, the favor wouldn't be as memorable. Yihao's expression softened slightly. I'll leave it to you, young friend Mu. With his status, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to demand the cranes back from Linglong. It would be embarrassing. He had just declared in front of his fellow Peak Lords that she could have all of them, and now, if he went back on his word, how could he face them? Besides, if she refused, he couldn't force her. She was Linglong. Even the sect master might not be able to persuade her. He could only place his hopes on Mu Zhi'an. Why is she staying with you? He asked suddenly, remembering the most important question. Linglong rarely left her seclusion. She had never shown any favoritism towards anyone, except for the sect master. Yet she was currently residing with a new disciple. It was baffling. Mu Zhi'an sighed, his voice laced with a carefully crafted concern. I encountered her in her realm, senior. We connected, and she even granted me a destiny inheritance. Oh, Yihao studied him, his expression curious. Isn't that a good thing? Why are you sighing? It is, but the third prince is spreading rumors, saying I abandoned my companions and claimed the inheritances for myself. Mu Zhi'an said, his voice filled with mock despair. The third prince? Yihao pondered for a moment, then scoffed. That old fool's son. Those royals are always resorting to schemes. He looked at Mu Zhi'an, his voice reassuring. Don't worry, young friend Mu. If anyone tries to exploit this, the sect will ensure fairness. Your righteousness is admirable, senior. Thank you, Mu Zhi'an said, feigning gratitude. Yihao nodded. Then, before leaving, he offered a subtle hint. 8 treasures cranes have no effect on those above the peak of core formation. If Senior Linglong wants to eat, I'll have some other ingredients delivered. As for the cranes, if you can retrieve them, I'll give you one. I'll take care of it, senior, Mu Zhi'an said, his voice filled with mock confidence. Yihao smiled, pleased by his understanding. He offered a few more words of encouragement, urging him to focus on his cultivation. Then he departed. Mu Zhi'an bowed respectfully, watching as he soared into the sky. He returned to his room and found Lin Ling sitting there, her chin resting on her hand, lost in thought. Her silver hair flowed freely, her beautiful face illuminated by the candlelight, her ample bosom pressed against the table, her simple robe doing little to conceal her alluring figure. Senior Lin Ling, we'll return the cranes to the Peak Lord in a few days. Is that all right? He asked, his voice soft. He had already asked once, but it was best to confirm, just in case she changed her mind. She snapped out of her thoughts, glancing at him, then nodded. She had been in seclusion for years, suppressing her karmic fire. Now, with someone's help, she could temporarily leave her realm in human form. Naturally, she wanted to experience various delicacies. She had tried one crane, and she wasn't interested anymore. "When will we exchange, Destiny?" he asked. She tapped the table, writing something on its surface. He looked at the words. After the inner disciple selection. Transferring Destiny required time and preparation, even for Ling Long. And it was a gradual process, not something that could be completed in a day or two. He nodded, smiling, then chatted with her for a while longer, building rapport before leaving the room. He didn't return to his own room. He headed towards by Ruashi's, quietly opening the door. She was lying in bed, seemingly asleep, but he knew it was just a pretense. Core formation cultivators didn't need sleep, and it was still early. She wouldn't be sleeping at this hour. He closed the door, removed his robes, and slipped into bed, wrapping his arms around her soft body. Another night of helping by Ruashi with her cultivation. How tedious. That night, in a secluded chamber, Ning Long, the third prince, sat with a dark expression on his face, his fingers tapping impatiently against the armrest. Two cultivators, his age, stood before him respectfully. Normally, a dynasty's reign wouldn't exceed 300 years. But in this world, the great Qian dynasty had ruled the Eastern realm for nearly 1,000 years. It had reached its peak a century ago, but in recent years, there had been signs of decline. But even so, its foundation remained strong. Many royals had entered the Two Polarities sect, some even rising to positions of power. He had received special treatment since joining the sect. For example, these two cultivators have been assigned to him by the Vice Peak, Lord of Metamorphic Jewel Peak, to handle any inconveniences. "You're saying Mu Zhi'an led the disciples to the Destiny inheritances?" he asked, his voice cold, his heart filled with regret. He was the third prince of the great Qian dynasty, born with imperial aura. If he had received Ling Long's inheritance, he might even have a chance to become crown prince. After all, the destiny bestowed by Ling Long, even his father would have to reconsider. But he had been expelled from the realm shortly after entering. If he hadn't spoken up, if he had simply waited patiently, he might have followed Mu Zhi'an to the inheritances. He might even have received Ling Long's destiny. It was his own fault for being impulsive, but it was also Mu Zhi'an's fault. If he hadn't cheated, he wouldn't have felt unjustly treated and questioned Ling Long. The two who received inheritances, one was Huang Manting, the other a girl from the southern wilderness, a cultivator reported respectfully. Within the Two Polarities sect, even his status as a prince wasn't that impressive. But he had the backing of the Vice Peak Lord of Metamorphic Jewel Peak. That was a different story. Serving the Vice Peak Lord was a rare opportunity. If they earned his favor, they might receive preferential treatment. It was a tempting prospect. "Are you sure Mu Zhi'an received an inheritance as well?" he asked. "We can't be sure. There's no outward sign," the other cultivator replied. Some disciples said they saw Ling Long approaching by Ruashi when she first left the cliff. Mu Zhi'an was there as well, the first cultivator reported, sharing the information he had gathered. "Oh," he narrowed his eyes, his fingers tapping against the armrest. After a moment, a realization dawned on him. What if Ling Long wasn't looking for Bai Ruashi, but for Mu Zhi'an? That would explain why she was with him in the realm, why they seemed so close. Ling Long had been seeking him from the beginning. Bai Ruashi was just a distraction. He's definitely hiding something. He spoke with conviction. "Continue investigating. After the inner disciple selection, I want to know everything about his past." The two cultivators bowed. "Yes, Your Highness." He watched them leave, sipping his tea, his thoughts racing. Meanwhile, "You're unhappy," a voice echoed in Yi Yu's mind, sensing his frustration. "My talent, my destiny, they're both stronger than his. Why did Ling Long choose him, not me?" He screamed inwardly, his aura fluctuating wildly. The old man sighed. "Destiny only increases your chances of encountering opportunities. Seizing those opportunities, that depends on your own abilities." "Are you saying I'm incompetent, Master?" he asked, his voice laced with resentment. You're not incompetent. You're far more capable than Mu Zhi'an, the old man replied. But you lack flexibility. In the cultivation world, strength is only one aspect. Social skills, adaptability, they're equally important. Imagine this. You reach the peak of foundation establishment, even core formation. You could defeat Mu Zhi'an in a fair fight. But what if he calls for help? His words silenced you. He quickly retorted, relying on others is a crooked path. But you've been defeated by outside forces several times. Bai Ruoxi was your fiancée. Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian are your cousins. And now they're all on his side. Isn't that outside help? The old man sighed, but he didn't say anything else. On the platform, an elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the disciples below. Nearby, a middle-aged man in white robes spoke about the two polarities sect, its history and traditions, urging the new disciples to cultivate diligently. This year's batch of disciples seems to be the most promising in over a decade, Yin Ryu said, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, a smile playing on her lips. In terms of talent, it's true, the Grand Elder agreed, stroking his beard, his eyes twinkling. The Bai family's young mistress, the Mu family's servant girl, the enchantress from the Morning Glory Chamber Commerce, and even the girl from the Southern Wilderness, they're all quite impressive, a clear, melodious voice said. Have you forgotten about the Yi family's girl? If I'm not mistaken, the old geezer from the Forbidden Zone brought his daughter here a few years ago. Regardless, I claim Bai Ruoxi for Dao Peak, a woman in a simple cotton dress said, her voice firm, a smile playing on her lips. Her beauty seemed to dim the surrounding scenery, a red beauty mark adorning her forehead, her smile both alluring and intimidating. There are 15 candidates eligible for inner discipleship. Choosing nearly half of them, it's a difficult decision, Xiang Yin, the Peak Lord of Pure Yang Peak, said, looking at the Grand Elder. Could we make an exception and choose 2 this year, Grand Elder? Pure Yang Peak doesn't have the privilege of choosing 2 inner disciples, does it, Brother Xiang? Another Peak Lord chuckled. The winners of the last sect tournament were Myriad Flowers Peak and Dream Drunken Peak. Only those 2 peaks can choose 2. The selection process began with the winners of the previous tournament, followed by the other peaks. Xiang Yin, his temper flaring, nearly cursed. Myriad Flowers Peak only won by using their draining techniques. They simply waited until the other disciples were exhausted. What kind of victory is that? Don't get so agitated, Brother Xiang. It's the opening ceremony. The disciples are watching. The Peak Lord of Myriad Flowers Peak said gently, a smile playing on her lips. She was a beautiful woman, her charm undeniable, but those who knew her understood that she was far from gentle. The Grand Elder smiled. There's no rush. We can discuss the inner disciples after the ceremony. The sect master has arrived, someone said suddenly. They looked around, but they didn't see her. Then, in an instant, she appeared on the last seat, a woman in a simple gray robe, her long hair cascading down her back. Sect master, they said, bowing respectfully. The sect master is late. Did something happen? The Grand Elder asked, his voice low. It's nothing. I was simply meeting an old friend. I was delayed. Shang Yinfei replied calmly, her gaze sweeping over the disciples below. She discreetly wiped a smudge of grease from her lips. Yihao stared at her, his brow furrowing slightly. Why do I sense 8 treasures crane on her? Impossible. She's the sect master. She wouldn't steal my cranes, would she? He quickly dismissed the disrespectful thought. Speaking of which, junior sister, haven't you been stuck at the 3rd level of nascent soul for quite some time? The Peak Lord of Dao Peak asked Yen Ryu, a smile playing on her lips. Yen Ryu frowned, but she quickly smiled. I'm still young. A few more years at this bottleneck won't hurt. But haven't you been at the 5th level of nascent soul for nearly 2 decades, senior sister? At your age, you should be careful, she retorted, her voice laced with subtle mockery. Wouldn't it be tragic to reach the end of your life still stuck at the 5th level? Her smile was gentle, but her words were sharp. It was no wonder. She and the Peak Lord of Dao Peak had been fellow disciples, their rivalry long-standing. After the previous peak lord of Dao Peak had passed away, leaving the position to the current peak lord, Yin Ryu had left the peak. The two polarities' sect was vast. They rarely saw each other, but now their meeting had inevitably led to some friction. However, her words had struck a nerve with many present. They were all powerful cultivators, individuals who would be renowned in the outside world. But on this platform, they were ordinary, and many of them had been stuck at their current bottlenecks for years. It wasn't due to laziness or lack of effort. The path of cultivation became increasingly difficult, especially when facing a bottleneck. Her words had unsettled them. The sect master is gracing us with her presence, and the disciples are watching. Please behave yourselves, the second elder said, his voice laced with a hint of warning. They both fell silent. Shang Yinfei glanced at the peak lords and elders. So many of them are stuck. A thought occurred to her, and she looked towards the disciples below, specifically at Mu Zhi'an. If they knew about his other vessel, he would surely be included in their discussions about inner disciples. The male cultivators wouldn't care, but there were several female cultivators present. Taking advantage of a junior wouldn't be ideal, but if it meant breaking through their bottleneck, most would be tempted. The disciples were also looking at the woman on the platform. Even though her attire was simple, her aura commanded attention. Mu Zhi'an also stared at her, her long hair flowing freely, her beauty undeniable. He couldn't see her clearly from below, but even her silhouette was captivating. She seems destined for me. He sighed inwardly. As he thought this, she seemed to sense his gaze, looking towards him. Their eyes met. She smiled, her expression both alluring and knowing. His mind went blank, and it took him a moment to recover. Damn, it feels like she can see through me. He quickly looked away, lowering his head, feigning respect. She truly is a shark. My pond can't handle her yet. What's wrong? Wei Mingru asked, sensing his unease, her voice a mental message. He shook his head. Nothing. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm a bit tired. She rolled her eyes, her voice laced with disapproval. Who told you to spend the night with Miss Bai? She didn't finish her sentence, but her gaze was filled with disgust. He ignored her, glancing at Bai Ruashi, her figure alluring even among the other disciples. Then his gaze shifted to Yi Qian, who was standing behind her, her blue dress accentuating her curves, her beauty both innocent and alluring. She usually stayed by Yi Lingshuan's side, but after entering Ling Long's realm a few days ago, she had seemingly received an inheritance, and it seemed it wasn't over yet. I'll ask Ling Long about it when I see her. He had been craving Lingshuan's rouge. As he was about to look away, he noticed a young man in a four-clawed python robe standing nearby. The voice continued to echo in his mind, its tone unsettling despite the bright, sunny day. He rubbed his arms, looking around at the crowd. The disciples seemed unaware. Their gazes were fixed on the sect master, their eyes filled with admiration, as if they couldn't hear anything. Child, I'm over here. The ancient voice whispered again, sending shivers down his spine. He looked towards the woman on the altar. Senior Sisterland's master is one of the most powerful cultivators in the world. She should be able to hear it. What is that voice? But Shang Yinfei seemed oblivious. Her gaze was fixed on the altar, her expression serene as she performed the ceremony. My child, the voice echoed in his mind, its persistence unnerving. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his back damp despite the cool autumn air. Wei Mingru noticed his distress, her voice laced with concern. Are you all right? If you're not feeling well, we can leave. He shook his head, his gaze fixed on the altar. Is there something sealed within it? But even if there was, it didn't explain why only he could hear the voice. Yi is supposed to be the chosen one. Shouldn't this opportunity be his? No, this wasn't an opportunity. It was more like misfortune. Perhaps I've been with too many women. Is this divine retribution? He chuckled inwardly, his mind still able to joke despite the situation. He pressed his hand against his forehead, the voice echoing in his mind, relentless. His vision blurred, the world around him seeming to fade, as if shrouded in mist. Wei Mingru looked at him, her usual coldness replaced by a hint of worry. Shang Yinfei finished the ceremony, placing 3 incense sticks on the altar. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky. The voice vanished, and he could hear the disciples whispering again, their voices clear. But his forehead was now beaded with sweat. Shang Yinfei descended the altar and returned to the platform. She glanced at the Grand Elder, her voice a mental message. Postpone the inner disciple selections until the day after tomorrow. The Grand Elder looked at her, surprised, but he nodded without hesitation, relaying the message to the organizers. She then looked towards a woman in a white dress, standing among the disciples. Lan Muyan, sensing her master's gaze, looked up and heard her voice, soft but firm. Bring Mu Zhi'an to the back mountain. Mu Zhi'an? Why does she know his name? And why is she summoning him? Yes, master. She was confused, but she didn't question her master's orders. As the organizers announced the postponement, the disciples began to disperse, discussing the reason for the delay. Perhaps there are too many talented candidates this year. Even the peak lords need more time to deliberate. Indeed, this year's disciples are exceptional. It's a golden age, and there are so many beautiful junior sisters. They couldn't help but discuss the attractiveness of their fellow disciples. In any era, beautiful women were a popular topic of conversation among men, even the cultivation world. But the most beautiful, it has to be by Roashi, right? A disciple said, mentioning her name. Overall, the Bai family's young mistress is indeed a beauty. She could even rival senior sister Lan, another agreed. Isn't she here as well? Why haven't we seen her? She's over there. They turned to look. Bai Roashi was sitting on a step in a quiet corner of the square, her arm linked with Mu Zhi'an's, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Her white dress accentuated her pale skin, her beauty captivating even with minimal makeup. A seemingly frail young man, being cared for by such a beauty, it sparked envy in the hearts of many. The disciples slowed their pace. Watching them, their voices hushed. Who's that guy with her? He's Mu Zhi'an, the eldest son of the Mu family. He used to be a womanizer. I don't know how he managed to win her over. A core formation genius with a 5th-level foundation establishment cultivator. He must be quite skilled at pursuing women. Hearing their whispers, a disciple who had benefited from Mu Zhi'an's help couldn't help but speak up. He's not incompetent. He single-handedly led us through Boundless Sea Peak's trial, and he supposedly performed well in Ling Long's realm as well. Boundless Sea Peak's trial? They gasped, their expressions filled with disbelief. They all knew how brutal that Peak's entrance exams were. A 5th-level foundation establishment cultivator, leading a group of disciples through Boundless Sea Peak's trial, Ling Long's realm. I heard from my senior brother that most can't even pass the first stage with the puppets. How did he do it? Their whispers reached Mu Zhi'an's ears. Bairuashi frowned slightly. They're so annoying. He had performed well, yet they were questioning him, their words filled with disdain. He sat on the step, Bairuashi beside him, Wei Mingru standing silently nearby. He patted Bairuashi's hand, chuckling. People's prejudices are like mountains. My past behavior and my current actions are so different, it's natural for them to be skeptical. And 5th-level foundation establishment, normally it wouldn't be possible to lead others through the trial. If not for the formation on Boundless Sea Peak, he wouldn't have been able to help them. And some of them weren't truly suspicious. They were simply envious that he was with Bairuashi. It was understandable. A talented young woman with a former wastrel, it would inevitably attract some gossip. But at least they were intelligent. They wouldn't confront him directly like Yu or Gong Sun Cheng. They would simply whisper behind his back. Bairuashi understood that defending him wouldn't help. It would take time to change their perceptions. She believed he would eventually prove them wrong. After all, she had also been prejudiced against him, hadn't she? But after spending time with him, she had come to understand his charm. It wasn't his strength, but the sense of security he gave her. Although his habit of teasing her during intimate moments, it was a bit annoying. She blushed, remembering certain unpleasant images. She wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at him, her voice filled with concern. What happened, Mulang? Why are you so pale? He looked at her, her beauty captivating, her concern genuine, and he smiled. It's nothing. Don't worry. She still seemed worried, but she didn't press him further. She sat beside him, waiting for him to recover. Yu watched them from the crowd, his heart burning with resentment as he saw her caring for Mu Zhi'an so tenderly, her gentleness on full display. He remembered her coldness, her indifference when she had given him the annulment letter. The contrast fueled his anger. Mu Zhi'an seemed to sense his gaze, looking up and meeting his eyes. Yu mouthed 2 words, "You deserve it." He was referring to Mu Zhi'an's weakened state. Mu Zhi'an ignored him, focusing on Bairuashi. He wouldn't let a jealous person ruin his mood. He was about to look away when a clear, sweet voice called out to him. "Brother Mu." He looked up to see Yi Qian approaching, her embroidered shoes silent against the stone, her skirt swirling around her, revealing her smooth legs, her bosom bouncing slightly with each step. She reached him, looking down at him, her voice filled with concern. "Are you all right, Brother Mu?" He smiled weakly, shaking his head. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." He gestured for her to sit beside him, then looked up at Yu, who was glaring at him, and mouthed, "Your sister is so cute." Yu stiffened, his expression turning uncomfortable, and Mu Zhi'an smiled, satisfied, looking away. He was still feeling drained from the strange voice earlier, but the 2 women beside him, and even Mengru's concerned gaze, it was enough to heal him. It would be even better if Ling Xian and senior sister were here. As he thought this, the surrounding sounds seemed to fade. A shadow fell over him. He turned to see Lan Mulian standing behind him, her face veiled, her lips parting slightly. "Come with me to the back mountain," she said, her voice cold and clear, her allure undeniable. Her words sent a shiver down his spine, and he suddenly understood how Yu had felt earlier. Then he realized something. "Why is she summoning me now? Why are we going to the back mountain, senior sister?" he asked, his voice a mental message. "My master wants to see you," she replied mentally. Her master, the sect master? He froze, his mind reeling. "Shit, I'm not ready to meet the shark." The 3rd prince watched, his eyes widening in disbelief as Lan Mulian led Mu Zhi'an away. He had learned about her before joining the sect. As the sect master's only disciple, her position within the 2 polarities sect was unique. A wastrel, involved with Bairuashi, the Yi sisters, and even senior sister Lan. He stared after them, his anger simmering, until they disappeared from view. But it didn't matter. He wouldn't have to see Mu Zhi'an for much longer. They had both entered the sect through connections. But so what? The difference between an inner disciple and an outer disciple was vast. Mu Zhi'an might have entered the sect through connections, but he couldn't become an inner disciple that way. The Mu family's influence didn't extend into the 2 polarities sect, but the great Qian dynasties did. He could become an inner disciple with the help of the Vice Peak Lord. Once he was an inner disciple, he would have countless ways to seek revenge. For now, he looked towards Huang Manting, surrounded by admirers, her smile radiant, and his gaze softened, a hint of infatuation in his eyes. He had realized how foolish he had been. Bairuashi was beautiful, and the Yi sisters were charming, but now his priority was this exceptional woman, the young mistress of the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. As he thought this, she seemed to sense his gaze, looking up at him and smiling, her allure captivating. He felt his heart skip a beat, and he walked towards her, drawn to her like a moth to a flame. Meanwhile, Yu stared after Mu Zhi'an, his voice a desperate whisper in his mind. "Master, are you sure? Is there really something sealed within the pilgrimage palace?" "I sense something. It can't be wrong," the old man replied. "Focus on your cultivation. If you become an inner disciple, the gap between you and him will only widen. Then, dealing with him, it will be a simple matter. And once you're an inner disciple, visit the pilgrimage palace. Perhaps you'll find something valuable." "I understand, Master." He felt a surge of determination, his heart filled with hope. Mu Zhi'an might be acting smug, but this was the 2 polarities sect. Inner disciples were chosen based on talent, and talent was something Mu Zhi'an lacked. He was just a scheming, lowly scoundrel. Ling Xian and Qin'er had been deceived by him. Even his former fiancée, she had fallen under his spell. Ling Xian and Bai Ruoxi would surely become inner disciples. And then he chuckled inwardly, turning and leaving the pilgrimage palace with the other disciples. Mu Zhi'an said goodbye to Wei Mingru and Bai Ruoxi, then followed Lan Mulian to the back mountain of Two Polarities Peak. A pavilion stood there, its octagonal table carved from greenstone. He stood before the pavilion, Lan Mulian beside him, the sect master facing away from them, her hands clasped behind her back. Her long hair cascaded down her back, her gray robe concealing her figure, her attire simple. Yet her back, it was captivating. He tried to see her face, but it was blurred as if shrouded in mist. "You've arrived," she said, her voice clear and melodious. He felt a sudden urge to prostrate himself. Her voice alone, it was like the voice of a celestial being, inspiring awe and reverence. "I can't kneel. She's just a woman, a beautiful woman." He suppressed the urge, his gaze fixed on her back. Slowly, his lustful instincts overwhelmed his reverence. Lan Mulian discreetly left the pavilion. Shang Yanfei turned and sat at the table, waving her hand. A teapot and 2 cups appeared. "Have a seat. You must be thirsty after today's events." He bowed respectfully, taking a seat across from her. He glanced at her, trying to see her face, but it was still blurred. It wasn't like a mosaic. It was as if he forgot her features the moment he saw them. "Ask whatever you want," she said, smiling. He hesitated, then asked, "Did you hear a strange voice at the altar today, sect master?" "I did," she replied calmly. "Is there something sealed within the pilgrimage palace's altar?" he asked, his voice laced with a hint of apprehension. He paused, then added, "Do I need to know about the pilgrimage palace?" "No." "Then forget I asked," he said, relaxing slightly. She sipped her tea, her voice laced with amusement. "Aren't you curious about the voice? It's not something I can handle. And if you weren't concerned, sect master, then I don't need to worry either," he replied. "He's quite clever." She studied him, her eyes twinkling. "Any other questions?" "Are you accepting any more disciples?" he asked, trying to ingratiate himself. She shook her head. "We're not compatible." "Why does that sound like a rejection?" He cleared his throat. "How much do you know about me, sect master?" His question was deliberately vague. He wasn't sure how much she knew, if she was even aware of the Demon Realm Empress's mark. He hoped to extract some information, but she simply shook her head, smiling. "Your question is too vague. Be more specific." He hesitated, then sighed. "Forget it. I have no more questions. The 9 peaks will choose 9 inner disciples in 2 days. Inner disciples receive more resources, which will benefit your cultivation." She set down her teacup, looking at him, a smile playing on her lips. "And you'll have access to more information. If you want to join the game, this is the first step." He froze, his hand hovering over his teacup. Her words were a clear hint. She knew about the Demon Realm Empress. He considered his options, then spoke, his voice firm. "Sect master, the truth is..." She raised her finger to her lips, silencing him, her smile unwavering. "You're an unseen player. You shouldn't reveal yourself." He stared at her, her beauty captivating. Her words were a clear message. She knew everything, but she wouldn't acknowledge it. She was playing dumb. Perhaps because if he admitted to meeting the Demon Realm Empress, the world-devouring python would sense it. The 2 empresses were playing a game, and he was a pawn caught between them. He was both the Demon Realm Empress's agent and the sect master's. Being a double agent wasn't easy. He sighed inwardly, then changed the subject. "Have you received a snow lotus, sect master? Are you referring to the one that accidentally ended up in my possession?" She opened her hand, revealing a pristine snow lotus. It was the one he had sent through the paper crane, intended for Lan Mulian. The sect master was truly his pen pal. Even though he had suspected it, hearing her confirmation, it was still shocking. "This shark, my pawn can't handle her yet. If I brought her in, she might devour me." He felt a mixture of disappointment and excitement. Perhaps it was the allure of the unattainable. They finished their tea, and he stood up to leave. Whatever was sealed within the pilgrimage palace, it wasn't his concern. He couldn't influence the grand scheme. The sect master knew what she was doing. As for becoming an inner disciple, he wouldn't ask for her help. He didn't mind being a kept man, but she was too powerful. Until he had earned her affection, accepting too many favors would create an imbalance in their relationship. She might think he was only using her, and that would be unpleasant. He paused before leaving the pavilion, turning to look at her, smiling. I might be insignificant, sect master, but the words in my letters, they were all true. Those letters were intended for my disciple. Weren't they? She asked, her voice laced with amusement. It was just a coincidence that they ended up with me. He smiled, his voice soft. Indeed, a coincidence, but perhaps a fated one. He left the pavilion, her gaze following him, his heart light. Normally, he wouldn't have spoken to her like that, but she had replied to his letters, her words even hinting at something more. It meant he could make a move. Of course, he had to control the pace. If he accidentally won her over, he wouldn't be overjoyed. He would be worried. She was a shark. She would devour anyone in her pond. He would take it slow, one step at a time. He waited outside the pavilion, and soon, Lan Mulian arrived, riding Cloud. Senior sister, he said, greeting her. She glanced at the empty pavilion. What did my master ask you? Things I can't discuss yet, he replied. She frowned, seemingly displeased, but she didn't press him further. Are you confident about the inner disciple selection? She asked, changing the subject. He sighed, feigning concern. Honestly, it's difficult. He had a guaranteed spot in the sect, but becoming an inner disciple, that depended on his own abilities. Are you accepting any more disciples, senior sister? I could be your disciple, he said, chuckling. She smiled faintly. You're still in the mood to joke. It seems you're confident. He sighed dramatically. I wasted too much time in the past. I can't improve my cultivation that quickly. If you weren't confident, you wouldn't be so relaxed, she said, her gaze meeting his, waiting for his answer. She knows me too well. She's too smart. He hesitated, then continued. 5th level foundation establishment. It's not enough to become an inner disciple. But I'm an art student. Joining one of the 9 peaks and becoming an inner disciple directly, it wasn't realistic. There were too many competitors. But there were other, neutral factions within the sect. He didn't have to become an inner disciple through one of the peak lords. There was an easier way. How was your meeting with Master? Lan Mulian asked casually as they flew back to the jade glass palace on her cloud. She's well endowed and beautiful, but the pressure is too intense. A normal person couldn't handle her. Mu Zhi'an thought to himself, then replied respectfully. The sect master is a remarkable woman, her words and actions both captivating and inspiring. She's worthy of respect. Shang Yanfei was truly an exceptional woman, but he wasn't sure if it was her power or her aura. She seemed unattainable for now. Even if he managed to conquer her in the future, she wouldn't be easy to control. Lan Mulian nodded, her voice clear and cold. She rarely meets with anyone. She must have had a reason for summoning you. Since you can't discuss it, I won't pry. But remember whatever she told you. Senior sister is still trying to extract information. He nodded obediently. Yes, senior sister. They soon arrived at the Jade Glass Palace, and, as he stepped off the cloud, he remembered something. He looked up at her. I picked 2 peach blossoms from the pilgrimage palace a few days ago. Is that all right? Why would he pick peach blossoms? She chuckled. As long as he didn't take them all, no one will say anything. After all, the pilgrimage palace is a place for couples to relax. Others have done the same. She was curious about his intentions, but she didn't ask, simply glancing at him. Focus on your cultivation. Don't waste your talent. He should be at least at the 8th level of foundation establishment, but he was only at the 5th. It was the price he had paid for his past indulgences. She was about to leave when he called out to her. Wait, senior sister. She turned to see him approaching, a small wooden box in his hand. What's this? She asked, her eyes flickering with curiosity. She took the box and opened it, revealing a pink peach blossom nestled in luminous soil, its delicate petals unblemished. Peach blossoms are common at the pilgrimage palace, but I still hope you'll accept this, he said, his gaze meeting hers. Are you saying it resembles me, junior brother Mu? She asked, closing the box. a hint of amusement in her voice. The snow lotus represents your aloof exterior, but the peach blossom, it's your true self, he said, sighing dramatically. I know you might not believe me now, but even so, I wanted to give it to you instead of letting it gather dust in my storage ring. He looked at her, his voice soft. May I see your face, senior sister? His unexpected request surprised her, and she hesitated, remaining silent. If I could see your face, senior sister, it would motivate me to fight for an inner disciple position, he said, his voice laced with a carefully crafted earnestness. She still didn't respond, and he sighed, turning to leave. If you become an inner disciple, I'll give you a gift, she said, her voice cold but clear. He turned back to see her removing her veil. Her beauty seemed to eclipse even the peach blossom. He stared at her, his gaze captivated. He had imagined her resembling Fei Ying, but seeing her face, it was even more stunning. Perhaps because she had just accepted his peach blossom, or perhaps because she had revealed her face, her usually aloof demeanor was softened by a faint blush, her beauty both elegant and alluring. That's more like it. She's usually so cold and distant, not at all like a cute girl. This is perfect, he thought to himself. She was both aloof and feminine. If a jade beauty truly existed, it would be her. He bowed. I'll work hard to become an inner disciple, senior sister. Not for me. For yourself. Your priorities are misguided, she said, her lips curving into a faint smile. How can pursuing a beautiful woman be misguided? He looked at her, her eyes cold and clear, then said, I'll go meditate now, senior sister. She nodded, watching as he left, then she gently touched her storage ring. Within it, she kept the ingredients and recipe for a rank advancement pill. It could instantly raise a foundation establishment cultivator's rank by 1 level, but it could only be used once. It would be perfect for him, but giving him such a valuable gift, it might make him feel like he was being pitted. Men's pride was often fragile, but if he became an inner disciple, he wouldn't be able to refuse. She rode her cloud, leaving the Jade Glass Palace and heading towards the back mountain of Two Polarities Peak. Back at the pavilion, Mu Zhi'an, oblivious to her thoughts, knocked on a door. Senior Lin Ling. The door opened slightly, revealing a bright crimson eye, peering at him through the crack. After confirming his identity, she opened the door wider. He entered the room, a savory aroma filling the air. He glanced at Lin Ling, who was sitting at the table, her ample bosom pressed against the surface, her gaze unfocused, lost in thought. Her silver hair cascaded down her back, her feet bare, her white toes wiggling beneath her skirt. She's even more well-endowed than Ruashi. He stared at her for a moment, then he noticed something. Senior Lin Ling, why is the 8 treasures crane aura so strong in here? Did you eat another one? She looked up at him, shaking her head, then pointed at the table. She had written, I didn't eat it. Then who did? He asked, his curiosity piqued. She looked at him, but she didn't answer. She's not telling. He changed the subject. What about the other cranes? She removed her storage ring and handed it to him. I'll return it after we return the cranes tomorrow, he said, his voice serious. She tapped the table, then pointed at the words she had written. I'm hungry. I'll prepare dinner for you later, he said, smiling. He knew that a being like Ling Long wouldn't actually feel hungry, but if she wanted dinner, he would gladly provide it. After all, cooking was also a way to earn goodwill. He left her room and headed towards by Ruashi's, noticing Wei Mingru, who was about to disappear into the shadows. He had seen her face countless times, but he was still captivated by her beauty. Is Ruashi in her room? Mingru. She glanced at him, her voice flat. She's meditating. She seems to be on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd level of core formation. I'm almost at the 6th level, she added. Are they competing? He smiled, his voice filled with mock admiration. Your talent is truly astonishing, Mingru. I feel so safe with you here. She walked towards him, her ample bosom straining against her yellow dress, then stopped before him, her voice low. Someone is investigating you. He had been admiring her long legs, visible beneath her thin dress, but her words snapped him out of his thoughts. You shouldn't have any influence within the sect, and neither does Gong Sun Chung. The only one I've offended recently. He paused, then said the third prince. Unlike Yu, who was a protagonist, he preferred a harmonious approach, avoiding conflict whenever possible. He even tried to befriend others, but it was impossible to please everyone. There would always be those who were envious. He didn't mind Yu. He was the protagonist, after all. The heavenly Tao would inevitably arrange for him to be Yi Yu's stepping stone. Gong Sun Chung was simply carrying on the feud between their families, and he was also arrogant by nature. As for the third prince, it was because of women. Wei Mingru nodded silently. He seems to have some connections within the sect. It's only a matter of time before he uncovers your past. He pondered her words, then chuckled. Let him investigate. She hesitated. Aren't you afraid he'll find something incriminating? What could he possibly find? He retorted. My past as a wastrel, obsessed with women, frequenting brothels and pleasure houses. It's not exactly a secret, he said, his voice laced with mock indifference. She stared at him, speechless. This vessel thing is great, but it's completely useless to me. Mu Zhi'an lay in bed, his arm wrapped around by Ruashi's slender waist, staring at the ceiling, his voice filled with mock disappointment. Mulang, is this really the time for this? She asked, glancing at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of shyness and amusement. She had disliked him for a long time. Firstly, because of his reputation as a womanizer, his frequent visits to pleasure houses, his relationships with courtesans. And secondly, because of his persistent and often annoying attempts to woo her. She had found his handsome face irritating. That was why, when she had pleaded with him in the carriage, she had felt such disdain. She would never have imagined that the boy she had once despised would become the man she genuinely loved. He looked at her, her cheeks flushed, her hair slightly disheveled from their activities, her usually elegant composure disrupted. But it didn't make her seem unkempt. It simply enhanced her beauty, giving her an air of vulnerability. If not now, then when? He chuckled. And besides, weren't you saying something different just now? He whispered in her ear, his voice teasing, making her blush even deeper, her eyes glistening with tears. This shy and alluring side of her, it was a side she rarely showed in public. Even the disciples in Tianxian City and the Two Polarities sect wouldn't believe that this cold and seemingly unattainable woman could be so clingy and affectionate. Even though his desire had faded, he couldn't resist kissing her blushing cheek, then gently stroking her fox ears. "Don't touch them," she protested, her hand covering his. He took her hand, chuckling. "I can't believe you actually grew fox ears. It's a shame you don't have a tail." He sighed dramatically. He had been curious about her full transformation. She rolled her eyes. "This isn't a joke, Mulang." She stopped his other hand, which was wandering beneath the blankets, her voice laced with concern. "If someone sees me like this, it might affect my chances of becoming an inner disciple. If that's the case, it simply means those peak lords have poor judgment," he replied calmly, pulling her closer. He paused, then asked, "Can you hide them?" Bai Yuan phone could conceal her aura. Surely Bai Ruashi could do the same. She nodded. "I can, but it will take at least a day." When she had broken through from the first to the second level of core formation, her vessel had expanded, and her nine-tailed fox bloodline had awakened slightly. The difference between foundation establishment and core formation was truly immense, not just in terms of strength, but also in the manifestation of one's bloodline. While awakening her nine-tailed fox powers would make her stronger, with the current tensions between humans and demonic cultivators, revealing them openly would be sensitive. "Mulang, be honest. Do you dislike me now?" she asked, her voice filled with a sudden insecurity, her gaze meeting his. He looked down at her, her cheeks still flushed from their cultivation, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, their allure captivating. He gently wiped away a tear, his gaze meeting hers, his voice reassuring. "I told you, Ruashi, it doesn't bother me. Who could possibly dislike a fox girl? Especially a nine-tailed fox. If she worked hard, she might even reach the nine tails." Then she would be on the same level as the world-devouring python and even the sect master. With her talent, it wasn't impossible. Then I can finally relax and be a kept man. He chuckled inwardly. He didn't have much pride. After all, being kept by a beautiful woman, it was a dream come true for many. It was a comfortable and enjoyable lifestyle, and he was simply working toward that goal. Senior sister Lan, Yi Ling Xian, they were both incredibly talented. I should find a way to give Qian'er a cheat as well. He had accepted his fate. He might be envied by the heavens, his talent supposedly so great that it jealous the gods. But the women around him, they were all exceptionally talented as well. And they had cheats. Something he lacked. It wasn't that he didn't try to obtain cheats. It was just that the ones he found, he couldn't use them himself. It was frustrating. In a game, he would be the support character, weak in combat, but capable of boosting his allies, giving them experience and equipment. And he himself was a cheat, designed to help the women around him improve their cultivation. I wouldn't be surprised if my status changed from supporting role to support, or even heroine. He chuckled inwardly. Seeing that he wasn't disgusted, that his gaze was filled with desire, she blushed, lowering her eyes, her voice a soft murmur. You have strange tastes, Mulang. He stroked her hair, his voice gentle. Stay in your room for the next 2 days, Ruashi. Suppress your demonic aura and hide your ears. He touched her ears, and she shivered, her body squirming slightly. He chuckled. Actually, this incident, it's quite timely. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with confusion. What do you mean? The third prince is investigating me. He's trying to find my weaknesses, he explained. But I don't have any weaknesses. My only dark secret is my past womanizing. Her eyes darkened, her gaze filled with a mix of passion and something else. Mulang used to frequent pleasure houses. He only stopped when he started pursuing me. But recently, he's been close to the Yi sisters and senior sister Lan. She remained silent, her arms wrapping around him, her face buried in his chest, her eyes closed. Why does this feel strange? He looked down at her, then continued. He won't find anything on me, but he might investigate those around me. He won't be able to find anything on Mengru. Her hometown is too far away. But he might be able to uncover something. Yi used accusations about you being a demonic cultivator. It was a major incident in Tianxian City. If he investigates, he'll find out quickly. Her eyes filled with worry. What should we do? Back in Tianxian City, the Mu family's influence was absolute. He could control the narrative. But if the third prince used this against her within the two polarities sect, the sect isn't that rigid. With your talent, they'll protect you. You're innocent, he said, smiling. In fact, this is a rare opportunity. An opportunity, she asked, her eyes meeting his. He stroked her cheek, his voice soft. Since someone wants to gather information on me, to find my weaknesses, I'll simply give him all the information he wants. No, he shook his head. Not just my information, but yours as well. And the information about Yi Yu's accusations. She stared at him, her mouth agape, her voice incredulous. Mulang, what are you planning? You do have demonic aura within you. And since it seems to manifest whenever your cultivation increases, we'll simply let everyone know that there's demonic aura here. He paused, then added, but it won't be your demonic aura. Whose will it be then? She asked, confused. Someone who already possesses demonic aura, he replied, smiling. She blinked, her brow furrowing. Then her eyes widened with realization. You mean her? He placed his finger on her lips, silencing her. She'll. She hesitated, then asked, will she agree? She doesn't care about such things, he chuckled. She only cares about what's for dinner. The third prince? Or the people behind him? It didn't matter if they were peak lords or elders. Their accusations would be meaningless. She might not help actively, but she could help passively. Just like him, sometimes he was tired of being proactive, and he would passively accept by Ruashi's affection. How will you give him the information? She asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. He'll surely send someone he trusts to gather information, right? Anyone with a brain would do that, he agreed, nodding. I can't deliver it myself, and neither can anyone close to me. They would be suspicious. But there's someone perfect for this role. We're all from Tianjin City. Helping each other out, it's only natural. Isn't that what her father said? Seeing her confusion, he didn't explain further. He kissed her, then pulled the blankets over them. He would sleep first. He would deal with everything else later. After another round of tedious cultivation with by Ruoshi, Mu Zhi'an left her room, feeling refreshed and slightly disappointed. He had promised Lin Ling, the foodie dragon, a delicious dinner. If he broke his promise, she might come looking for him, or worse, she might target more 8 treasures cranes. The Peak Lord of Boundless Sea Peak would be heartbroken. He arranged Lin Ling's dinner, then went to his study, lighting a candle. He sat at his desk, retrieving 2 paper cranes. He opened one and began to write. This letter was for Shang Yinfei, the sect master. Sect master, when you summoned me today, I was filled with a mixture of excitement, nervousness, and anticipation. I had suspected that my pen pal was you, and when my suspicions were confirmed, I was overjoyed but also apprehensive. After all, the difference in our status is quite significant. But even so, our conversation was enjoyable. Your wisdom and your maturity are both admirable. I heard that the Pilgrimage Palace is a popular spot for couples. You're familiar with the sect master. Perhaps one day we could admire the peach blossoms together. I apologize for my forwardness, but I couldn't contain these feelings any longer. My words are sincere. It's a shame I couldn't remember your face. He reread the letter, satisfied with its tone and content, then folded it into a crane and tossed it out the window. The sect master was a shark, difficult to handle, but maintaining contact was essential. Her personality in the letters and in person was slightly different. In the letters, she was playful and even flirtatious. But in person, she possessed an imperial aura. Even her most casual actions carried a sense of authority. Even he, a seasoned lust-seeker protagonist, felt pressure in her presence. But in the letters, he could be more bold. For example, his invitation for a date. She would never agree to meet a mere disciple at the Pilgrimage Palace. But the invitation itself conveyed his admiration and infatuation, portraying him as a naive and innocent boy enamored with a powerful woman. The better her reading comprehension, the more she would appreciate his sincerity. He opened the second crane and began writing. Thinking back, since joining the sect, we've both been busy with our own affairs, with no time for letters. The nights are long, and sleep eludes me, so I'm entrusting my thoughts to this crane. He wrote an 800-word love letter, then added, after a moment of thought, I saw your face today, senior sister, and I can't help but imagine us walking together through the sect. I know it's a distant dream, but one must have aspirations. Perhaps one day. He folded the letter into a crane and tossed it out the window, watching as both cranes disappeared from view. Then he stretched and left the study. The Jade Glass Palace was a marvel of spatial manipulation. Each room contained a pocket dimension. It was true for Ruoshi's and his rooms, and it was true for the other disciples as well. He found Huang Manting's pavilion and saw a beautiful female disciple standing guard. After she reported his arrival and received confirmation, she led him inside. Sister is bathing. Please wait a moment, young Master Mu, she said politely, her gaze lingering on him with a hint of hostility. Huang Manting is quite capable, not just at the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, but even within the Two Polarities sect, she has followers. And this one is quite pretty. He poured himself a cup of tea, discreetly observing her figure. She's quite curvy. Those thighs. He quickly looked away. Appreciating a woman's beauty was one thing. Staring was another. He waited for nearly half an hour. Then Huang Manting emerged. Perhaps she knew he was coming, or perhaps it was her habit after bathing. But she wore a loose, casual robe, revealing her long, shapely legs, her slender waist, and her ample bosom. She sat gracefully, crossing her legs, her white toes wiggling playfully, her every gesture seemingly designed to entice him. She considered herself a beauty, but he already had the Bai family's young mistress. If she acted like a proper lady, she would never be able to seduce him. So when she had heard of his visit while enjoying her rose bath, she had chosen this attire. He might be clever, but he was a former womanizer. He couldn't have changed that quickly. And she had heard about his close relationships with the Yi sisters. But to her disappointment, when she sat down, he only glanced at her briefly, then quickly looked away. It seemed Bai Ruoshi and his servant girl, Wei Mingru, had given him an immunity to beauty. But she wouldn't give up so easily. She glanced at her disciple, who seemed reluctant but eventually nodded and left the pavilion. Huang Manting poured him a cup of tea, smiling. "Young Master Mu, you haven't visited since joining the sect. What brings you here today? Or perhaps—" She placed her hand on his, her voice soft and alluring. "Have you changed your mind? Are you giving up on my family's young mistress and choosing me?" He shook his head, his voice filled with mock hesitation. "Miss Huang, I came here for something important. Please don't." If she hadn't known him, she might have fallen for his act. But seeing his hesitation, she remembered their encounter at the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce, his calculated approach, and she narrowed her eyes. She crossed her legs, her gaze meeting his, a playful smile on her lips. "You're not here to entertain me with your acting, are you, young Master Mu?" She looked at him, her eyes filled with mock shyness, biting her lip, her voice soft and seductive. "Time is precious, young Master Mu." She tugged at her robe, revealing a flash of white. He glanced at her, then quickly looked away, shaking his head. "I have Ruoshi, Miss Huang. I can't betray her." He averted his gaze, demonstrating his gentlemanly restraint. But his reaction only fueled her desire to conquer him. She leaned forward, her chin resting on her hand, smiling. "You always have an agenda, young Master Mu. You rejected my invitation for a late-night chat last time. You're not here to simply talk, are you? But before you tell me your reason, I want to know why you helped me receive that destiny inheritance. And how did you know the true method?" If he hadn't warned her not to infuse the tablet with her spiritual energy, she might have done so. And then, like Gong Sun Chung, she would have exhausted her energy and been expelled from the realm. She wouldn't have received the inheritance. "I made it up. How else could I have given you a favor?" He smiled, his voice calm. "It's a secret. As for why I help you, I made a promise to your father. I'm simply keeping my word." She studied him, surprised, then a smile spread across her lips, her beauty captivating. "You're a man of your word, young Master Mu." She had thought he was a scheming manipulator, but it seemed he was also honorable. He had given her a destiny inheritance, simply because of a promise he had made at the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. It was a testament to his character. After all, destiny inheritances were highly coveted. She sipped her tea, her lips moist and alluring, then said, her voice soft, "The third prince is investigating you." He looked at her, feigning surprise. "Why would he do that?" She chuckled. "He holds grudges. You two had a disagreement, didn't you? He wants revenge. He told you that. It seems he trusts you," he said, smiling. She twirled a strand of hair, her voice soft and seductive. "He mentioned you, warning me not to get too close to you. But love is often uncontrollable." She held her teacup to his lips, smiling. "Don't you agree, young Master Mu?" He sipped the tea, sighing. "Miss Huang, I'm really not here for that. It's fine. We can discuss other matters after we're done with business," she said, her smile alluring. "The third prince would be heartbroken," he said, chuckling. She scoffed, her voice laced with disdain. "Why should I care if he's heartbroken? If it were the crown prince, no. If it were the eldest princess, she might reconsider." The Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce had branches throughout the Eastern Realm. She didn't lack for anything material. She simply sought emotional fulfillment. And a love-struck fool couldn't provide that. Speaking of which, the third prince seems to have the backing of a vice peak lord, she added, her voice turning serious. "Be careful, young Master Mu." He didn't react. Lan Mulian had already warned him. "Won't you stay here tonight?" she asked, changing the subject, her gaze meeting his, her eyes filled with a seductive invitation. He shook his head, his voice filled with mock regret. "Miss Huang, I'm really not that kind of person." He had already indulged with by Ruoshi several times today. He was temporarily in sage mode. And if he accepted her offer, she would surely discard him once she was bored. She was only so enthusiastic because he was unattainable. Once she had him, she wouldn't cherish him. He was the fisherman, and she was the fish. And she was inviting him into the water. But he wanted to reel her in. She bit her lip, her eyes glistening with mock tears. "You're so cruel, young Master Mu. I was planning to refuse to give the third prince any information about you." He looked at her, smiling. "Tell him everything he wants to know. Tell him everything about Ruashi and me." She studied him, confused. "What?" He smiled, his voice soft. "You'll find out later. Tell me now, why should I listen to you? Or you could stay here tonight and chat with me." She tugged at his sleeve, her gaze meeting his. He shook his head, his voice filled with mock regret. "Another time, Miss Huang. I promise." She stared at him, his expression sincere, his resistance baffling. According to her information, he was supposed to be a womanizer. Yet he was refusing her seductions. How could any man resist her? She sighed dramatically. "For the sake of that destiny inheritance, I'll help you. But next time, young Master Mu, you have to spend some time with me." "But how can you be so sure he'll come to me for information?" she asked. "He'll come," he replied with conviction. Men loved to show off in front of the women they admired. This was the perfect opportunity for him to demonstrate his power in front of her. He wouldn't miss it. She watched as he left, sipping her tea. Then she felt a warm breath against her leg. She looked down at the beautiful disciple kneeling at her feet, her voice soft. "My feet are sore. Give me a massage." She looked away, her fingers twirling a strand of hair, her thoughts racing. Tell the third prince everything about him? Wasn't that like handing him a weapon? What was he planning? And how could he be so sure the third prince would come see her? 15 minutes later, a disciple hurried in, glancing enviously at the girl kneeling at Huang Manting's feet, then said, "Master, the third prince is here to see you." He actually came. She smiled, her beauty captivating. Bring him in. She would soon find out what Mu Zhi'an was planning, wouldn't she? And as for who she would support, it had been clear from the beginning. They were both from Tianjin City. Helping each other out, it was only natural. The third prince had no idea that the woman he was pursuing another man. Mu Zhi'an returned to the pavilion, entering by Ruashi's room and lying down on the bed, his head resting on her lap. He watched as she meditated, her beauty serene, and he closed his eyes, enjoying her fragrance, the softness of her thighs against his cheek. He had done everything he needed to do. All that was left was to return the cranes to the peak lord of Boundless Sea Peak. He had to do it soon, before Lin Ling ate them all. Then he could sit back and watch the show. When it came to connections, he wasn't lacking. The next morning, on Boundless Sea Peak, Yihao sat in a pavilion, his expression distracted. He was the current peak lord at the 5th level of nascent soul, a powerful figure in the outside world. And even within the two polarities sect, his strength was renowned. But he still had a master. His master rarely interfered with the peak's affairs, but his presence still constrained Yihao's actions. For example, the recent entrance exams. If Mu Zhi'an hadn't appeared, the candidates would have been annihilated. "Peak Lord, a disciple named Mu Zhi'an is here to see you," a disciple reported, entering the pavilion. Yihao looked up, his eyes brightening, but he quickly masked his reaction. "Bring him in." The disciple glanced at him, surprised, then nodded. He had rarely seen the peak lord so eager. Mu Zhi'an soon entered the pavilion, escorted by the disciple, who then discreetly withdrew. "Peak lord." Mu Zhi'an bowed respectfully. "Young friend Mu, have a seat," Yihao said, gesturing toward the chair, a smile playing on his lips. After Mu Zhi'an sat down, Yihao sipped his tea, his demeanor calm, his voice gentle. "What brings you here today, young friend Mu?" Despite his casual tone, his eyes, weary with age, were fixed on Mu Zhi'an, as if waiting for something. "I wonder how he'll react if I tell him Ling Long ate all the cranes." Mu Zhi'an smiled, retrieving a storage ring. He waved his hand, and a dozen 8 treasures cranes appeared, their wings bound by shimmering restraints. Yihao stared at the cranes, his excitement evident, But Mu Zhi'an maintained his respectful demeanor. Senior Ling Long, she ate another crane. I was worried she wouldn't be able to control herself, so I brought them back early. Yihao nodded, then looked at him, his eyes filled with gratitude. Ling Long is our sex guardian beast. She can have as many as she wants. He paused, then added, "Thank you for your trouble, young friend Mu. As promised, take one of these cranes. It will be beneficial to your cultivation." "Thank you, senior." Mu Zhi'an bowed. "You've earned it," Yihao replied, then sighed, his voice laced with a hint of melancholy. "I never thought I would need to rely on a junior." He looked at Mu Zhi'an, smiling. "Regardless, I'm grateful for your help. I have some influence within the sect. If you ever need anything, come to me. Consider it a repayment." "It would be my honor to serve you, senior," Mu Zhi'an replied respectfully. Pleasantries were essential. Even if they were just empty words, they still pleased the recipient. Yihao smiled, nodding. Then he discreetly studied Mu Zhi'an, a flicker of regret in his eyes. He could see that Mu Zhi'an's talent was exceptional. If it were the past, he would have taken him as an inner disciple. But this year was different. It was a golden age filled with talented candidates. He could only choose one inner disciple, and ideally, it would be either by Ruoshi or Yilingxian. Even if they were chosen by the winners of the last sect tournament, there was still Wei Mingru and even Huang Manting. It was a shame, but he had to choose carefully. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, and Mu Zhi'an looked up to see storm clouds gathering above the peak, lightning flashing through the dark sky. "Is someone breaking through to core formation?" he asked. "It's a pill tribulation," Yihao chuckled. "It seems someone has refined a remarkable fourth-grade pill." He narrowed his eyes, his voice turning serious. "Judging by those clouds, it's almost at the 5th grade. Alchemy, it's my blind spot." He watched as Yihao seemed lost in thought. Then he excused himself and left the pavilion. As he passed the summit, he saw a group of disciples gathered, their gazes fixed on someone standing on a platform, their voices hushed. Alchemy competitions were common on the peaks, but seeing someone refine a 5th-grade pill, even attracting a pill tribulation, it was rare. He approached the crowd and looked up at the platform. Yiyu stood there, his black robes flowing gracefully, a proud smile playing on his lips as he basked in the attention. And in his hand, he held a newly refined pill, a jade countenance pill. The jade countenance pill could preserve one's youthful appearance for several years. It might not be significant for men, but for women, its value was immense. Daoist friend Ye's alchemy skills are truly masterful. "I concede defeat," a young cultivator said, bowing respectfully. Yu bowed back, smiling. "Your skills are also impressive, Daoist friend. You simply lack experience. Young Master Yi, will you sell me that pill? I'll pay 5,000 spirit stones." A female cultivator called out from the crowd. "I'll pay 8,000. 10,000. He listened to their bids, their gazes filled with admiration, and he smiled inwardly, maintaining his calm demeanor. He suddenly felt a familiar gaze upon him, and he looked towards the back of the crowd. A young man in luxurious robes was standing there, watching him. Mu Zhi'an. His expression darkened, and he stared at Mu Zhi'an, who was stretching, seemingly about to leave. "Young Master Mu, since you're here, why don't we have an alchemy competition?" The disciples turned to look at Mu Zhi'an, their voices hushed, their conversations filled with curiosity. They had all heard about the conflict between Mu Zhi'an and Yiyu back in Tianxian City, but judging by Yiyu's undisguised hostility, it seemed their feud was significant. Mu Zhi'an stopped, turning to look at him, smiling. "Your alchemy skills are unmatched, young Master Yi. I'm no match for you. Are you afraid?" Yiyu taunted. Then he chuckled, as if realizing something. "I almost forgot. You're not an alchemist. My apologies." Mu Zhi'an smiled, nodding, then retrieved a porcelain bottle from his storage ring. Yiyu's gaze fixed on the Yi engraved on the bottle. The pills Yilingxian had given him. "Lingshuan's pills are quite useful," Mu Zhi'an whispered, his voice a mental message. Yiyu's eyes narrowed, his anger flaring. He had used his sweet words to trick Lingxian into giving him those pills, and now he was flaunting them. He had the audacity to be a kept man and act so proud. He was about to speak when a golden beam of light erupted from the cliff below, a potent medicinal fragrance filling the air. Mu Zhi'an turned to look, his gaze following the beam towards the depths of the cliff. He saw a figure in a purple dress standing within the light, and the fragrance, it was coming from her. Yi Lingshuan's seclusion was over. All eyes were drawn to her. Even though Yi Lingshuan usually kept a low profile, it was impossible to remain unnoticed in this situation. Yi Yu also stared at the beam of light, at her slender figure within. He felt a strange sense of familiarity with the medicinal fragrance emanating from her. I've smelled this before, he thought to himself. It's dragon soaring tendon. The old man's voice whispered in his mind. Dragon soaring tendon. He froze. Then a realization dawned on him, and he glared at Mu Zhi'an. He had tried to acquire dragon soaring tendon twice at the Morning Glory auction, but Mu Zhi'an had outbid him both times, and he had given it to Lingshuan as a gift to win her favor, and now she had activated it. He suppressed his anger, his grip tightening on the jade countenance pill, watching as she emerged from the light, her eyes sweeping over the crowd, her gaze calm and composed. Then, as she noticed Mu Zhi'an, her eyes softened slightly. She walked towards them gracefully, her embroidered shoes silent against the stone. Your seclusion is over? Mu Zhi'an asked, smiling. She nodded, a shy smile playing on her lips. Thanks to you. Ling Long had taken her to an ancient pool, and within its waters, she had felt the dragon soaring tendon awakening within her. Not just the dragon soaring tendon, but also her own constitution. It resonated with the pool's energy. Ling Long had left her to bathe in the pool's waters. It was all because of Mu Zhi'an. Ling Long, with her aloof personality, wouldn't have helped her otherwise. Even Yi Lingshuan's powerful background meant nothing to her. Lin Ling didn't care about social connections or favors. In a way, she was similar to Yi Yu. The only difference was that she was a beautiful woman with immense power. Even if she didn't actively seek connections, others would flock to her. A natural spirit body, as expected of his daughter. With such talent, many peaks will surely fight for her. A voice said, echoing from the sky, and the disciples looked up, bowing respectfully. Peak Lord, Yihao, the Peak Lord of Boundless Sea Peak, hovered in the air, his gaze fixed on Yi Lingshuan, his eyes filled with admiration. Uncle Yi, she said, smiling, her voice clear and melodious. He nodded, his gaze filled with a mixture of nostalgia and approval. You've grown so much. He remembered when she had visited the sect a few years ago, a small child. Now, she was a beautiful young woman. In a few years, she might even rival Lan Mulian in beauty. It's all thanks to your guidance, Uncle Yi, she replied, smiling. He chuckled, his expression softening. You're too kind. Then he added, his voice turning serious. When choosing your peak, consider Boundless Sea Peak. All 9 peaks have equal resources. I can't promise you anything else, but if you join Boundless Sea Peak, I'll ensure you have access to any pills, ingredients, or techniques you need. She glanced at Mu Zhi'an, who remained silent, then replied, her voice calm and composed. Thank you, Uncle Yi. I'll consider it. He raised an eyebrow, discreetly glancing at Mu Zhi'an. He could see that she seemed dependent on him. It was unusual. She was a proud girl. She should despise wastrels. And while Mu Zhi'an wasn't a wastrel anymore, they had both grown up in Tianxin City. She must have heard about his reputation. It seems young friend Mu has a way with women. When a peak lord chose an inner disciple, the disciple had the right to refuse. But most wouldn't do that. It would be too offensive. The winners of the last sect tournament had the first pick. With her talent and beauty, she wouldn't be available for Boundless Sea Peak to choose. The only way he could have her as a disciple was if she chose him. He smiled, extending an olive branch. Think carefully. Boundless Sea Peak's doors are always open to you. Peak Lord, Yi Yu said, his voice respectful. Yihao turned to look at him, the young alchemist who had just refined a 5th-grade pill. He glanced at the pill in his hand, his voice filled with approval. Impressive. To refine a fifth-grade pill at such a young age. If you continue to cultivate diligently, you might even have a place in the alchemy pavilion. Yu bowed. Thank you, Peak Lord. I'll do my best to bring honor to boundless Sea Peak. He glanced at Yi Lingxian, but her expression remained unchanged, as if she didn't care about the fifth-grade pill. Her gaze was fixed on Mu Zhi'an, her eyes filled with a soft adoration. His smile faltered, and he nearly crushed the pill in his hand. It was a fifth-grade pill. Demonic cultivators, in the current climate of the Eastern Realm, a land dominated by human cultivators, harboring a demonic cultivator was a grave offense, akin to treason. If Bai Ruashi's vessel truly contained demonic aura, it meant her family was tainted, and Mu Zhi'an, having been so close to her, would also be considered impure. After all, their relationship was no secret. If Bai Ruashi was exposed as a demonic cultivator, he wouldn't be able to escape the repercussions. The third prince walked towards metamorphic Jewel Peak, sighing inwardly. It was a shame to see a beauty like Bai Ruashi destroyed, but she wasn't his woman. He didn't need to care. She might be beautiful, but she was too cold and distant. He preferred women like Huang Manting, strong and dominant. And with Mu Zhi'an gone, his life in the sect would be much smoother. He had been observing Mu Zhi'an since joining the sect, gathering information about him, and he was almost certain that his personality, his way of handling things, was remarkably similar to the current crown prince, his brother. The only difference was that the crown prince didn't understand politics. If their father abdicated and his brother ascended the throne, he might not be able to hold onto his power. And then it would be his chance. But those were thoughts for the future. His current priority was eliminating this obstacle. If he couldn't even handle a spoiled young master from a minor family, how could he possibly challenge his brother? He arrived at Metamorphic Jewel Peak and addressed a disciple standing guard. I need to see the Vice Peak Lord. The disciple glanced at him, recognizing him, knowing his close relationship with the Vice Peak Lord. Please wait a moment. I'll inform him. Moments later, the disciple returned and led him into the palace. The 9 peaks of the Two Polarities sect cultivated different paths. Metamorphic Jewel Peak specialized in the art of imbuing. Imbuing weapons, pills, various objects, it was their specialty. Magical artifacts possessed spirits, but most weapons, before being imbued, were simply ordinary. Even with the finest materials, they were just tools. But after being imbued, they could gain spirits, becoming lifelong companions. The disciples of Metamorphic Jewel Peak, if they mastered their craft, were as sought after as alchemists. Ning Shuan, the Vice Peak Lord, sat on his throne, dismissing his attendants, his gaze fixed on the young man entering the hall. The inner disciple selections are in 2 days. Why aren't you cultivating? What brings you to Metamorphic Jewel Peak? He was the current emperor's uncle, and he naturally favored his nephew. Uncle, I've been investigating Mu Zhi'an, and I've discovered something. I came to inform you, the third prince said, bowing. Mu Zhi'an, Ning Shuan frowned, his expression puzzled. Who's that? He's the despicable person who supposedly used a formation to cheat during Boundless Sea Peak's trial, the third prince replied. He looked at his uncle. You might not know him, uncle, but his partner is Bai Ruashi, the most talented candidate this year. Bai Ruashi, Ning Shuan's interest peaked. What does this have to do with her? The Peak Lord had instructed them to offer Bai Ruashi a spirit-imbued weapon if she agreed to become an inner disciple of Metamorphic Jewel Peak. She could choose any type of weapon. With her talent, she was worthy of such a gift. She was exceptionally talented, and her beauty was unparalleled. Her presence would attract many disciples to the peak. But he hadn't expected her to have a partner, and a disciple he had never heard of. According to my investigation, she's a demonic cultivator, the third prince said, bowing. Ning Shuan narrowed his eyes, studying his nephew, his expression filled with surprise. What are you planning to do? He asked. Eliminating demons is a cultivator's duty. I have to expose her, the third prince declared, his voice filled with a righteous indignation. Ning Shuan nodded. Do as you see fit. But remember, don't cause a commotion. This isn't the imperial court. Don't resort to violence within the sect. If she was a demonic cultivator, she would be exposed eventually, even if she joined metamorphic Jewel Peak. It would be a waste of an inner disciple spot. But if the third prince's accusations were false, the Peak Lord could intervene and defend her, earning her gratitude and ensuring she chose their peak. As for giving the demon measuring ruler to the third prince, letting him cause trouble for her, then having the Peak Lord play the hero, it was a sound strategy. As long as the outcome was favorable, the methods were irrelevant. He tossed a small ruler towards his nephew. This is the demon measuring ruler. If there's a demonic cultivator at the Jade Glass Palace, it will reveal their location. If not, it means your information is false. In that case, abandon your revenge and focus on your cultivation, he said. The third prince's eyes lit up with excitement as he caught the ruler, bowing respectfully. Understand, uncle. He looked at his uncle, his gaze filled with anticipation. He might not be able to find anything incriminating on Mu Zhi'an, but what about those around him? At the Jade Glass Palace, Mu Zhi'an and Yi Lingxian strolled through a garden, her voice soft as she described her experiences during her seclusion. Lingxian, the Peak Lord said you have a natural spirit body, right? He held her hand, his gaze lingering on her beautiful face, a smile playing on his lips. Did it awaken in the celestial realm? She nodded, her voice clear and melodious. I don't know where Senior Ling Long found that pool, but when we approached it, the dragon's soaring tendon, it came alive, and then I felt like I was about to break through, so I meditated nearby. She hesitated, stopping, her gaze meeting his, her voice laced with a hint of guilt. I'm sorry. You only entrusted the dragon soaring tendon to me, but it merged with my body while I was meditating. His eyes flickered. So you've completely absorbed it. She nodded, her voice filled with apology. I'm sorry. I'll compensate you. This time, she would give him something of equal value to the dragon's soaring tendon. As she thought this, he was looking at her, his gaze appreciative. She stood by the pool, bathed in sunlight, her waist slender, her neck graceful, her figure elegant and alluring. What compensation could possibly compare to this? He smiled, his heart filled with contentment. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with confusion. Brother Mu? He gazed at her, her fragrance delicate and sweet, and he chuckled. There's no need for compensation, Lingxian. I never intended to take back the dragon's soaring tendon. It's perfect that you were able to absorb it. She frowned, shaking her head. No, I have to compensate you. If she didn't, it would be as if she had only been using him for the dragon's soaring tendon. You've already compensated me, he said, his gaze lingering on her delicate features. As the third prince's voice echoed through the air, the disciples' gazes fixed on Mu Zhi'an. His words had been a trap. By asking if Mu Zhi'an was aware of the demonic cultivator's presence, he was forcing him into a corner. If Mu Zhi'an panicked and denied it, it would be easy to expose him. He would simply use the demon measuring ruler to prove that Bai Ruoxi was a demonic cultivator, shattering Mu Zhi'an's lie. But if Mu Zhi'an admitted to knowing, it would confirm his complicity. It was a no-win situation. And just as the third prince had predicted, Mu Zhi'an's expression shifted, his body trembling slightly as he stumbled back. Yi watched, a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. In Tianxin City, the Mu family's influence was absolute. He had colluded with the other families, manipulating the truth. But this was the two polarities sect, and his opponent was the third prince, with the backing of a powerful faction. Could he still distort the truth and claim that Bai Ruoxi wasn't a demonic cultivator? Huang Manting also watched, her eyes flickering, her gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an's fearful expression. Was he planning? Telling her to reveal everything to the third prince, handing him a weapon? It didn't seem like something he would do, but he had done it. Those who didn't know him might think he was cornered, but she was part of his plan. She knew he must have a backup plan. But if Bai Ruoxi was exposed as a demonic cultivator, what could he possibly do? Mu Zhi'an took a deep breath, composing himself, then looked at the third prince, his voice firm. Third prince, we might have our differences, But making false accusations is not something a disciple should do. False accusations? The third prince chuckled. Are you saying you're unaware of the demonic cultivator's presence? Mu Zhi'an stared at him. I've lived in the Garden of Heavenly Harmony for days, and I've never encountered any demonic cultivators. This is the Two Polarities sect. What demonic cultivator would dare to openly enter our territory? The third prince smiled faintly. I wouldn't have believed it either, but he pointed at the demon measuring ruler, which was spinning slowly, its arrow pointing towards the pavilion. The ruler has never been wrong. Are you questioning the creator of this artifact? Young Master Mu. The demon measuring ruler had been crafted by the Peak Lord of Metamorphic Jewel Peak. It was infallible, and not only was it accurate, it was also incredibly powerful. It was said that the Peak Lord's ruler, having been imbued with a spirit, was now a sentient weapon. The third prince had invoked the Peak Lord's name, implying that Mu Zhi'an was challenging his authority. As expected of a royal, he's skilled at manipulation. Mu Zhi'an remained impassive. I trust the ruler, but I'm truly unaware of any demonic cultivators in the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. Still trying to deny it at this point. It's too late. The third prince chuckled inwardly. I wouldn't want to wrongfully accuse anyone. I believe you're unaware of this demonic cultivator's presence, young Master Mu. He paused, then continued. Will you allow us to investigate the Garden of Heavenly Harmony? If we find nothing, I'll apologize for the inconvenience. But if we do find a demonic cultivator, and they're close to you, he smiled, his voice laced with a hint of malice, then you'll have to face the sect's judgment. Just an apology? Mu Zhi'an asked suddenly. The third prince raised an eyebrow. What do you want? I want to make a bet, Mu Zhi'an replied, his gaze meeting the third prince's. If there's a demonic cultivator in the Garden of Heavenly Harmony, and they're connected to me, I'll accept the sect's punishment, and I'll give you 500,000 spirit stones. But if you're making false accusations, I won't make things difficult for you. I simply ask for 1,000,000 spirit stones within 3 days, half of which will be for emotional distress. 1,000,000 spirit stones. The disciples gasped, their eyes widening with surprise. Normally, a cultivator earning 20 or 30,000 spirit stones a year was considered wealthy. But they were wagering 1,000,000. If they won, they wouldn't have to worry about money for a long time. The third prince narrowed his eyes, studying Mu Zhi'an, his thoughts racing. He wasn't a fool. He was starting to feel uneasy. Was Mu Zhi'an resigned to his fate? Or was he trying to bluff him into backing down? 1,000,000 spirit stones. Even he, a prince, couldn't produce that much immediately. But if he backed down now, he would become a laughingstock. With so many disciples watching, if he retreated because of a mere threat, how could he maintain his dignity? Your wager is impressive, young Master Mu. But do you even have 500,000 spirit stones? Yu asked suddenly. Mu Zhi'an turned to look at him. I don't have that much on me. But if the third prince proves his accusations, I'll exchange the treasures in my storage ring for spirit stones, he replied calmly. He had brought about 100,000 spirit stones when he had joined the sect. It wasn't because the Mu family lacked funds, but like many new disciples, he preferred not to rely on his family's wealth. So you don't actually have 500,000 spirit stones? The third prince seized the opportunity, chuckling. What's the point of this wager then? How about this? If I'm wrong, I'll apologize publicly and give you 50,000 spirit stones. Is that acceptable? He trusted the demon measuring ruler, but he didn't want to risk so much. 1,000,000 spirit stones. If he lost, he would have to send someone back to the Great Qian dynasty for more funds. He would become a joke within the royal family. Let's stick to the original wager, a clear, melodious voice said from behind them. They turned to look and saw Yi Lingxian approaching, her purple dress swirling gracefully. Yi Yu's eyes narrowed. It's Lingxian. She reached Mu Zhi'an, smiling. Brother Mu might not have that much on him, but the Mu family can easily produce 500,000 spirit stones. But since the third prince doesn't trust him, I'll cover the 500,000. Is that acceptable? She offered her storage ring to Mu Zhi'an. If there's a demonic cultivator in the Garden of Heavenly Harmony, All the spirit stones in this ring are yours, third prince. She looked at the third prince, her voice turning cold. But if you're simply making false accusations to harass Brother Mu, then you'll have to pay 1,000,000 spirit stones, slap yourself 10 times, and admit your mistake. How does that sound? The third prince's expression shifted. He hadn't expected her to intervene so forcefully. Aren't you afraid of wasting 500,000 spirit stones, Ling Xian? Mu Zhi'an asked, sighing dramatically. She smiled, her voice soft. I believe in Brother Mu. She looked at the third prince, her smile turning playful. Surely you're not afraid, third prince? He stiffened. Her confidence, it was unsettling. But he glanced at the demon measuring ruler, its arrow still pointing towards the pavilion, and he gritted his teeth. Fine. If I'm wrong, I'll slap myself 10 times and pay 1,000,000 spirit stones. Words are meaningless. Make an oath, she said, her gaze cold and unwavering. She usually seemed like a sweet and innocent girl, but now her aura was imposing like an empress. Is Ling Xian secretly ruthless? Mu Zhi'an looked at her, chuckling inwardly. The third prince took a deep breath. If there's no demonic cultivator in the Garden of Heavenly Harmony, I'll slap myself 10 times and pay 1,000,000 spirit stones within 3 days. If I break this oath, may heaven strike me down. Mu Zhi'an also spoke. If the third prince's accusations are true, I'll pay 500,000 spirit stones and accept the sex punishment. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, as if witnessing their oath. In the cultivation world, breaking an oath would incur divine retribution. Even if they survived the initial punishment, their future tribulations would be far more difficult. Once an oath was made, it couldn't be broken. Yi Yu glared at Yi Ling Xian, her closeness to Mu Zhi'an infuriating. Her gaze, as she looked at him, was filled with a devotion that twisted his heart. It didn't matter if Mu Zhi'an was guilty or not. Either he or the third prince, they could both die. Of course, it would be better if Mu Zhi'an died. This time, he would simply observe. In this world, a distinction had to be made between demonic cultivators and demons. Even in the Eastern realm, a land dominated by human cultivators, demons existed. They were rare, but they weren't affiliated with the demon realm. Ling Long, in a way, was also a demon. Her aura was demonic. It was clear now. The demon measuring ruler had been pointing at Ling Long. Her simple triplet, a gentle inquiry, yet it carried an immense pressure, sending shivers down Ning Shuan's spine. His title as Vice Peak Lord of Metamorphic Jewel Peak might command respect in most places, but not in front of the sect master or Ling Long. The third prince stared at her, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. He had seen her somewhere before. He glanced at Ning Shuan, Peak Lord, but Ning Shuan had already reacted, bowing respectfully. Senior Ling Long, I apologize for the intrusion. We were unaware of your presence. The third prince froze, his mind reeling. Then he looked at Lin Ling, his eyes widening with shock. Ling Long? This silver-haired woman, radiating demonic aura, she was the ancient dragon, the one who had existed since the sect's founding. This was her human form. The disciples were also stunned. When the demon-measuring ruler had targeted the pavilion, they had all assumed that Mu Zhi'an was indeed harboring a demonic cultivator, that he was doomed, and a demonic cultivator had indeed appeared. But their identity was unexpected. Huang Manting stared at Lin Ling, her gaze then shifting to Mu Zhi'an. He knows Ling Long? That explained how he had known the true method for receiving the destiny inheritance. And hadn't they interacted in the celestial realm? She hadn't expected them to leave together or for her to be staying here. Why is she here? Yi Yu stared at Lin Ling, her expression innocent and sleepy, as if she had just woken up, his mind screaming. The ruler hadn't been pointing at Bairuashi. It had been pointing at Ling Long. Her presence had masked Bairuashi's faint demonic aura. But what could he do now? Claim that Bairuashi was the demonic cultivator? Who would dare to challenge her? 3 peak lords, who had been observing from the sky, landed gracefully, bowing respectfully. Senior Ling Long. Their tone and demeanor were deferential, their status as peak lords forgotten. Firstly, because she was on par with the sect master, and secondly, because she represented destiny. Destiny was something all cultivators sought. Most of them, at nascent soul, were stuck at their current bottlenecks, their progress stagnant for decades. But with Ling Long's blessing, perhaps they could break through, but she rarely appeared, and she only bestowed destiny upon disciples, so they hadn't considered this possibility. In the past, some peak lords had tried to approach her, but she had ignored them. Seeing her here, it sparked a flicker of hope within them. One of the peak lords was Yi Hao, whom Mu Zhi'an had already met. The other two were a beautiful, alluring woman, the peak lord of Dao Peak, and a man with wild red hair, who looked more like a demon than a cultivator. He was Xiang Yan, the peak lord of pure Yang Peak. Lin Ling glanced at the three peak lords. Then her gaze landed on Mu Zhi'an, and she tilted her head. "AAA. She's asking who they are." He understood, somehow. "These are the peak lords of our sect. Senior Lin Ling Sr. Yihao has been quite helpful. And the 8 treasures cranes you ate, he raised them." She looked at Yihao, nodding slightly, then uttered a soft triple acknowledging his presence. She picked up a twig and wrote 2 words on the ground. Yihao looked down and saw the words. "Thank you." He smiled, bowing. "It was my honor to serve you, Senior. You've protected our sect from demons, and you even fought against the demon race. A few cranes are nothing." He glanced at Mu Zhi'an, his eyes filled with approval and gratitude. The peak lords of Dao Peak and Pure Yang Peak glared at him, their gazes filled with envy. That shameless old thief, using a junior to gain Senior Ling Long's favor. How despicable. They studied Mu Zhi'an, their thoughts racing. They only knew him because he was by Ruashi's partner, but they hadn't expected him to be acquainted with Ling Long. That old fox, Yi Hao, he must have known about this and befriended him beforehand. They cursed him inwardly, then began to consider how to approach Mu Zhi'an. Lin Ling, smoothing her skirt, wrote on the ground with the twig. What was happening here? Ning Shuan's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced at Mu Zhi'an. If he had known Ling Long was staying here, he would never have helped the third prince. His relationship with the third prince was based solely on family ties, and those ties were insignificant. He wouldn't have intervened if he hadn't thought it was a trivial matter. Mu Zhi'an, seemingly oblivious to his gaze, bowed to Lin Ling, the third prince, and I made a bet, Senior. He suspected there was a demonic cultivator here. He paused, then added, "These 4 peak lords, their hearts filled with righteousness, came here to protect the sect, believing his accusations." He bowed to Ning Shuan. "There seems to be a misunderstanding, Senior Ning, but I'm not sure if Senior Ling Long falls under the category of demonic cultivator." Ning Shuan relaxed, his eyes filled with gratitude. He bowed, smiling. "You jest, young friend Mu. Senior Ling Long is our sect's guardian beast. How could she be a demonic cultivator?" His expression had shifted from stern disapproval to a gentle smile with remarkable speed. Mu Zhi'an hadn't taken the opportunity to complain. He had given him a way to save face. Ning Shuan had been in the Two Polarities sect for a long time. He knew how to navigate these situations. He bowed to Lin Ling, Senior. This was simply a minor dispute between juniors. I believe there was a demonic cultivator present, so I came to investigate. Since it was a misunderstanding, I won't interfere any further." He bowed to Lin Ling, the other peak lords, and Mu Zhi'an. Then, without even glancing at the third prince, he turned and left. Mu Zhi'an wasn't surprised by his reaction. Anyone with a brain would have made the same choice. After all, the third prince was the one who had initiated this conflict. They would inevitably see each other again within the sect. There was no need to make an enemy of Ning Shuan. Royals were heartless. He might be related to the third prince, but would he truly support him unconditionally? The answer was clear. Mu Zhi'an looked at the third prince, his expression dark. "Third prince, who do you think won the bet?" The third prince stared at the demon-measuring ruler, then at Mu Zhi'an, his eyes widening with a sudden realization, his voice filled with anger. "You tricked me." The demonic cultivator isn't Senior Ling Long. It's by Ruashi. He had been misled from the beginning. The information he had received was that by Ruashi was a demonic cultivator, not that there was a demonic cultivator in the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. Ling Long couldn't be a demonic cultivator. It had to be by Ruashi, the talented young woman who was close to Mu Zhi'an. Mu Zhi'an sighed, his voice filled with mock exasperation. Third Prince, you claimed there was a demonic cultivator in the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. I didn't object. I thought if there truly was one, it would be good to eliminate the threat. Then you wanted to investigate, and I allowed you to. And now you're claiming Miss Bai. He remembered Yi Lingshuan's presence and quickly corrected himself. Miss Bai is a demonic cultivator. Isn't this a bit unfair? And do you really think Senior Ling Long wouldn't notice if there was a demonic cultivator here? She's close to you. What would she do, even if she knew? The third prince retorted angrily. Mu Zhi'an's eyes widened with mock shock. Are you suggesting that Senior Ling Long is colluding with a demonic cultivator? The third prince was good at making accusations, but so was he. After all, he was skilled at manipulating the narrative. The third prince opened his mouth to speak, but the Peak Lord of Dao Peak interrupted him, her voice sharp. Enough! This is the Two Polarities sect, not the Great Qian dynasty. Stop causing trouble. If you continue, I'll have to escort you out. He looked at her, her gaze cold and unwavering, and he swallowed his words, his frustration growing. Mu Zhi'an glanced at Yu, who was glaring at him, then at Huang Manting and the others, before looking away. The boy who cried wolf, people only believe him once. And by Ruashi's demonic aura was concealed within her vessel. It wouldn't be detected unless she consumed a pill that forced it out, like she had done that day. But even if she did, what then? If Ling Long said she wasn't a demonic cultivator, who would dare to disagree? In fact, she didn't even need to speak. Her presence alone was enough. The Peak Lord of Dao Peak's reprimand made the third prince stiffen. He glared at Mu Zhi'an, a mixture of realization and anger in his eyes. No wonder she had looked familiar. He had seen her in the celestial realm, but he hadn't known she was Ling Long. Now, his heart burned with fury. Mu Zhi'an had set a trap, and he had walked right into it. That Mu family young master had deceived everyone, even Huang Manting. Her information had been accurate, but with Ling Long's presence, it was useless. He couldn't expose Bai Ruashi now. Accusing her would mean questioning Ling Long's judgment. The three Peak Lords hadn't said anything. How could he possibly challenge her? He stared at Mu Zhi'an, his expression stormy, suppressing his anger. Then he turned to Lin Ling, bowing. My information was inaccurate, Senior Ling Long. I was unaware you were residing here. I apologize for the disturbance. His words sounded like an apology, but they were actually a subtle accusation. He was blaming Mu Zhi'an for not revealing Ling Long's presence, for causing this trouble. Lin Ling didn't seem to care. Her crimson eyes were fixed on Mu Zhi'an's storage ring, or rather, on the 8 treasures cranes within. She hadn't enjoyed the first one she had eaten, but the second one, roasted with Shang Yin Fei, had been delicious. She wanted another one. Senior Ling Long, how do you think this matter should be handled? Yao asked tentatively. She wrote on the ground, deal with it yourselves. She wasn't interested in human conflicts. She was here to transfer her destiny, suppress her karmic fire, and enjoy delicious food. Nothing else mattered. Mu Zhi'an bowed respectfully. I'll handle it, Senior. I apologize for disturbing you. The disciples glanced at the third prince, who was standing there, speechless. Mu Zhi'an's words, seemingly casual, had shifted the blame back to the third prince. Disturbing Ling Long, it was a serious offense, even for a prince. Of course, they didn't realize that Lin Ling wouldn't actually be angry about something so trivial. She didn't care. Mu Zhi'an was the one who had decided she was angry. Yihao looked at the third prince, his voice stern. Minor disagreements between disciples are inevitable, but escalating things to this level. If it happens again, you'll be expelled. His tone was casual, but his words carried a weight that made the third prince's heart sink. Being expelled after just a few days, he would never live it down. The other royals might be polite to his face, but behind his back, they would surely mock him. Yihao turned to the disciples, his expression softening slightly. Senior Ling Long dislikes commotion. After you leave, don't spread rumors about this incident. If this is leaked and she's disturbed, the consequences will be severe. The disciples nodded solemnly, and Yihao, after a few more words of warning, left with the other two peak lords. They weren't worried about the disciples spreading rumors. Aura observation could detect lies. If anyone spoke about this incident, they would be easily identified. But as they departed, they all glanced at Mu Zhi'an, their gazes filled with a mix of curiosity and respect. Mu Zhi'an watched them leave. Then he looked at the third prince, who was also about to depart. Third prince, about that 1,000,000 spirit stones. Can you have them ready within 3 days? Metamorphic Jewel Peak. Run Katai, the peak lord, sat on his throne in the grand hall, towering above the clouds. He was the son of the Jade Pool, Empress Mother of the Eastern Realm. He had joined the Two Polarities sect 100 years ago, earning the favor of the founding peak lord, and 30 years ago, he had succeeded his master, becoming the new peak lord. He was one of the younger peak lords. But in the last sect tournament, Metamorphic Jewel Peak had ranked in the middle. This year, their goal was to reach the top 3. It wasn't an impossible goal. If they recruited a talented disciple and nurtured them properly, they could surely achieve it. Most of the promising candidates this year were from Tianxian City. It was to be expected. The city was blessed with abundant spiritual energy and a history of producing exceptional individuals. But the other peaks were surely competing for those candidates. If they didn't offer something enticing, they might not be able to secure the disciples they wanted. Metamorphic Jewel Peak could offer everything the other peaks could, and they had one more irresistible advantage. Spirits. The spirits they had imbued were rare and valuable, and several of this year's candidates were worthy of them. Ren Ka Tai tapped his finger against the armrest, lost in thought. "What brings you here today?" he asked, looking up as Ning Shuwen, the vice peak lord, entered the hall. Ning Shuwen usually spent his time refining weapons or researching spirit imbuement. The two peak lords rarely interacted. Senior Ling Long has appeared, Ning Shuwen said, his expression grim. Rinkatai chuckled. She appears every few years to bestow destiny upon the disciples. Who receive it this time? By Ruashi? Or Yiling Xian? Ning Shuwen shook his head. It's not about that. It's something else. Under the peak lord's intense gaze, he continued, she's currently residing at a disciple's pavilion. Rin Ka Tai's smile vanished. Who? Mu Zhi'an. His eyes flickered. She's staying with him? He pondered for a moment, then asked, does anyone else know? The peak lords of Dao Peak, Pure Yang Peak, and Boundless Sea Peak know, but they'll probably keep it a secret. Ren Ka Tai shook his head. They might not be able to. The library will surely find out first. The library and the enforcement hall were both neutral factions, and they were close. Yin Ryu rarely left the library, but she was well informed about the sect's affairs. It was because the enforcement hall provided her with intelligence. We have to act quickly, he thought to himself. He hadn't considered Mu Zhi'an for an inner disciple position. But if he had been chosen by Ling Long, it changed everything. Seeing the thoughtful expression on his face, Ning Shuwen hesitated, then said, the third prince went to the Jade Glass Palace earlier. The demon measuring ruler reacted to Senior Ling Long's demonic aura and shattered. Ren Ka Tai snapped out his thoughts, staring at him, his silence heavy. While they were both peak lords, their authority differed significantly, and Ning Shuwen felt the pressure of his gaze. You gave him permission to investigate? Ren Ka Tai asked, his voice sharp, his eyes piercing. I thought if there truly was a demonic cultivator, apprehending them wouldn't be a loss. But I didn't expect Senior Ling Long to be there. Ning Shuwen wiped the sweat from his forehead, quickly adding, don't worry, peak lord. Mu Zhi'an didn't complain. He only punished Ning Long. Ren Ka Tai's expression softened slightly. He's quite tactful. Prepare 2 spirit-imbued weapons from the armory. We'll need them for the inner disciple selections in 2 days. No other peak had as many magical weapons as Metamorphic Jewel Peak. 2. Ning Shuwen hesitated. Peak Lord, we're only allowed to choose one inner disciple. Are you considering someone else? He thought of a name. Mu Zhi'an. Rin Katai nodded, and Ning Shuwen frowned. But isn't he a disciple of Boundless Sea Peak? Having taken the trial on Boundless Sea Peak, he was considered their disciple, unless another Peak Lord chose him during the inner disciple selections. Rin Katai stood up, smiling. We'll simply poach him. I've been Peak Lord for 30 years, and I haven't made much progress. It's time to recruit some new blood. The top 3 peaks in the next sect tournament would receive significant resources from the Elders' Council, and the 3 Peak Lords would receive a destiny opportunity. It was worth paying a price for that. Senior Lin Ling, this is the most tender part of the 8 treasures crane. Have some more. Mu Zhi'an returned to the pavilion and prepared a crane stew, bringing a bowl to Lin Ling's room. She hadn't done anything, said anything, but she had still been instrumental in his victory. A person's reputation preceded them. A being like Ling Long, she didn't even need to actively help him. Her presence alone was enough to inspire awe and reverence in the Peak Lords and Elders. Thank you for your help, Senior. If not for you, Ruashi might have been in trouble, he said, looking at her, her expression unchanged. She sipped the stew, savoring the flavor. She wrote on the table, delicious. You've improved. He chuckled. It's my second time preparing 8 treasures crane. It's natural for me to improve. He changed the subject. Senior, it seems Ruashi releases a bit of demonic aura whenever her cultivation increases. Is there a solution? The higher her cultivation, the more her 9-tailed fox bloodline would awaken. He had informed the sect, but with the current climate, it was best to keep it a secret. She pondered for a moment, then wrote, a 9-tailed fox's demonic aura is undetectable. Reaching 9 tails is difficult, he said, sighing. By the time she reached 9 tails, she would probably be at soul transformation or even Tao integration. And then, she wouldn't need to worry about hiding her aura. He studied her, her expression calm as she sipped the stew, her silver hair flowing freely, her side profile delicate and beautiful, her crimson eyes bright and focused. He suddenly reached out and grabbed her bowl, trying to take it away. She looked at him, tilting her head. AAA? It sounded like she was saying, are you testing me? She's protective of her food. He chuckled. I was just wondering if you wanted another bowl. Her eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. So, she does care about something. He smiled, his understanding of her deepening. He left the room to refill her bowl. Then he brought another bowl to Wei Mingru, before leaving the Garden of Heavenly Harmony and heading towards the Yi Sisters' pavilion. He found Yi Lingxian sitting in the courtyard, sipping tea, a book in her hand, her pale skin glowing in the afternoon sun. Beside her sat Yi Qian, her head resting on the table, her ample bosom pressed against the surface as she watched her sister, her legs crossed, her blue embroidered shoes dangling playfully. Lingxian, Qianer, he said, greeting them with a smile. Yi Qian's eyes lit up, and she looked up at him, her voice soft. Brother Mu. Yi Lingxian, however, was more reserved, maintaining her usual elegance, her posture straight and proud, her gaze meeting his. Young Master Mu. Brother Mu in private, young Master Mu in public. She's so concerned about appearances. He smiled, taking a seat before them. He retrieved 2 bowls of crane stew from his storage ring, placing them on the table. Try it. I made it myself. Yi Lingshuan's eyes widened, and she glanced at him. 8 treasures crane? He nodded, smiling. Drink it while it's hot. It might even help you break through. Are you leaving, Brother Mu? Yi Qian asked, noticing that he hadn't sat down, her voice laced with disappointment. He patted her head gently, his voice soft. After drinking this stew, you'll both be close to a breakthrough. The inner disciple selections are approaching. You should focus on preparing. As for me, he paused, meeting Yi Qian's gaze, his smile gentle and reassuring. Where else would I go? She blushed, lowering her eyes, then murmured softly, okay. He looked at Yi Lingxian, who met his gaze briefly, then quickly looked away, her expression calm, but her eyes, they held a complex mix of emotions he had never seen before. I'll go now, Lingxian. he whispered, his voice a mental message. She looked up, their eyes meeting, her heart skipping a beat. If you're reluctant, I can stay, he teased, his voice a playful whisper. Don't joke like that. Please leave, young Master Mu. She glared at him, but her eyes held a hint of flirtation. The turmoil within her seemed to be fading, replaced by a warmth. The third prince sat in his pavilion, his tea cold and untouched. His expression was stormy. It was understandable. After all, he had just suffered a humiliating defeat. 1,000,000 spirit stones. Even for a prince, producing such a sum was a challenge. But because of his oath and his pride, he had to pay, even if it meant swallowing his pride. And if word of this incident spread, he would become a laughingstock within the imperial court. Even within the two polarities sect, rumors of him falsely accusing a fellow disciple were already circulating. Bairuashi was clearly a demonic cultivator. He remembered the events of the previous day, Mu Zhi'an's smug expression as he had manipulated the situation, and his anger surged, his grip tightening on his teacup. Crack! A thin crack appeared on the cup's surface, then it shattered in his hand, tea spilling onto the floor. He looked up at a disciple who had just entered, his voice cold. What is it? Still trying to act tough? The disciple scoffed inwardly, but his voice remained respectful. Your Highness, we can recall the letter we sent to the palace. The third prince frowned. He had written a letter after returning, instructing his confidant to prepare 1,000,000 spirit stones. But now this disciple was saying he could recall the letter? What do you mean? He asked, his voice sharp. The eldest princess left the palace a few days ago. She arrived at the two polarities sect this morning, and it seems she's aware of what happened yesterday. His anger evaporated, replaced by a wave of panic. My sister is here, he murmured, his voice filled with disbelief. The eldest princess had close relationships with many in the two polarities sect. She was even friends with the master of the library, sharing her love of books. She often visited Yin Ruyu. She was probably here to see her, and with her status, she would surely have 1,000,000 spirit stones. If he asked her for help, he could avoid the gossip back home. She wouldn't spread rumors, but would she lend him the money? He was the son of a consort, while she was the empress's daughter. Their relationship was distant. If he asked her, he would surely be scolded. He frowned. Where is she? Someone saw her going to the library, the disciple replied. He hesitated, then sighed. Fine, I'll go to the library. Your Highness, the Vice Peak Lord instructed me to tell you. Avoid any further conflicts with Mu Zhi'an, the disciple said as he stood up. He froze, looking at the disciple. The Vice Peak Lord told you that. The disciple nodded, and his expression darkened. Mu Zhi'an was clearly harboring a demonic cultivator, yet he was supposed to tolerate it. It was clear that his uncle, because of Ling Long, was also afraid. Even the other peak lords were. It was understandable. Mu Zhi'an had Ling Long's backing. But a demonic cultivator was a demonic cultivator. If Bairuashi was exposed, even Ling Long couldn't deny it, could she? He clenched his fists, brushing the tea from his sleeve. Then he stormed out of the pavilion. After completing the necessary procedures, Mu Zhi'an was led to the top floor of the library, where he found Yin Ryu waiting for him. She wore a loose black robe, her hair flowing freely. She didn't seem particularly striking at first glance, but he, a seasoned connoisseur of beauty, could imagine the alluring curves hidden beneath her robe. Greetings, Master Yin, he said, bowing. She looked up at him, smiling. Have a seat. Her voice was gentle, her demeanor humble despite her status, her aura intelligent and mature, like a teacher's. She studied him, his silence and apparent nervousness amusing. Relax. You're close to Bairuashi, aren't you? Just talk to me like you would talk to her, she said, her voice soothing. I usually end up in bed with Ruashi. He maintained his respectful demeanor. You're my senior, Master Yin. I have to show you respect. He paused, then added, his voice filled with mock sincerity. But I do feel relaxed talking to you. It's like talking to my neighbor's older sister. He sighed dramatically, as if truly enamored. She smiled, seemingly pleased by his words. She poured him a cup of tea. There was quite a commotion at the Garden of Heavenly Harmony yesterday. He sipped his tea, sighing. I just wanted to be a good person, Master Yin, but trouble always seems to find me. She nodded. Conflicts between disciples are inevitable, but within the sect, we don't resort to violence. She paused, then asked, "Do you have a preferred peak for the inner disciple selections?" He chuckled, his voice filled with mock humility. "You flatter me, Master Yin. With my limited talent, I'll be grateful to be chosen at all. I wouldn't dare to choose." She smiled faintly. Besides the 9 peaks, the library and the enforcement hall can also choose inner disciples. Her words carried a subtle implication. "But I heard you haven't actively recruited an inner disciple in a long time," he said, his voice laced with surprise. The master of the library was known for her indifference towards the sect tournament and disciple cultivation. While the other peaks had been fighting over candidates for years, she had remained aloof. But now she was interested in recruiting an inner disciple. "I might not have recruited actively in the past, but that doesn't mean I'm not interested now," she replied, her posture straight, her smile gentle. "Junior sister Lan and I are close. I trust her judgment." All signs pointed to Mu Zhi'an possessing secrets that had even made the 3-peak lords cautious. That alone was enough to intrigue her. "If I could become an inner disciple of the library, I would be eternally grateful, Master Yin," he said, bowing, feigning loyalty. She smiled. "There's no need to rush. Think carefully." She paused, then added, her voice filled with gentle concern. "After joining the sect, you can choose a cultivation technique from the library. You haven't been there yet, have you?" He shook his head, and she continued, "Go to the 3rd floor. If you find a technique that resonates with you, simply take it. Consider it a welcome gift." He smiled, bowing. "Thank you, Master Yin." The master of the library wasn't a shark like the sect master, but she was still a big fish. With her beauty and her aura, she would be the perfect teacher in the modern world, a ruler in her hand, her figure alluring, glasses perched on her nose. She was exquisite. Her only flaw was her age, which was probably several times his. But it wasn't a problem. In the cultivation world, age was irrelevant. She smiled. "Go." She waved her hand. The scenery shifted, and he found himself in a spacious hall. A few disciples were scattered around, jade slips, scrolls, and ancient texts representing various cultivation techniques, appearing and disappearing randomly. The disciples reached for the techniques, but most only grasped empty air. The 3rd floor of the library contained countless techniques, even some first-grade techniques, treasures that could transform a cultivator's life. New disciples were allowed 1 visit to the library, but whether they found a valuable technique or not, it depended on luck. If their destiny was strong, they would attract rare and powerful techniques. That was one of the reasons why cultivators sought Ling Long's destiny inheritances. They could significantly improve one's chances in all aspects of cultivation. Of course, if they didn't want to rely on luck, they could choose a technique from the 2nd floor. But the techniques on the 2nd floor were only up to the 6th grade. 5th grade and higher techniques could only be obtained through chance on the 3rd floor. A jade slip drifted past him, and he reached out, easily catching it in his hand. He looked at the words inscribed on the surface. _______. A 3rd grade technique? He was surprised. He reached for another technique, but this time he only grasped a phantom. He remembered Yin Ruyu's words, a realization dawning on him. He tossed the 3rd grade technique, and it vanished into thin air. He reached out again. He easily caught another technique. It was clear that she had granted him some privilege, allowing him to obtain any technique he wanted. "She's so generous." He chuckled inwardly. It was like receiving a cheat code from the game developers, allowing him to keep drawing until he obtained the desired item. But it was a significant favor. He couldn't help but feel indebted. For her, it might have been a trivial gesture, but for him, and for most disciples, it was a precious gift. After all, a suitable cultivation technique could transform a cultivator's path. But there was nothing he could do for her yet. Well, there was one thing. It's not that I'm being lustful. I just feel like she's been stuck at that bottleneck for a while, and I want to help her. He remembered her alluring figure, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. He spent nearly half an hour browsing the third floor, searching for a technique that suited him. He found a few more third-grade techniques, but he hadn't seen any second-grade or first-grade techniques yet. First and second-grade techniques were also known as heaven-grade. They weren't common. Even encountering one was a rare occurrence. It seems a third-grade technique is the best I can hope for. He sighed inwardly, but it was still early. He could try his luck again. Who's that beauty beside Master Yin? She looks familiar. We must be destined. Mu Zhi'an's gaze swept over Yin Ruyu, her mature beauty alluring, then landed on the woman beside her. Her golden dress accentuated her curves, her shapely hips and ample bosom drawing the eye, her figure both elegant and seductive. Her golden hair ornaments added a touch of nobility to her appearance. She didn't look like a disciple of the two polarities sect. She seemed more like a princess, and even an ordinary princess would struggle to carry off such an ostentatious outfit, but she wore it with an effortless grace, her aura both regal and captivating. As he tried to guess her identity, Yin Ruyu approached, smiling. "Did you find a suitable technique?" she asked, her voice a mental message. He snapped out of his thoughts, bowing respectfully. "I did, Master Yin. Thank you for your generosity. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, I'll gladly assist you." She smiled faintly. "I'm glad you found one." She wasn't particularly invested in his words. The gap between nascent soul and foundation establishment was vast. He wouldn't be able to help her for at least a few decades. And her only problem was her bottleneck at the third level of nascent soul. It wasn't something that could be solved without side help. Sensing his gaze on the other woman, she said, "This is Yongning, the eldest princess of the great Qian dynasty. She occasionally visits the library to discuss literature." The eldest princess, the emperor's daughter? He bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Princess Yongning. I am Mu Zhi'an." She smiled gently. "You're a disciple of the two polarities sect, young Master Mu. There's no need to be so formal." Her voice was clear and melodious, her smile warm and welcoming. "She's different from the royals I've met. If it were the third prince, he would just snort haughtily, emphasizing his superiority." He returned her smile. Yin Ryu glanced around the hall. "This isn't a suitable place for conversation. Let's move." She waved her sleeve, and they vanished from the third floor, taking Mu Zhi'an with them. Yi Yu stared after them, his mind reeling. Even a fool could see that Master Yin was close to Mu Zhi'an. She hadn't even mentioned his cheating, but she was a nascent soul cultivator. Why would she lower herself to speak with a mere foundation establishment disciple? Could it be she was interested in him and wanted to recruit him as an inner disciple? The thought seemed absurd. Back in Tianxian City, Mu Zhi'an had been welcomed by the family leaders and elders because he was the Mu family's eldest son. They would have treated him politely regardless of his cultivation. But in the two polarities sect, his background meant nothing. What could she possibly see in him? A mere fifth-level foundation establishment cultivator, receiving the attention of a high-ranking elder before him. He glared at the spot where they had vanished, his heart filled with resentment and injustice. A jade slip drifted past him, and he snapped out of his thoughts, reaching out and catching it. He looked down at it. Another second-grade technique. His eyes lit up with excitement. So what if Mu Zhi'an had tricked him out of technique? His great destiny could bring him one second-grade technique, it could bring him another. And that fraud, relying on connections, he would be exposed eventually. Near the library, a pavilion floated in the air, the view from its windows revealing a vast, misty abyss. Mu Zhi'an sat at a tea table, facing Yin Ruyu and the eldest princess, his thoughts racing. He hadn't expected the eldest princess to have such extensive connections, knowing even the high-ranking elders of the two polarities sect. Yongning seemed to sense his gaze, looking up at him, her smile gentle and welcoming. "Is something the matter, young Master Mu?" He shook his head, chuckling. "Nothing. I was just surprised to see that you two are friends. Master Yin is both a friend and a teacher to me. She's taught me many things. In a way, she's my mentor," she replied, her voice soft. I came to the two polarities sect to ask her some questions. She paused, then added, but after arriving, I heard about yesterday's incident. And I heard from Master Yin that you were here, so I asked to meet you. Yesterday's incident? She must be referring to the third prince. He sipped his tea, looking at her beauty both elegant and intimidating. What are your thoughts on the matter, Princess Yongning? I'll pay the 1,000,000 spirit stones for him, she replied calmly. She might have a gentle smile, but she's definitely the dominant type. He made a mental note of his observation. In the modern world, she would be a CEO, treating her employees and clients with a polite smile, but her authority unquestionable. She might seem approachable, but getting close to her would be difficult. Are you and the third prince close? He asked. She shook her head, smiling. We've barely spoken. The imperial palace was vast. They only interacted during occasional banquets. They rarely saw each other. You're truly a kind woman, Princess Yongning, he said, his voice filled with mock sincerity. Then he glanced at her storage ring. He didn't care who paid, as long as he received the spirit stones. She shook her head, smiling. Don't worry, young Master Mu. I'll deliver the spirit stones to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony within 2 days. She looked towards the entrance of the library, then continued, but not now. He glanced back and saw the third prince standing there, his four-clawed python robe a symbol of his status. Ning Long. He looked away, nodding. It's fine. I'm not in a hurry. She wasn't close to the third prince, yet she was willing to pay 1,000,000 spirit stones for him. It wasn't out of kindness. She had her own reasons. He didn't know what she wanted, and he didn't care. The imperial court was a complex place. It was only natural for their relationships to be complicated. He would simply wait for the good news at the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. The eldest princess would foot the bill. They sat in the pavilion for a while, watching the third prince, who was still waiting at the library entrance. Then Mu Zhi'an bowed. Master Yin, Princess Yongning, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. He paused, then asked, where can I find books on formations, Master Yin? You want to learn formations? She asked, her gaze meeting his. Then she remembered his performance in the trial forest, smiling. You do have some talent. I'll have some suitable books delivered to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. She paused, then added, I need to confirm the technique you chose from the library. He retrieved the Lone Star Sword from his storage ring. A second-grade technique? Yongning asked, her eyes widening with surprise. Yin Ryu was also surprised, studying him with renewed interest. She had thought a third-grade technique would be the best he could hope for, but his destiny had attracted a second grade. Your destiny is quite strong, she said, smiling, her impression of him improving. I was just lucky, he replied modestly. He had simply encountered Yu and taken advantage of the situation. She reached out, her spiritual sense sweeping over him, recording the technique. He had been at the 5th level of Foundation establishment during the trial, and now he was at the 6th. It seemed he was both talented and diligent. She nodded, her gaze filled with approval. Then she was about to withdraw her hand when her spiritual sense brushed against his vessel, and she froze, her expression shifting subtly. 2 vessels. Normally, a cultivator could only have 1 vessel. Spiritual energy could only condense into 1. There was only one explanation for him having 2. He was a celestial vessel. She looked at him, understanding dawning on her. Junior sister Lan must have known about this and kept it a secret. As for why, she touched her lips, her eyes filled with a knowing smile. There were various physiques in the world of cultivation, each granting its possessor unique advantages. Yiling Xuan's natural spirit body gave her an exceptional affinity for spiritual energy, making her a gifted alchemist, her senses heightened, her control over the refining process precise. Bai Ruoxi and Wei Mingru also possessed unique constitutions. The former could wield an ancient bronze sword, while the latter had both extraordinary talent and terrible luck. And then there was Mu Zhi'an. His physique was unique. He was a celestial vessel. It didn't benefit his own cultivation, but for others, he was more valuable than any treasure. Yin Ryu sat at the tea table, her gaze fixed on the spot where Mu Zhi'an had vanished, her eyes filled with a thoughtful gleam. She was certain he was a celestial vessel. That explained Junior Sister Lan's interest in him. If others found out, it would cause trouble, she thought to herself. "What are you thinking about, Sister Yin?" a gentle, melodious voice asked, pulling her back to the present. She turned to see Yong Ning, the eldest princess, her smile warm and welcoming, her beauty captivating. She chuckled, shaking her head. "It's nothing. Shouldn't you go see him?" She glanced towards the entrance of the library, where the third prince was still waiting. "There's no rush." Yong Ning looked at her half-brother, her smile turning playful. Let him reflect on his actions. Yin Ryu wasn't interested in royal affairs, so she changed the subject. "You're not here just to discuss poetry, are you?" Yong Ning smiled. "You know me too well, Sister Yin. My father sent me here to ask you something." Yin Ryu nodded, her expression unsurprised. "Ask away. Why do mortal emperors never live past 100 years?" Yongning asked, her voice soft. Normally, a foundation establishment cultivator could live for 200 years. But the emperors of the great Qin dynasty, each possessing at least foundation establishment cultivation, had all died before reaching 100. And Yongning's father, the current emperor, he desired immortality. He didn't want to grow old and die. "It's the heavenly Tao's will," Yin Ruyu replied calmly. "A nation's destiny. It's not easily born. Tell your father that an emperor and a cultivator, they cannot coexist." "The heavenly Tao's will," Yongning echoed, her eyes filled with a thoughtful gleam. Yin Ryu looked towards the spot where Mu Zhi'an had vanished, her expression conflicted. "Senior, I've chosen a technique. Please register it," Yu said, descending from the third floor of the library, bowing respectfully to the elderly man guarding the entrance. The old man glanced at the technique, his eyes widening with surprise. "A second-grade technique?" Yu felt a surge of pride, but he maintained his humble demeanor. "I was simply lucky." He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Even for someone with great destiny, obtaining a second-grade technique was a rare occurrence. And he had found two in such a short time. His destiny was far stronger than most chosen ones. It was the destiny of a true protagonist. He handed his sect token to the old man, who registered the technique, and a faint light flashed on the token surface. He left the library, the second-grade technique clutched in his hand. 2 or 3 female disciples followed him, eager to chat. They had clearly overheard the old man's words and deemed him worthy of their attention. He smiled, enjoying their compliments. "Master, what is it?" he asked, sensing the old man sigh within him. "The Lone Star sword Mu Zhi'an obtained. It's far superior to the one you just chose," the old man replied, his voice laced with a hint of regret. Yiyu's heart sank. "The difference between second-grade techniques, it shouldn't be that great, should it?" he asked. "There's not much difference between heaven-grade techniques. But the Lone Star sword, it can evolve. Evolve. It might even become a top-tier heaven-grade technique." The old man sighed, not saying anything else. His disciples' talent and destiny were both exceptional. Even after being tricked out of second-grade technique, he had still managed to find another one. But some opportunities, once missed, they were gone forever. And he might not even know how to evolve the Lone Star sword. That was a small consolation. Yiyu's smile vanished, replaced by a dark frown. At the Garden of Heavenly Harmony, Mu Zhi'an returned to his pavilion, studying the Lone Star sword technique. His talent was undeniable. After memorizing the movements and understanding the principles behind the technique, he felt a sense of clarity. It was similar to the bronze sword by Ruashi had used. Focused and powerful. It channeled spiritual energy into a single point, and after a single strike, most of the energy within his vessel would be depleted. Its power was immense, but its drawbacks were also significant. The inner disciple selections are tomorrow. I'm confident, but I should still practice. He sat on his bed, closing his eyes, focusing on the technique's intricacies. Ruashi entered the room, having just finished reading a book. She wore blue embroidered shoes, and as she opened the door, she saw him meditating, his handsome face serene and focused. She had once seen him as a useless wastrel, but now her gaze softened, filled with affection. "Mu Lang," she called out softly. "Talk to me later." "I need to focus," he replied, his voice firm. "There's no need to be so harsh." She pouted, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Most men with such a beautiful partner would be inseparable, but he was already acting distant. She looked away, resting her head on the table, watching him meditate. 15 minutes passed, and he opened his eyes, his mind filled with the Lone Star sword's intricacies. "It's incredibly powerful, but I need to use it carefully, and I need a suitable weapon," he thought to himself, his focus unwavering. He glanced at Bairuashi, her white dress accentuating her pale skin, her long hair flowing freely, her ample bosom pressed against the table as she leaned forward. Only a well-endowed woman could achieve such a captivating pose. "She's so voluptuous." He couldn't help but feel distracted. The Lone Star sword vanished from his mind, replaced by her alluring figure. He stood up and walked towards her, taking her hand. "What is it? Aren't you busy cultivating, young Master Mu?" she asked, her voice a playful complaint, her eyes filled with a mock resentment. He looked at her, his voice serious. "I was wrong, Ruashi." But his gaze was drawn to her cleavage, so ample and fair. She noticed his gaze, her eyes flickering. "I shouldn't have disturbed you. But if you want to apologize, will you grant me a favor, Mu Lang?" "Of course. I'll do anything to apologize," he replied, his voice filled with a mock sincerity. He felt a cool sensation against his wrist and realized something. "Ruashi, what are you doing with the heart-binding lock?" "Wait. You're supposed to use that on enemies, not on me." The lock snapped shut around his wrist. He sighed dramatically. "If it makes you happy, it's fine." He blew out the candle, his gaze lingering on her beautiful face, her eyes filled with a playful anticipation. He couldn't resist any longer. "Come on, let's go to bed." At the pilgrimage palace, the vast square was surrounded by peach trees, their blossoms a vibrant pink, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. It was one of the most famous locations in the Two Polarities sect, and the main reason for its fame was the peach blossoms and a legend associated with the palace. "I heard from the other disciples that couples who visit the pilgrimage palace will stay together forever," Bairuashi said, walking beside Mu Zhi'an, her voice soft, a smile playing on her lips. "Mu Lang, let's come here sometime." "Who started that baseless rumor?" He nodded, smiling. "All right, I'll come with you." He remembered the paper cranes he had sent a few days ago, the words he had written. It should be fine. The sect master, a shark like her, she wouldn't openly agree to a date with a mere disciple. But just in case, he would take Ruashi here first for a casual outing. It was better to be safe. Once he had fulfilled her wish, she wouldn't ask to come here again. He glanced around at the disciples, noticing several familiar faces. Huang Manting, Gongsun Cheng, Yu, and even the girl from the southern wilderness he had seen in Ling Long's celestial realm. Her attire was different from the others, revealing her slender waist and long legs, her short boots adding a touch of exotic charm. That waist, those legs, that unique beauty. She's stunning. He quickly looked away. A responsible pawn master had to control his desires, especially with his partner by his side. Yihao stood on the platform, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the disciples, lingering on Mu Zhi'an, then on by Ruashi and Wei Min grew. The disciples gathered here were all new recruits, having recently passed the entrance exams. The inner disciple selections had been postponed due to the sect master's orders, and today they would finally choose the 9 inner disciples. A cultivator in white robes hovered in the air, his posture straight, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his voice clear and strong. The inner disciple selections will be decided by the peak lords and elders. You've all passed the entrance exams, proving yourselves to be exceptional talents. If you're not chosen as inner disciples, you can still cultivate diligently. There will be another assessment in a few years, and you can become inner disciples then. For this selection, you can spar with each other, demonstrating your strength and talent. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, the disciples' eyes burning with a competitive fire. Impressing the peak lords and elders, it could lead to an inner disciple position. It was a rare opportunity. If they missed it, they would have to wait for the next assessment, years from now. It was best to become an inner disciple now. Disciples stepped onto the sparring platforms, eager to prove themselves. They had clashed during the entrance exams, and this was their chance for revenge. And not only could they impress the sect's leadership and settle old scores, they could also attract the attention of the female disciples, and even the female elders. It was a win-win-win situation. If a female elder took a liking to them, they could become kept men. The thought was tantalizing. Mu Zhi'an felt a hostile gaze upon him, and he looked up to see the third prince, his expression dark. And standing beside him, chatting with another female cultivator, was Huang Manting, her golden dress accentuating her alluring figure, her beauty both regal and captivating. Yongning, the eldest princess. She seemed to sense his gaze, looking up at him. Then she excused herself from her conversation and approached them. Bairuashi discreetly observed her, then glanced at Mu Zhi'an, who seemed unfazed, his gaze clear and steady, not lingering on the princess's beauty. She relaxed, satisfied. He smiled. Princess Yongning, what brings you here? You're not a disciple of the sect, are you? She smiled gently. I happened to arrive during the inner disciple selections, so I asked Sister Yin if I could observe. She agreed, and I also wanted to see what kind of talents the great Qin dynasty has produced this year. She glanced at Bairuashi, her smile widening. This must be Bairuashi. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Bai. Greetings, Princess, Bairuashi replied, nodding politely, a faint smile playing on her lips. We're in the two polarities sect. There's no need for formalities, Sister Ruashi, Yongning said, chuckling. I heard you entered the sect without taking the exams, so you're already at core formation. I was simply lucky, Bairuashi replied modestly. Reaching core formation at such a young age, it's not just luck. Yongning glanced at Mu Zhi'an, her brow furrowing slightly. I heard you have a servant girl. Where's she today? Mingru doesn't like to stand out. Please don't mind her, Princess Yongning, Mu Zhi'an replied, smiling. She was disappointed. She had been curious about the servant girl's extraordinary talent, but if she didn't want to appear, there was nothing she could do. Sister. The third prince approached, his handsome face framed by his four-clawed python robe, his gaze fixed on Yongning, a mixture of respect and something else in his eyes. She nodded politely, but her demeanor was distant. She hadn't been so cold towards him before, but after he had asked to borrow 1,000,000 spirit stones, her attitude had changed. He turned to Mu Zhi'an, his eyes cold. Mu Zhi'an seemed unfazed, smiling faintly. Good morning, third prince. Don't act so innocent, Mu Zhi'an. I know what you're thinking, the third prince said coldly. Mu Zhi'an sighed dramatically. Third prince, we're fellow disciples. We have no deep hatred for each other. There's no need to be like this. Yongning raised an eyebrow, nodding. Young Master Mu is right. You're both disciples of the sect. You'll be seeing each other for a long time. There's no need for such hostility. Sister, he's just a despicable scoundrel. He's always cheating, the third prince protested, glaring at Mu Zhi'an. And Bairuashi, he even dared to bring her here, risking her exposure. Mu Zhi'an sighed. Third prince, I've never actively provoked you. I've only been defending myself. Is that wrong? He had indeed tricked the third prince a few times, but it was only after the third prince had initiated the conflict. The third prince, raised in luxury and privilege, probably saw Mu Zhi'an as an insignificant ant that he could crush at any time. But he didn't realize that this wasn't the great Qin dynasty. This was the two polarities sect, and within the sect, titles and backgrounds meant nothing. Do you dare to face me on the sparring platform, Mu Zhi'an? The third prince challenged, his voice cold. Bairuashi frowned, her voice calm. If you want to spar, third prince, I'm available. He ignored her, his gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an. Are you going to hide behind a woman? I am. What are you going to do about it? Mu Zhi'an chuckled, shaking his head. He added, I might be hiding behind a woman, but can you even defeat her? Bairuashi, is at core formation. I can't defeat her, but can you? The third prince retorted angrily. I can suppress her with a single hand. Mu Zhi'an replied calmly, his hands clasped behind his back. Bairuashi blushed, glancing at him, her eyes filled with a playful reproach. Seeing the third prince's anger, Mu Zhi'an chuckled. If you don't believe me, we can make another bet for 1,000,000 spirit stones. We'll see if I can suppress her. He looked at the third prince, who seemed enraged, and he smiled. Fine. Since you're so eager for revenge, I'll give you a chance. He noticed a few other gazes lingering on him, and he chuckled inwardly. It seems Ruashi and I are both popular. She was admired for her beauty and talent, while he was simply hated. It couldn't be helped. No matter what he did, there would always be those who disliked him, who envied him. He wouldn't change his ways for them. They saw him being a kept man, and they thought he was weak. He chuckled inwardly, sensing their gazes. He would give them a chance to reconsider. As Mu Zhi'an stepped onto the sparring platform, the disciples' gazes followed him, their eyes filled with curiosity. Huang Manting watched, her brow furrowed with surprise. This isn't like him. She remembered him as someone who avoided conflict whenever possible. Why would he accept a challenge? Or was he simply trying to impress the peak lords with his talent? Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian also looked up, their expressions filled with surprise. Why is Brother Mu sparring? Yi Qian asked, her voice laced with concern. While she wanted to believe in him, the third prince was a royal with access to abundant resources and techniques, and their cultivation levels were similar. She had never seen Mu Zhi'an fight before. She couldn't help but worry. Yi Lingxian, however, remained calm, her gaze fixed on him, a smile playing on her lips. Don't worry. He wouldn't have accepted the challenge if he wasn't confident. Have you ever seen him do anything reckless? Yi Qian nodded, reassured by her sister's words. Brother Mu? Then she realized what her sister had just called him. As she turned to look at her, her eyes widening with surprise. She called him Brother Mu, but she used to dislike him, even warning her to be careful around him. What happened? She stared at her sister, her expression confused. Bairuashi also watched, her white dress clinging to her curves, her ample bosom straining against the fabric, her beauty both alluring and imposing. Beside her sat Yongning, the eldest princess, her golden dress a symbol of wealth and status, her gaze lingering on Bairuashi, a smile playing on her lips. Are you worried about young Master Mu, Sister Ruashi? Bairuashi shook her head, smiling faintly. He wouldn't do anything reckless. She had never seen him act impulsively. He wouldn't have accepted the challenge if he wasn't certain of victory. Oh, Yongning narrowed her eyes, studying Mu Zhi'an, her interest piqued. Her half-brother was at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Mu Zhi'an was clearly not at core formation, and, judging by his aura, he was somewhere between the 5th and 7th level of foundation establishment. Was Miss Bai truly that confident in his abilities? The peak lords, noticing the commotion, also turned to look. Yen Ruyu's gaze lingered on Mu Zhi'an, and she discreetly glanced at Yu Zian, the peak lord of Dao Peak. Him sparring, it wasn't a good thing. At least not for her. If he performed too well and attracted the attention of the other peak lords, it would complicate her plans. Mu Zhi'an is sparring. That's unusual, Yihao said, chuckling, his gaze fixed on him. Ever since Mu Zhi'an had praised him in front of Ling Long, he had grown increasingly fond of the young man. If not for the limited number of inner disciple positions and the presence of several exceptional candidates, he would have chosen Mu Zhi'an without hesitation. Xiang Yin, the peak lord of Pure Yang Peak, his physique robust, his red hair wild and untamed, also looked at Mu Zhi'an, his voice filled with admiration. He's already at the 6th level of foundation establishment. That's an impressive improvement. Yu Zian, the peak lord of Dao Peak, her beauty ethereal and captivating, her white robes flowing gracefully, also watched, her gaze sharp and discerning. After a moment, she smiled faintly. He must have received some opportunity from Senior Ling Long. Normally, it was impossible to advance a level in just a few days. Even for a genius, it was a remarkable feat. Yihao nodded silently, a smile playing on his lips, but he didn't say anything. Mu Zhi'an had indeed received an opportunity from Ling Long, and he was the one who had granted it to him. He had eaten and ate treasures crane, after all. Ning Long is making his move, someone said, and they all turned to watch as the third prince unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. Judging by its intensity, it was far beyond the fifth level of foundation establishment. The disciples gasped, their expressions filled with surprise, while others nodded, unsurprised. He was a royal, after all. He had access to vast resources and techniques. Even a pig raised with the imperial family's resources would have become extraordinary. It wasn't impossible for him to possess a secret technique that temporarily enhanced his cultivation. He pointed his sword at Mu Zhi'an. Swords are dangerous, young Master Mu. Don't blame me if you get hurt. Mu Zhi'an chuckled. You're right, third prince. Swords are dangerous, so you should be prepared. The third prince narrowed his eyes, studying him. He knew their strength was similar, but Mu Zhi'an didn't know about his secret technique. It would only last for 15 minutes, but it was enough to end the fight. This single strike will decide everything. He stepped forward, his aura surging like a tidal wave. But Mu Zhi'an's expression remained unchanged. He placed his thumb on the hilt of his sword, pushing it slightly out of its sheath, a flash of cold light reflecting in his eyes. Spiritual energy flowed through his vessel, and he drew his sword. Clang! A surge of energy gathered at the tip of his blade, the sound of metal against metal ringing through the air, the disciples only seeing a blur of movement. And then his sword was back in its sheath. The third prince froze, his body stiff. A cracking sound echoed through the air, and his sword shattered, a shard of metal flying towards his face, leaving a thin trail of blood on his cheek. Then he collapsed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had been defeated with a single strike. It had happened so quickly, the visual impact so overwhelming, that the disciples stared at the platform, speechless, their minds reeling. Gongsun Chung stiffened, glancing at Ruashi. That strike reminded him of the bronze sword she had used. Yen Ryu narrowed her eyes, discreetly observing Mu Zhi'an, whose spiritual energy had been significantly depleted. The other peak lords and elders also looked at him, their expressions thoughtful. He was at the 6th level of foundation establishment. It wasn't particularly high, but if his talent was truly that terrifying, he would be a valuable asset with proper training. His technique is interesting. A single strike to decide the outcome. If he masters it, it could be a powerful surprise attack. Yihao said, his voice filled with approval. It was indeed impressive, but he must have depleted 60% of his spiritual energy. He wouldn't be able to use it again, the peak lord of metamorphic jewel peaks said. Yu Zian frowned, studying Mu Zhi'an with a discerning gaze. Why do I sense that his spiritual energy is still abundant? Dao peaks specialized in the Dao, the way of natural law. It granted them an exceptional sensitivity to spiritual energy, and she had immediately noticed something amiss. He should have depleted most of his energy. But why did it seem so full? The others looked at her, their expressions filled with surprise. Yen Ryu discreetly glanced at her former senior sister, clicking her tongue inwardly. She's as sharp as ever. She smiled, changing the subject. It was an impressive display, but surely you're all more interested in by Ruashi and the others? The peak lords of Dao Peak, Boundless Sea Peak, and the others, their priority was to secure the 2 core formation cultivators and Yiling Xian. And after them, the girl from the southern wilderness. Her words brought them back to reality, their expressions turning serious. She smiled inwardly, her gaze returning to Mu Zhi'an. I can't delay any longer. If someone else snatched him, especially that Dao Peak woman, it would be a problem. Mu Zhi'an stood on the platform, his expression calm as he watched the disciples carry the unconscious third prince away. He was only pretending to be calm. That strike, it had even surprised him. It had clearly incorporated by Ruashi's Dao, or rather, the power of her bronze sword. He discreetly opened his personal interface. Name Mu Zhi'an. Role. Achievements. Innate celestial vessel. Friend of antagonists. Heaven's envy. natural spirit body, pseudo, sword immortal protection, pseudo. He noticed something. He had only had 3 achievements before. Now he had 5. Natural spirit body was Yi Lingshuan's physique. And sword immortal protection by Ruashi's? He stared at the interface, a thought flashing in his mind. Could I be gaining achievements from them? If so, it explained how he had been able to use a portion of her bronze sword's power. What was it like to be stared at by a group of old monsters? Before, Mu Zhi'an wouldn't have been able to answer that question. But now, feeling the gazes of the peak lords and elders upon him, he shifted uncomfortably, trying to maintain his smile, but it was becoming increasingly strained. They were nascent soul cultivators. In the outside world, a single nascent soul cultivator could make entire cities tremble. And now, several of them were staring at him, their auras concealed, yet their presence still carried an immense pressure. They wouldn't be so competitive if it were just an ordinary genius. But Yi Lingxian and Wei Mingru were exceptional. One had a powerful background and extraordinary talent, while the other had reached the 6th level of core formation at such a young age. It was no wonder they were so sought after. After all, in life, besides wealth and power, there was also fame. The Peak Lords had plenty of spirit stones, and the Two Polarities sect was a powerful force in the Eastern realm, even in the entire cultivation world. They didn't lack power either, so their next goal was fame. When their disciples left the sect and traveled the world, people would see their extraordinary talents and ask about their masters. And their disciples' tribulations would attract widespread attention, further enhancing their fame. And even if they disregarded fame, their disciples' performance in the sect tournament would bring them significant benefits. That was why the inner disciple selections were so competitive. Young friend Mu, Master Yin, and I are fellow disciples. If your loved ones join Dao Peak, we can look after each other, Yu Zian, the Peak Lord of Dao Peak, said, her voice gentle, a smile playing on her lips. She was beautiful, her features similar to Yen Ruyu's, but her aura was colder, while Yen Ruyu's was more intellectual. Xiang Yin, however, with his fiery temperament, scoffed. Didn't you two have a falling out? Would it truly be safe for his little girlfriend to join Dao Peak? Yi Lingxian lowered her eyes, blushing slightly at the term little girlfriend. Yu Zian glared at him, then turned to Mu Zhi'an, smiling. Dao Peak cultivates the Dao, which is closely related to destiny. Your servant girl's destiny is unusual. If she joins Dao Peak, I'll personally help her find a solution. Mu Zhi'an's eyes flickered, and he glanced at Wei Mingru. For the first time, he was tempted by one of their offers. But the Peak Lord of Metamorphic Jewel Peak chuckled. I can also address destiny issues, and I can offer a spirit-imbued treasure that can suppress bad luck. They even have something like that. He glanced at Wei Mingru, but her expression remained impassive, as if she wasn't interested. She wasn't interested in a treasure that suppressed bad luck. After all, she already had someone who suppressed her bad luck. He looked at the Peak Lords and Elders. Not all of them were present. Some had gone to personally invite other disciples. But there were still 5 or 6 Peak Lords here. If he made the wrong choice, he might offend someone. They were all powerful individuals. They wouldn't be so petty, but they would still feel uncomfortable. This is tricky. I thought becoming an inner disciple would solve all my problems, but now they're dumping this on me? He sighed inwardly. Yi Lingxian watched him silently, her purple dress flowing gracefully, her aura elegant and refined. Her gaze, as she looked at him, it was the same as always, but there was something different about her eyes. And Yu Zian, the Peak Lord of Dao Peak, noticed. Even though she addressed him as young Master Mu in public, she could sense the subtle intimacy between them. He truly is a charmer. She smiled, breaking the silence, her voice soft and alluring. The Pilgrimage Palace is a sacred place for couples. It's said that if a couple visits this place, they'll stay together forever. And if you visit with family or friends, you'll receive a destiny blessing, leading to auspicious encounters. It's actually true, but it requires sincerity. Most fail to receive the blessing because their feelings aren't genuine. I can grant you a day to relax here. No one will disturb you. Bai Ruoxi frowned, her displeasure evident. Wei Mingru glanced at Mu Zhi'an, noticing his stiff expression, and she raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Yi Lingxian turned to Yu Zian, smiling politely. Is what you said about my sister true, Peak Lord? Yu Zian nodded. I never lie, especially to my disciples. Her usually cold tone had softened considerably. She extended her hand towards Yi Lingxian. They clasped hands, and a faint light flashed on Yi Lingshuan's sect token. The words inner disciple of Dao Peak appeared on the back. With only Wei Mingru remaining, the Peak Lord of Metamorphic Jewel Peak seemed anxious. He had prepared for this sect tournament for a long time. If he had resources but no disciples, he would have to wait years for another opportunity. I have 2 spirit-imbued weapons, he said. One can suppress bad luck. The other is an exceptional sword, perfectly suited for certain techniques. He had originally intended to use one of them to recruit Mu Zhi'an, but Yin Ryu had snatched him first, and he had been targeting Wei Mingru with the other weapon, but she didn't seem interested. But she wasn't interested in the bad, luck-suppressing weapon, and she didn't care about the sword meant for her master. The answer was no. She glanced at Mu Zhi'an, then at the black sword in the Peak Lord's hand, and she nodded. I prefer Metamorphic Jewel Peak. He smiled, pleased. Then I'll accept you as an inner disciple. She didn't respond, her gaze fixed on the sword. Yu Zian, having secured her desired disciple, turned her attention to another matter. She looked at Mu Zhi'an, smiling. You've depleted quite a bit of spiritual energy, young friend Mu. Recovering on your own would take some time. If you don't mind, I can use a secret technique to restore about 30% of your energy. He wouldn't refuse her offer. He bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior. She smiled, then took his wrist. She channeled her spiritual energy into him, replenishing his depleted reserves, while discreetly observing his vessel and constitution, nodding inwardly. As expected of a young master from a prominent family, his foundation was solid, despite some damage from his past. With diligent cultivation, he would become an exceptional cultivator. She was about to withdraw her hand when she felt something unusual, and she froze, staring at him, her eyes widening with surprise. 2 vessels? Yu Zian stared at the young disciple, her eyes filled with understanding and resentment. She understood why her junior sister had chosen him as an inner disciple. It wasn't because of his talent or even Ling Long. She probably didn't even know about Ling Long. She was interested in his other vessel, and her resentment stemmed from her disapproval of Yin Ryu's methods. The path of cultivation was long and arduous. At nascent soul, each level was a significant leap, and the 3rd level, in particular, was a notorious bottleneck for countless cultivators. Many elders within the sect were stuck at nascent soul, their progress stagnant for years. Yin Ryu and Yu Zian were among them. Normally, cultivation involved refining external spiritual energy, absorbing it into one's vessel, and when the energy reached a certain level, they would encounter a bottleneck. Breaking through the bottleneck would allow them to advance to the next level. But the higher their cultivation, the more difficult it became to advance. The bottleneck was like a thin membrane, touchable yet impenetrable, and that was where a vessel became invaluable. Dual cultivating with a vessel could provide the crucial boost needed to break through. She hasn't changed at all, still resorting to such underhanded tactics, even targeting a disciple. She felt a surge of disgust towards Yin Ryu. This was the 2 polarities sect. While there have been a few cases of elders forming relationships with disciples, it was rare, and Yin Ryu's motives were clearly impure. But he was now an inner disciple of a library. If she wanted to do something, it would be difficult to stop her. All she could do was warn him to be careful. But it was a difficult task. She couldn't deny that with Yin Ryu's beauty and alluring figure, if she beckoned him, few disciples, even inner disciples, could resist. She would have to improvise. She studied him, his gentle smile and harmless demeanor hiding a dangerous secret, her thoughts racing. Meanwhile, having chosen their inner disciples, Ihao turned to Bai Ruoxi, smiling. Come to Boundless Sea Peak with me. You can meet your fellow disciples, and I'll give you some gifts. She nodded, then looked at Mu Zhi'an. I'm going to Boundless Sea Peak. He smiled, nodding. He also had to visit the library. After saying goodbye to Wei Mingru and the others, he bowed to the peak lords and left the pilgrimage palace. He felt Yu Zian's gaze lingering on him, but he didn't stop, walking towards the exit. He saw Yi Yu, who had also been chosen as an inner disciple. It seemed he had joined Dream Drunken Peak, and another peak lord had chosen someone he knew. Huang Manting. She seemed to notice his gaze, winking playfully, her lips parting slightly. But he simply nodded politely, his eyes briefly lingering on her alluring lips before looking away. Yi Yu glared at him, his eyes burning with a competitive fire. Do you have a grudge against him? Ning Yuan, the peak lord of Dream Drunken Peak, asked, looking at the talented young man beside him, a smile playing on his lips. Yi Yu nodded, his gaze filled with hatred, and Ning Yuan chuckled. Fighting is forbidden within the sect, but you can always challenge him to a spar. If he accepts, it's permitted. He won't accept. He's a coward, Yi Yu spat. Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow, smiling. Then defeat him fairly at the Ascension ceremony next year. Yi Yu frowned, echoing his words. The Ascension ceremony? Every year, the Two Polarities sect holds an Ascension ceremony. The top 10 disciples receive Tao comprehension fruits, which can grant them a breakthrough below core formation. Ning Yuan explained, his hands clasped behind his back. The Ascension ceremony. Yi Yu clenched his fists, his eyes burning with a renewed determination. He wouldn't waste his time seeking revenge now. He would focus on cultivating. Mu Zhi'an was just an obstacle in his path. He would overcome him, and then Ling Xian and Qian'er would know who their true brother was. And by Ruoxi, who had rejected him, she would also learn that. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't bully the young and poor. He calmed himself, focusing on his priorities, cultivation, and finding the seal the old man had mentioned. There was a seal hidden within the pilgrimage palace, and within that seal lay an immense opportunity. Yu Zian watched as Mu Zhi'an disappeared from view. Then she turned to the Yi sisters, smiling. Come to Dao Peak with me. My fellow disciples will explain everything about our peak. She was about to leave with them when a voice whispered in her ear, What were you looking at, Peak Lord? Is there something interesting about that disciple? She turned to see a beautiful woman with a red between her brows, her aura elegant and refined. It was the elder of Dao Peak's middle peak. The 9 peaks were divided into middle, side, and guard peaks, each managed by an elder. The peak lord oversaw the entire peak, while the elders managed their respective sections. Yu Zian hesitated, then replied mentally, Master Yin hasn't recruited an inner disciple in decades. Aren't you curious why she chose him so enthusiastically? The 3 female elders exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Please enlighten us, Peak Lord. She spoke, her voice clear and calm, yet her words sent shockwaves through their minds. A vessel. They looked towards the spot where Mu Zhi'an had vanished, their gazes filled with a newfound interest. Yu Zian's voice, stern and authoritative, echoed in their minds. Don't even think about targeting a disciple for your own cultivation. If anyone finds out, you'll be disgraced. They shivered, nodding quickly, their gazes fixed on her, her expression cold and unwavering. Then the elder of the middle peak asked, What if Master Yin does something? Yu Zian raised an eyebrow, her voice flat. I'll warn her against doing anything that would shame the sect. But what if they truly love each other? After all, if Yen Ryu made a move, who would know? And who would dare to expose her and offend the master of the library? Yu Zian, her alluring figure accentuated by her white robes, looked up at the sky, then said, her voice calm, We'll see. Do you have plans tomorrow morning? He asked. Seeing his silence, Yi Lingxian tilted her head, her gaze searching his. Her usual calm demeanor was tinged with a hint of anxiety. No matter how mature she seemed, she was still a young woman, feeling a flutter of nervousness after initiating a date. I don't have plans, but I might after I get back, he said, looking at her with a forced, gentle smile. I'll come pick you up tomorrow. He felt a sudden wave of dread. To be safe, he should have refused her invitation. After all, Bairuashi had been present when the Peak Lord of Dao Peak had mentioned the legend of the pilgrimage palace. She was surely interested. She had even invited him there during the inner disciple selections. He had to deal with this carefully. Tomorrow with Ling Xian, the day after with Ruashi, and the day after that, Chinner's seclusion should be over. And then he could try inviting Mengru. Even if she rejected him, he would still get a disapproving glare. It was a win-win situation. A good boyfriend had to consider the feelings of every girl, giving them equal attention and affection. It was tiring, but it was worth it for them. You seem unhappy, she said, her voice laced with a hint of concern. Did I burden you? He snapped out his thoughts, smiling. I was just thinking about how to make you happy tomorrow. It's my first time going on a date. She rolled her eyes, scoffing. Don't scoff. Call me Brother Mu, he said, playfully pinching her nose. She swatted his hand away, blushing as she noticed the other disciples watching them. Don't do that here. So you're saying I could do it back home? He asked, sensing an opportunity. She glared at him, exasperated by his playfulness. They walked back to the jade glass palace, their footsteps silent against the golden bridge. He escorted her to her pavilion. Then, looking around the empty hall, he asked, his voice filled with mock concern, Are you used to sleeping alone? If not, I can stay with you. She felt a flutter in her chest, sensing the warmth in his eyes, but she gently pushed him away. No, you should go. If he stayed the night, who knew what he might try? She wasn't ready for that. And being intimate with him here, it would make her feel guilty. This place reminded her of Chiener. She had warned her sister to be careful around him, and now she sighed inwardly, her heart filled with a mix of emotions. I'll go then. Get some rest. Cultivation is important, but you should also take care of yourself, he said softly, his gaze lingering on her. She nodded, and he lingered, chatting with her for a while longer, nurturing their bond before finally taking his leave. He returned to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony and entered his study, opening his personal interface. The 5 achievements were clearly displayed. I was right. Ling Xuan's natural spirit body and Ruashi's sword immortal protection. They've become my achievements, he murmured. But he didn't understand what the pseudo after them meant. Does it mean I only received a portion of their physiques? He closed his eyes, sensing the surrounding spiritual energy. It seemed more active than before. He could even control a small portion of it, drawing it into his vessel. This physique is overpowered, he thought to himself, amazed. It was like having a second wind during a battle, even when his spiritual energy was depleted. It was an essential ability for a protagonist, allowing them to fight on par with, or even surpass, those at higher levels. And it also enhanced his cultivation speed and his alchemy. Sword Immortal Protection was even more straightforward. It granted him an exceptional affinity for swords and allowed him to wield a portion of Bairuashi's bronze sword's power. So, the closer I am to these girls, the more achievements I gain, he wondered. If that was the case, it was perfect for his current path. He had been planning to find a wealthy woman to support him, and now these achievements were practically free. I wonder if I'll unlock more achievements if I get closer to Senior Sister Lawn, he thought to himself. And Mengru, if I can gain achievements from all of them, even just a portion of their abilities, it would be sufficient. He studied his interface, lost in thought. After a moment, he shook his head, clearing his mind. He would take things one step at a time. His current priority was planning tomorrow's date, and the dates after that. For the next 3 days, he only had one thing to do. Dates, and more damn dates. Fortunately, Chinner was still in seclusion. Otherwise, tomorrow would be tricky. Taking 2 sisters on a date at the same time wasn't feasible yet. He retrieved the 2nd grade formation from his storage ring, the 100 Birds chain formation. He opened the jade slip, and the formation's structure and instructions flowed into his mind. It was surprisingly simple, just a brief description and a diagram. But despite its apparent simplicity, he sensed its potential, the countless variations it could generate. He had studied it, and he felt like he had learned it, but also not. He was confused, but he wasn't discouraged. Formations were different from cultivation techniques. They required time and understanding. He couldn't master it overnight. Master Yin had said he could ask her if he had any questions. He put away the jade slip, stretching. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the distance. He looked up to see storm clouds gathering over a specific area of the sect, lightning flashing through the dark sky. It was a pill tribulation, and it seemed to be coming from Two Polarities Peak. Someone's refining pills on Two Polarities Peak? He wondered. Is it Senior Sister Lan? Or the sect master? He quickly looked away. He would ask them next time. Ruoshi and Mingru weren't back yet, but Lin Ling was still here. He had to maintain their relationship. He had to keep Senior Lin Ling happy. He spent an hour preparing some food. Then he went to her room, knocking gently. Senior Lin Ling, I made some snacks. Can I come in? There was no response. He knocked again, then opened the door. The room was empty. She had left a message on the table. Hungry. Went out. No one fed her. So she went to find food. He placed the steamed buns he had made on the table, then left the room. He looked up at the sky, sighing. Ruoshi and the others would be back soon, but he was bored. But it was fine. He could use this time to plan his date with Lingxian. He returned to his study, deciding to make a checklist. But as he opened the door, he saw a paper crane on his desk. Now that he was in the Two Polarities sect, messages traveled much faster. He could sense Senior Sister Lan's aura on the crane. She finally replied. He chuckled, taking a seat, glancing at the sky. The storm clouds over Two Polarities Peak had dissipated. It seemed the pill refinement was over. I could ask her if she had been the one refining. He opened the crane. Congratulations on becoming an inner disciple. Master Yin rarely recruits disciples. She must see great potential in you. She's well-informed, he smiled, continuing to read. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Stay humble and diligent. The elders, including Master Yin, dislike arrogance. Remember that. Her words are filled with a concern that was unusual for her. She must see me as one of her own. He smiled, his heart warming. Then he continued reading. I promised you a reward if you became an inner disciple. Come to the pilgrimage palace tomorrow. I have a gift for you. She's so nice, even giving me a gift. His smile froze, and he stared at the letter, his mind reeling. Tomorrow? This is a problem, Mu Zhi'an muttered. If he visited Senior Sister Lan at the pilgrimage palace tomorrow, what about Lingxian? But refusing Senior Sister's invitation would also be troublesome. He stared at the letter, his mind racing. She's acting like a CEO, demanding my presence. No chance to refuse. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem, but he already had plans with Lingxian. He pondered for a while. Then he picked up a brush and began to write. If he couldn't avoid it, he would take the initiative. He finished writing, put away the letter, and left the room. He saw a figure approaching in the distance. It was Wei Mingru, her yellow dress swirling gracefully, her embroidered shoes silent against the ground. Mingru, he called out, smiling. She nodded, then studied him, her brow furrowed with concern. Are you going out? Did something happen? You truly understand me, Mingru, he said, his voice filled with mock sincerity. He hadn't even said anything, and she had already sensed his troubled thoughts. She might seem cold and indifferent, but she truly cared about him. She ignored his compliment, waiting for his explanation. Lingxian invited me to see the peach blossoms at the pilgrimage palace tomorrow, he said. She raised an eyebrow, her voice laced with a hint of mockery. Isn't that what you wanted, young master? A two-timing man like you. She knew he had been interested in the Yi sisters for a while, but Yi Lingxian had always been wary of him. Her invitation, it was a dream come true for him. He sighed dramatically. But Senior Sister Lan also invited me. She stared at him, her voice flat. You deserve it. You should be helping me, Mingru, he protested. I'm only responsible for your safety. Everything else is irrelevant. She added, if they come after you, it's not my responsibility to protect you. After all, if they came after him, it would be his own fault. But with Miss Bai's personality, she probably wouldn't attack him. He was clever. He always knew where to draw the line. He might seem reckless, but he always managed to survive. She handed him a black sword, her voice calm. This is one of the gifts the Peak Lord of Metamorphic Jewel Peak gave me. I already have a weapon, so you can have it. It's been imbued with a spirit. Channel your spiritual energy into it, and it can carry you for an hour, she explained. The sword was simple, its surface devoid of any ornamentation, but its blade was sharp, gleaming in the sunlight. Such a sword would be priceless in any auction house. Metamorphic Jewel Peak had only imbued 20 or so treasures with spirits since its founding, and the Peak Lord had given her two. It showed his sincerity. He looked at her, his voice filled with mock gratitude. "You're so kind, Mingru." He took her hand, his touch lingering. She pulled her hand away, her voice cold. "Don't touch me." It would be better if she bit her lip, clutched her dress, and said, "Don't touch me." With those pleading eyes, he chuckled, taking the sword. "Thank you." Then he asked, "Did the Peak Lord say anything about solving your destiny problem?" She hesitated, then replied, "He said he needed to think about it. He'll discuss it with the Peak Lord of Dao Peak." He frowned, his expression thoughtful. "So even nascent soul cultivators find their destiny troublesome. Are you going out now?" she asked, changing the subject. He nodded, smiling. "I'm missing senior sister Lon, so I'm going to see her." If he visited her now, he wouldn't have to go to the pilgrimage palace tomorrow. She seemed to understand his intentions, rolling her eyes. "You'll regret this someday." He chuckled, not responding. He would deal with it when that day came, but it was unlikely to happen. He knew who to be intimate with, and when. If he waited until tomorrow, and Ling Xian and senior sister Lan encountered each other, it would be a disaster. No, it would be unmanageable. Ling Xian had finally warmed up to him, even inviting him on a date. If she saw him with senior sister Lan, it would be a problem. So he had to take the initiative. Why wait for disaster to strike? He would simply visit two Polarities Peak now. It would show senior sister Lan how much he missed her, and it would free up his schedule for tomorrow. A perfect solution. At dusk, Shaolu residence. Yin Ruyu sat sipping tea and reading a book, having just finished meditating when a guest arrived. The guest was a beautiful woman in white robes, her figure alluring, her eyes both captivating and intimidating, her aura cold and commanding. "Sister Yu, what brings you to my humble abode?" Yin Ruyu asked, smiling. It was Yu Zhi'an, the Peak Lord of Dao Peak, her status within the Two Polarities sect exalted. She poured her a cup of tea, gesturing toward the chair. "It's been a while, junior sister. You seem to be stuck at the third level of nascent soul," Yu Zhi'an said, her voice calm, a playful smile playing on her lips. Yin Ryu, her demeanor relaxed and alluring, like a noblewoman, glanced at her former fellow disciple, chuckling. "Is that why you're here, Sister Yu? To discuss such trivial matters?" Yu Zhi'an smiled faintly. "Has your new inner disciple left? I thought you would be eager to keep him here and cultivate your relationship." Her tone carried a hint of mockery. Yin Ryu frowned. "What are you implying, Sister Yu?" "Mu Zhi'an is an innate celestial vessel, isn't he?" Yu Zhi'an asked, her gaze meeting Yin Ryu's, her voice sharp. "He is," Yin Ryu replied calmly, unsurprised. They both cultivated the Tao of natural law, granting them an exceptional sensitivity to spiritual energy. If she had sensed his anomaly, so could Yu Zhi'an. "You're targeting a new disciple for your own cultivation?" Yu Zhi'an asked, her voice laced with disapproval. "I have no idea what you're talking about, Sister Yu." Yin Ryu sipped her tea, her voice indifferent. "I simply admire his talent. Is it wrong to cherish a gifted disciple?" Seeing Yu Zhi'an's frown, she continued, "An innate celestial vessel is indeed tempting, but I wouldn't force myself on a child. Of course, if he initiated something, it would be a different story." Yu Zhi'an studied her, her voice flat. "I won't interfere with your personal life, but if you do anything that would tarnish the sect's reputation." Yin Ryu chuckled, interrupting her. "Why don't you take him then, Sister Yu?" Yu Zhi'an frowned. "I wouldn't stoop to such methods to advance my cultivation." "Then don't interfere with my guidance of my disciple." Yin Ryu trailed her finger along her thigh, beneath her robe, her gaze meeting Yu Zhi'an's, a playful smile on her lips. "Do you truly believe we can't become a beautiful couple? Or do you doubt my ability to attract a young man?" She had been wondering if it was wrong to be interested in him. He seemed like a naive young man, She didn't want to scar him. But Yu Zian's words had angered her, and she was now determined to provoke her. If that's all you came to say, Sister Yu, you can leave. She smiled. I know how to guide my disciple. Yu Zian hesitated, then chuckled. You might not care, but the 3 elders of Dao Peak now know his secret. If others find out, you'll be disgraced within the sect. Yin Ryu scoffed. You always resort to such petty tactics. Yu Zian had only discovered Mu Zhi'an's secret after the fact. Otherwise, she would have snatched him before anyone else. Most female elders, if they knew about his innate celestial vessel constitution, would be eager to claim him. Was she truly so pure that she could resist the temptation of a guaranteed breakthrough? If there's nothing else, please leave. Her words were a dismissal. She watched as Yu Zian departed, her alluring figure disappearing from view, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. She knew the risks Yu Zian had mentioned. She knew what she had to do. Dao Peak, Destined Hall. Mu Zhi'an entered the grand hall, following a disciple to a simply furnished room. Yu Zian, the Peak Lord of Dao Peak, waited for him. The room was warm and inviting, filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. Yu Zian sat at a table, dressed in a luxurious robe, tea and snacks already laid out, a smile playing on her lips. She looked to be in her late 20s, her beauty both mature and alluring, her figure accentuated by her white robes. Cultivation truly has its benefits. You can't even tell her age. Nascent soul cultivators are truly unfathomable. He quickly looked away, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Senior. She looked up at him, her eyes sparkling, gesturing for him to take a seat. Are you settling in well at the library? If not, you can always come to Dao Peak. She's openly trying to poach me. He replied politely. Master Yin has been very kind to me. I have no intention of leaving. After all, his sect token was marked with the words, Inner Disciple of the Library. Leaving wouldn't be easy, and Yin Ryu had just given him a second-grade formation. He was a grateful person. He wouldn't betray her so easily. She nodded, unsurprised, sipping her tea, her smile gentle. What brings you here? He nodded. I wanted to ask about my servant girl. She trailed her finger along the rim of her teacup. You mean her destiny? He nodded, and she chuckled. The Peak Lord of Metamorphic Jewel Peak came to see me about that. Her destiny, it doesn't seem natural. He looked up at her, surprised. Destiny can be worsened after birth. If Senior Ling Long can bestow destiny, there must also be secret techniques that can curse someone with terrible luck, she replied. Do you know how to break such a curse? He asked, his voice filled with a hopeful eagerness. She shook her head. I've only heard rumors. I've never seen it myself. Seeing his disappointment, she smiled. If you're concerned about your servant girl, I can investigate it for you. He was valuable enough to warrant her attention. He had Ling Long's backing, his own talent was promising, and he was a vessel. There were plenty of reasons to help him. His eyes lit up with gratitude. Thank you, Senior. I'll do anything to repay you. She studied him, a faint smile playing on her lips. You can leave now. I'll have someone investigate it. I'll inform you if we find anything. He stood up to leave. Then he paused, turned to look at her. Senior, are there many disciples who visit the pilgrimage palace for dates? She shook her head. Not many. Most disciples are either cultivating or completing missions for the sect. He relaxed, nodding. I won't disturb your meditation any longer, Senior. Farewell. If there weren't many disciples at the pilgrimage palace, it meant his date wouldn't attract attention. He didn't need to do anything. He could simply enjoy his date tomorrow. He left Dao Peak, but he didn't return to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. He went to Boundless Sea Peak, waiting outside the main hall until Bairuo she finally emerged. She wore a white dress, her ample bosom straining against the fabric, her embroidered shoes silent against the ground, her aura cold and elegant. She seemed surprised to see him, a faint smile playing on her lips as she approached him. She looked at him, surprised. How did you know, Mu Lang? She swatted his hands away, blushing. They were in the air, but it was still improper to be so affectionate. I guessed, he replied, unfazed, wrapping his arms around her waist again. So she truly does have sword immortal protection. One with sword immortal protection. one with natural spirit body. I wonder what Mengru and senior sister Lan have, he thought to himself. With her extraordinary cultivation speed, Mengru must have a unique physique. Perhaps she was like him, cursed with terrible luck because of her excessive talent. In senior sister Lan, she was a perfect beauty, talented, diligent, kind, and aloof, with a hint of dominance like a sow. He wondered if she was also dominant in bed. Ruashi, let's go see the peach blossoms at the pilgrimage palace the day after tomorrow, he said suddenly. The day after tomorrow, she echoed. She looked at him, her eyes sparkling, her voice soft. Will it be a burden for you? I thought you might have invited someone else. He stiffened. Of course not. I only love. You're the only one I care about, Ruashi, he said, meeting her gaze, feeling the heart-binding lock snap shut around his wrist, his back breaking out in a cold sweat. That was close. Almost slipped up. This lock is terrifying. I can't lie to her at all. And she even locked him up last night. It was fun occasionally, but waking up to this every morning wouldn't be pleasant. But she was kind. She wouldn't do that to him. He looked at her beautiful face, his heart softening, and they returned to the garden of heavenly harmony. What gifts did Peak Lordy give you? He asked, curious. She opened her hand, revealing her sect token. An ancient formation appeared on its surface. He said, if I find a celestial realm I like, I can use this formation to exchange for it. Then she retrieved a jade slip from her storage ring. A second-grade technique? He asked, surprised. She nodded, smiling. He wanted to give me an 8 treasures crane, but he couldn't summon it. And I told him I had already tried 8 treasures crane stew, so he gave me this instead. I see. He's quite generous, he chuckled. The Peak Lords were truly willing to spend on talented disciples. Mulang, I want to study this technique. Let's go back to my room. She looked at him, her white dress clinging to her curves, her figure both delicate and alluring, her beauty both innocent and seductive. You go ahead. I'll join you later. She looked disappointed, lowering her eyes. All right. He kissed her softly, savoring her lipstick. She pushed him away gently, but he caught her wrist, pulling her close, his embrace firm. She relaxed against him, murmuring, her voice laced with a playful exasperation. You're so annoying. He chuckled, knowing she didn't truly mean it. He escorted her to her room. Then, after making sure she was meditating and studying the new technique, he left the Garden of Heavenly Harmony and headed towards Yi Lingshuan's pavilion. Qin'er was still in seclusion. He was worried Ling Xian might be lonely. He had to comfort her. At the Jade Glass Palace, Yi Lingxian sat in her study, a candle illuminating her delicate features, a book in her hand. The candle flickered. She didn't look up, simply putting down the book, her voice calm. What are you doing here? A figure shimmered in the darkness, materializing before her, bowing respectfully. Miss, the master has sent us to retrieve you. It was a young man in black robes, his handsome face framed by the shadows, his gaze filled with respect and a hint of adoration. There's still half a year left. Why are you in such a hurry? She looked at him, her voice cold. My father didn't send you, did he? Her gaze landed on an elderly man standing in the shadows. There was a forbidden zone in the Eastern Realm, said to be cursed. Those who entered would die within days. But within the forbidden zone, there was a substance called rebirth water, said to extend one's lifespan. Even withered herbs could be revived with a few drops. And the ruler of the forbidden zone was Yi Lingshuan's father. The reason why the dragon soaring tendon had reacted to her was because of her physique and because she had bathed in rebirth water since childhood. A single drop of rebirth water was sold for a fortune in the outside world. But for her, it was just bath water. If others knew, they would be astounded. You're wasting time here, Mississippi. I dare to request permission from the Grand Elder to bring you back to our clan, to prepare for the awakening ceremony in half a year, the young man replied respectfully. Whether I'm wasting time or not is my decision. I'll return in half a year. Shenlao, please take Zhou Tsang back with you, she said, her gaze fixed on the elderly man. Shenlao hesitated, then bowed. As you command, Mississippi. But Zhou Tsang seemed dissatisfied. He looked at her, his voice laced with a hint of accusation. Are you reluctant to leave because of Yi, miss? He had heard from the elders that Yi Yu was a talented young man. She had grown up in the Yi family. Perhaps she had developed feelings for him, but she simply replied, her voice indifferent, "It has nothing to do with Brother Yi Yu." Her tone was so detached that Zhou Tsang and Shun Lao were surprised. "Then why are you refusing to leave? Is it because of Qin'er?" he asked. "You can bring her back to the Forbidden Zone with you. Our clan will take good care of her." She hesitated, about to speak, when she sensed something glancing towards the window. "Why is he here again at night?" She frowned, her expression filled with a mixture of exasperation and something else. Zhou Tsang noticed the subtle change in her demeanor, the way her eyes had softened. He looked towards the window, seeing a young man entering the pavilion, and he narrowed his eyes. It seemed the true reason why she didn't want to leave wasn't Yi Yu, or even Yi Qian. Mu Zhi'an entered the pavilion, following the path towards Yi Lingshuan's room in the dim moonlight. But she wasn't there. Strange. Where did my Lingxian go? She shouldn't be sleeping so early. He had planned to comfort her tonight, but she was nowhere to be found. He walked down the hallway, heading towards a study. Meanwhile, in the candlelit study, Zhou Tsang looked at Yi Lingxian, his voice laced with suspicion. "Is he the reason why you don't want to leave, miss?" She tapped her finger against the table, her voice calm. "He's the Mu family's eldest son. He was very kind to me and Qin'er during the entrance exams." He frowned. "Even so, it's inappropriate for a man to visit your pavilion at night." She smiled faintly. "He's here to see Qin'er." He pursued her back in Tianxian City. "They're very close now." He raised an eyebrow. "But isn't she still on Dao Peak?" "He doesn't know that, does he?" she replied, her voice indifferent. He frowned, sensing something off. He even had a suspicion, but he dismissed it as unlikely. She wasn't the type to fall for someone so easily. He had often heard the name Yi Yu mentioned back in the clan. He was a talented young man from Tianxian City, who had suffered a setback but had recovered, his talent even stronger than before. He was a formidable opponent, but he had never heard of Mu Zhi'an. The Mu Zhi'an of the past was just a womanizing wastrel. If he hadn't awakened his memories, he would probably be irrelevant by now. "Do you doubt my words?" she asked, turning to look at them, her gaze sharp. "We wouldn't dare, miss," they replied quickly. She nodded, satisfied, about to dismiss them, when a voice called out from outside. "Lingxian, why are you still in the study so late?" She stiffened, feeling their gazes upon her, and she sighed inwardly, looking up to see Mu Zhi'an standing at the window, his handsome face framed by the moonlight, his smile gentle and welcoming, his hand raised in a wave. He walked towards the study. She glanced at the two men behind her, her voice calm. "Leave. Don't enter this pavilion without my permission." Zhou Tsang frowned. "Miss, it's not appropriate to allow a man in at this hour." "We'll take our leave, miss," Shun Lao said, interrupting him. Zhou Tsang hesitated, then said, "I trust you have discretion, Mississippi. You're blinded by love because you haven't experienced enough. Once you've seen more of the world. Once I've seen more of the world, I'll realize how wonderful Brother Mu is," she asked, her voice laced with a playful challenge, no longer bothering to hide her feelings. He was speechless, caught off guard. He had come here intending to warn Yi Yu, but it seemed his true opponent wasn't Yi Yu, but a young man he had never even heard of. What was so special about this Mu Zhi'an, besides his handsome face? He was about to speak, but Shun Lao placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head, silencing him. Then he led the stunned young man out of the pavilion. Mu Zhi'an entered the study, seeing her sitting at the table, her long hair flowing freely, her figure slender and graceful, her back alluring. She turned to look at him, smiling. "What brings you here so late?" He glanced around, then took a seat beside her, his voice soft. "You're always with Qin'er. She's not here these past few days, and I was worried about you." She chuckled. "I'm not a child. You're worrying too much. I can't help it." He leaned closer, and she smiled, watching him, but as his face drew near, her eyes widened with a sudden panic, her lips parting slightly. What were you doing?" He didn't answer, simply leaning in, his voice a low whisper against her ear. "Was someone here just now?" Her surprise quickly faded, replaced by a wave of shock. She looked at him, her eyes wide. He smiled, meeting her gaze. He had sensed another presence as soon as he had entered the study. He might not have noticed before, but now, with his pseudo-natural spirit body, he was incredibly sensitive to spiritual energy. She nodded silently. My family sent someone to retrieve me, but I told them I would return in half a year. Who's your family? He asked, curious. She hesitated, then looked at him, her voice soft. Can I not tell you? Her tone was pleading, a stark contrast to her usual commanding demeanor. She was worried he might withdraw if he knew about her background, that their relationship might change. Of course, she didn't understand his true nature. As long as she was beautiful, he wouldn't withdraw. He smiled. It's fine. Tell me when you're ready. Did they leave? She nodded. For now. She frowned, clearly displeased by their interruption of her new life at the sect. I'll make sure they behave, she said, her voice regaining its usual coldness. He looked at her, chuckling. You're so fierce, Ling Xian. She glared at him, her voice soft. Don't tease me. I'm in a bad mood. Then let's improve your mood, he said. It's not that easy, she murmured. If you can be upset by a couple of irrelevant people, why can't you be happy because of someone else? He asked, smiling. I came to see you because I was worried. Can't you at least smile? She stared at him, his words echoing in her mind, her expression filled with a sudden wonder. He took her hand, his touch gentle. Are you feeling better now? He asked softly. The candlelight flickered, illuminating her eyes, their beauty captivating, and after a long silence, she snapped out of her thoughts, blushing, her gaze meeting his. She allowed him to hold her hand, her voice soft. Are you upset that I keep things from you, Brother Mo? He squeezed her hand, enjoying her warmth and the smooth texture of her skin, his voice reassuring. I trust you no matter what. Her eyes filled with tears, and she looked at him, her vision blurring. Then she suddenly tried to pull her hand away. But he held on tight, refusing to let go. Don't. I can't betray Chiener. He placed a finger against her lips, silencing her. We'll figure out later. Don't talk about that now. There's only you and me here, right? She lowered her eyes, accepting his words, her hand still in his. After a while, he said goodbye, noticing that it was getting late. She didn't stop him, watching as he disappeared into the night, a faint smile playing on her lips. He was right. If she could be upset by certain things, why couldn't she be happy because of him? Late at night, outside the Jade-Glass Palace, an elderly man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. Beside him stood a young man with sharp eyes and a handsome face, his expression dark, his mind replaying the scene he had just witnessed. A mere family young master from Tianxian City, daring to visit Miss at this hour, and she had actually let him in. He remembered her softened tone as she had spoken about Mu Zhi'an, and his anger flared. He looked at the elderly man. Shen Lao, is it truly wise to allow Miss to interact with other men her age, especially at this hour? Shen Lao chuckled, shaking his head. You know her temper. Do you think she wouldn't be furious if we interfered? Yi Ling Xian might seem gentle and elegant, but she was the holy maiden of the Forbidden Zone. Beneath her polite demeanor lay a core of pride and power. Defying her would have grave consequences. Even so, we shouldn't allow her to be alone with a man so late at night, Zhou Tsang said, his voice cold. Shen Lao chuckled. She has her own judgment. We can't go against her wishes. He paused, then added, if you're truly concerned, you can investigate this Mu Zhi'an. Find out what his intentions are. He's already gone, he said. Zhou Tsang looked at him surprised. You're suggesting we visit him now? Shen Lao nodded, smiling. We'll visit him. But remember, no violence within the sect. They have been allowed to enter the Two Polarities sect because of their background, but it didn't mean they could act recklessly. They had been granted access as a courtesy to the Forbidden Zone. Attacking a disciple within the sect would be a grave offense. Zhou Tsang understood. He nodded quickly. All right, lead the way, Shen Lao. He didn't need to resort to violence. The mere mention of Yi Lingshuan's background, the Forbidden Zone, would be enough to deter most people, let alone a mere 6th-level Foundation establishment cultivator. Ling Long truly is unconventional. Mu Zhi'an sat on the ground in the courtyard, watching the flames crackle beneath a roasting crane, the aroma filling the air. A normal person would be severely punished if Yihao found out they had stolen his 8 treasures cranes. Even another peak lord would face his wrath. He had raised those cranes for so long, spending countless treasures on them, and now, within a short period, 3 had been consumed. It was infuriating, but Yihao was facing Ling Long. He could only swallow his anger. Of course, it had nothing to do with him. He heard footsteps approaching, and he turned to see Wei Mingru, her yellow dress accentuating her alluring figure. "Mingru, why are you still up so late?" he asked, smiling. "Are you concerned about my safety?" She studied him, her eyes filled with surprise. She hadn't concealed her aura, but it was still difficult to detect. Normally, he wouldn't have noticed her, even if she was standing right behind him. But he had sensed her approach immediately. It seemed he had been diligent with his cultivation. She looked at him, her voice calm. "Where did you go tonight?" He picked up a piece of crane meat, savoring the flavor, then placed it on a plate. He turned to look at her, smiling. "Why you ask, Mingru? Are you interested in my activities?" "Did you go to Yi Lingshuan's pavilion?" she asked, her gaze meeting his. He glanced around, shaking his head, his voice serious. "Don't be ridiculous. I have Ruashi. Why would I visit another girl at night?" She scoffed. "Don't worry. Bai Ruashi is meditating in her room." He nodded. "I want to see Ling Xian. I was missing her." She stared at him, speechless. After a moment, she said, "Someone entered the Garden of Heavenly Harmony earlier. They seem to be from Yi Lingshuan's side." As a 6th-level core formation cultivator, she was sensitive to any disturbances within the pavilion. She knew everything about him, including Yi Lingshuan's background and her powerful connections. "It must be those 2 servants who came to retrieve her," he said, realizing. "Be careful. One of them is half a step into nascent soul, and the other is a 9th-level foundation establishment genius," she warned. They had entered the pavilion secretly. They were clearly not here for friendly reasons. "They're already inside?" he asked. She nodded silently. "Isn't that good?" He smiled. "Guests should be treated well. Since they're here, we should entertain them." "This is the Garden of Heavenly Harmony?" The 2 polarities sect celestial realm techniques are truly impressive. Shun Lao entered the pavilion with Zhou Tsang, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings, his voice filled with admiration. Celestial realm techniques were accessible to all nascent soul cultivators. He was half a step in a nascent soul, but he could also create a celestial realm. But a celestial realm, like the 2 polarities sects, wasn't something that could be achieved with mere nascent soul cultivation. It required special techniques and exceptional control over spiritual energy. Only a powerful force like the 2 polarities sect could create such a perfect celestial realm. Zhou Tsang didn't respond, his gaze distracted as he studied the pavilion's layout. He had left the forbidden zone intending to pressure Yiyu. But the situation was different from what he had expected. The one she loved wasn't Yiyu, but a young man he had never even heard of. They had seen Mu Zhi'an in the study, a mere 6th-level foundation establishment cultivator. How had he captured her heart? He couldn't understand it. They strolled through the pavilion, and Shun Lao said, his voice calm, "This Mu Zhi'an, he actually has decent talent. He must have wasted some time in the past. Otherwise, he would be a prodigy. A nascent soul cultivator could easily discern a person's talent, and he had seen Mu Zhi'an's potential." Zhou Tsang scoffed. "Even if he's talented, so what? Our clan has plenty of geniuses. Are any of them inferior to him?" He shook his head. "No. Most of them are probably far superior." He felt a surge of resentment. Back in the Forbidden Zone, countless young disciples had admired Yi Lingxian, but none had succeeded in winning her heart. And now, here in the 2 polarities sect, she had fallen for someone. If word of this reached the clan, the younger generation would be devastated. Shen Lao chuckled, nodding. "You're right. There have been countless geniuses throughout history, but none have reached Tao integration. So-called geniuses are just ordinary cultivators who appear every few years." He added, "But Miss probably doesn't care about his talent." He understood the ways of love. Courting a woman didn't require talent or ability. It required charm and the ability to please her. This Mu Zhi'an, he must possess those qualities. But even if he had one Yi Lingshuan's heart, he wouldn't gain the approval of the Forbidden Zone's disciples or elders. Even if he was at core formation, it wouldn't matter. They valued background and connections. Many geniuses fell because of enemies. Without a powerful force to protect him, he would be vulnerable as he traveled the 9 realms, his potential snuffed out before it could fully bloom. Shen Lao suddenly sensed a presence lurking in the shadows. He glanced towards it, his eyes widening with surprise. Then he chuckled. 6th level of core formation. Impressive talent. Even within the 9 realms, reaching the 6th level of core formation at such a young age was a rare feat. No wonder he was surprised. Zhou Tsang followed his gaze, but he couldn't see her, only sensing her presence. What is Mu Zhi'an's background? Why is he living with a 6th level core formation disciple? Then he noticed something else, his gaze landing on a candlelit room. Someone else lives here? Shen Lao frowned, his voice laced with surprise. 2nd level of core formation. Even he, who usually disregarded talent, was impressed. Where's Mu Zhi'an? Zhou Tsang murmured. They hadn't seen him since entering the pavilion, even though he had already returned. Shen Lao didn't answer, simply walking towards the back of the pavilion. He could sense another presence there. He reached the back and saw a candlelit room. And within that room, he sensed Mu Zhi'an's aura. The door opened, and Mu Zhi'an emerged, his handsome face filled with a sudden panic as he saw them. He quickly closed the door, then looked at them, his voice strained. Who are you? Shen Lao smiled gently. Don't be alarmed, young friend. We're servants from Mrs. Family. Who's your miss? He asked, his voice still laced with suspicion. Yi Lingshuan, Zhou Tsang replied calmly. He relaxed, nodding. So you're guest from Lingshuan's side. What brings you to my garden of heavenly harmony so late at night? Shen Lao shook his head, smiling. It's nothing important. We simply heard that you and Miss are close, so we wanted to see you before we leave. He paused, then added, Young friend Mu, you already have so many female companions. It would be best to distance yourself from Mississippi. It's for your own good. The servant girl, the woman in the other room, they were all living in the same pavilion. He didn't believe they were just friends. And Mu Zhi'an's panicked reaction. It was clear that another woman was in this room. And the reason for his panic, he must have been, I don't understand what you're trying to say. Could you be more direct? Mu Zhi'an asked, his voice laced with a feigned confusion. Zhou Tsang smiled, his gaze meeting Mu Zhi'an's. Stay away from Mississippi. Do you understand? He had thought it would be difficult to persuade him, but he had discovered his secret as soon as he had entered the pavilion. He was living with other women. If Miss found out, they wouldn't even have to do anything. She would know what to do. Mu Zhi'an frowned. Lingshuan is just my sister. You're mistaken. Zhou Tsang chuckled, his gaze cold. Are you suggesting I should invite Miss to see what kind of man you truly are, young Master Mu? His gaze landed on the closed door. Mu Zhi'an's expression shifted, and he stepped in front of the door, his voice strained. You can insult me, but don't insult her. She's not that kind of woman. Then open the door and let us see, Zhou Tsang said, sensing his panic. Shen Lao frowned, glancing at the door, his eyes filled with a sudden suspicion. He had sensed 2 cultivators within the pavilion, one at the 6th level of core formation and another at the 2nd. But he couldn't sense any aura from this room. There were only 2 possibilities. Either the occupant was an ordinary person, or they were a cultivator at a higher level than him, concealing their aura. Within the 2 polarities sect, besides the sect master, the only ones stronger than him were the peak lords and elders. He knew several elders. This aura didn't belong to any of them, and an elder wouldn't be living with a disciple. Could it be that Mu Zhi'an had even seduced a female elder? Who's in there, young friend Mu? He asked. It's a girl I found recently, senior. Mu Zhi'an replied respectfully. A girl he found? Don't you know it's forbidden for non-disciples to live here, young Master Mu? Zhou Tsang asked, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. If someone finds out, you'll be punished. Mu Zhi'an's expression shifted, but he forced himself to remain calm. She's actually a member of the sect. She's not an outsider. Zhou Tsang chuckled. Then open the door and let us see. It's not appropriate. She doesn't like to be disturbed, Mu Zhi'an said, frowning. Shen Lao smiled gently. Don't worry, young friend Mu. We just want to see her. We won't tell anyone. He would only tell Mississippi. 3 women living in the same pavilion with a man. She wasn't a fool. She would understand what kind of person he was. Mu Zhi'an hesitated, then said, but she's not presentable right now. Don't worry. We just want to see her talent. I'm friends with several elders. If she's talented, I can recommend her to them, Shen Lao said, his smile widening. He discreetly released a silver light, forming a paper crane that flew towards Yi Lingshuan's pavilion. He would use this opportunity to summon Miss. Mu Zhi'an hesitated, then sighed, stepping aside. All right, senior. Please. He lowered his eyes, his expression unreadable. Shen Lao smiled, opening the door. He saw a silver-haired beauty sitting on a chair, gnawing on a roasted crane leg, her lips glistening with oil, her crimson eyes bright and focused, her posture unladylike. Silence descended upon them. Zhou Tsang stared at her, speechless. This was what he meant by not presentable. She truly wasn't presentable. She wasn't exactly graceful when she ate. But this wasn't the scene he had imagined. He had expected. She seemed to sense their presence, glancing towards them. Boom! It was like a thunderclap in Shen Lao's mind. His eyes widened, his body breaking out in goosebumps, his scalp tingling. And the peak lords, who had been watching from the sky, landed silently outside the pavilion. As the 9 peak lords descended from the sky, Mu Zhi'an looked up, his heart sinking. He recognized a few of them, but there were 2 or 3 he hadn't seen before, or perhaps he hadn't noticed them. Why are they patrolling my house at night? He bowed respectfully. Greetings, peak lords. I am Mu Zhi'an. Peak lords? Zhou Tsang turned to look at them, his heart pounding. Even as a noble from the Forbidden Zone, he had never seen all 9 peak lords gathered together, let alone appearing at a disciple's pavilion. They hadn't made any noise tonight. He glanced at Shen Lao, who also seemed surprised. Shen Lao quickly recovered, bowing respectfully. Peak lords, we haven't caused any disturbances tonight. Why are you all here? Yu Zian smiled. This young friend Mu is my junior sister's inner disciple, and her disciple is also my disciple. I saw some people intruding on my disciple's pavilion, so I came to investigate. She paused, then added, her voice turning sharp. Why are you 2 here so late at night? The other peak lords exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a mixture of amusement and curiosity. Dao Peak and the library had been estranged for years due to a conflict between the peak lords, and now Yu Zian was claiming Mu Zhi'an as her disciple. They understood. She's doing this for Ling Long. But they didn't delve deeper. After all, his greatest value was Ling Long's favor. Yu Xuanji, the peak lord of the Peak of Celestial Secrets, narrowed her eyes, sensing something off. Even with Ling Long's connection, Yu Zian's behavior was excessively enthusiastic, as if she was trying to gain his favor. It wasn't like her. Shen Lao, facing the 9 peak lords, felt a wave of pressure, his expression turning serious. The peak lords were rarely seen. They were only gathered here because of the inner disciple selections. After this, they would retreat to their respective peaks, and even requesting an audience would be difficult. But now, all 9 of them were here, at a disciple's pavilion. It didn't make sense, unless it was because of him. But why? A melodious voice called out from behind them. Lin Ling tilted her head, looking at them, her crimson eyes filled with confusion, a crane leg clutched in her hand. Senior Lin Ling is asking what you're doing here so late. Is that right? Mu Zhi'an asked, glancing at her, acting as a translator. AAA. She nodded, her eyes still filled with confusion as she gnawed on the crane meat. But her gaze alone was enough to make the peak lords uneasy. They felt a surge of reverence. The peak lord of Metamorphic Jewel Peak stepped forward, bowing respectfully. We simply sensed some outsiders intruding, so we came to check. He could feel her gaze lingering on him. It was because of what his vice peak lord and the 3rd prince had done. She had remembered Metamorphic Jewel Peak, but it wasn't a positive memory. Yihao looked at the crane leg in her hand, then at her beautiful face, his lips twitching slightly. Even if you're going to steal food, you should at least wipe your mouth. But she didn't seem to understand that, still clinging to the crane leg in front of all these people. She turned to Mu Zhi'an, then wrote on the table, "Why are they here?" He sighed. "You heard them, Senior. They sensed outsiders and came to investigate." He glanced at Shun Lao and Zhou Tsang. "I told them you didn't like to be disturbed, but they insisted on opening the door. I'm just a lowly disciple. I couldn't stop them." He had placed himself in the weakest position, then subtly shifted the blame onto them. The Peak Lord's gazes all landed on Shun Lao. "Shun Lao, we might tolerate your presence within the sect, but it doesn't mean you can act recklessly." Yihao's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing. "If you disturb Senior Ling Long's cultivation, can you bear the responsibility? Or was this your master's order?" "Senior Ling Long?" Shun Lao stared at her, his mind reeling. Then a realization dawned on him, and he gasped, his voice filled with disbelief. Ling Long! This silver-haired woman was Ling Long. But why was she in a disciple's pavilion? Wei Min grew, and Bai Ruoshi's talent had surprised him, but now, hearing the name Ling Long, he froze, his body stiffening, his heart pounding. No wonder he had felt a sense of dread as soon as he had seen her. She was the two polarities' sex guardian beast. Yu Xuanji scoffed, her gaze cold as she looked at them. Trespassing on a disciple's residence and disturbing Senior Ling Long's cultivation. "I'll report this to the master of the Forbidden Zone." Her words were both a performance for Ling Long and a display of her protective nature as an elder. It was a win-win situation, and disturbing Ling Long's cultivation, intentionally or not, was a grave offense. Even if she wasn't actually cultivating, but simply stealing 8 treasures cranes. The two polarities' sex leadership had tolerated their presence because of their connection to the Forbidden Zone. But disturbing Ling Long, it changed everything. You snuck into the sect, and now you're causing a scene at a disciple's pavilion. Do you think our sect is empty? My inner disciple is meditating here tonight. What will she think when she finds out about this intrusion? As the Peak Lord spoke, one after another, defending him, Mu Zhi'an felt a warmth spreading through his chest. The elders are all so kind. The men are friendly, and the women are beautiful and eloquent. It's wonderful, except for that Dao Peak woman. Her gaze is a bit intense. It doesn't seem like a senior looking at a junior. Yu Xuanji discreetly glanced at him, then at Yu Zhi'an, narrowing her eyes. That Dao Peak woman's gaze wasn't just affection. She must be so friendly towards him because of Ling Long. But why was Ling Long attracted to him in the first place? She studied him, her beautiful eyes filled with a calculating gleam. "You tricked us." Zhou Tsang suddenly looked up at Mu Zhi'an, his voice filled with anger. "Mu Zhi'an, you live here. How could you not know she was Ling Long?" Mu Zhi'an frowned, sighing. "You trespassed on my pavilion, and I didn't say anything. I tolerated it because you're from Ling Xuan's family. I might be easygoing, but it doesn't mean I'll allow myself to be bullied." "You deliberately set us up," Zhou Tsang accused. "Didn't I try to stop you when you asked me to open the door? Didn't I tell you she was a member of the sect?" Mu Zhi'an retorted. Zhou Tsang was speechless. He had indeed said those things, but they had assumed he was simply a womanizer trying to hide his activities. But he wouldn't dare to say that now. He couldn't possibly say, "I thought you were being intimate with her, and I wanted to protect Miss. So, asked you to open the door?" Even a fool knew that was a dangerous accusation. Being intimate with the two polarities' sex guardian beast. It would be a disaster. "You said she wasn't presentable. You were trying to trick us into disturbing Senior Ling Long," Zhou Tsang said, trying to drag him down with him. Mu Zhi'an had indeed said that, and they had only questioned him because of those words. They might have disturbed her cultivation, but Mu Zhi'an had insulted her behind her back. Mu Zhi'an, after a moment of stunned silence, glanced at Lin Ling, then said, "Is Senior Lin Ling presentable right now?" The room fell silent. No one would dare to say that, except for him. If she was displeased, they all looked at her. She sat there, her silver hair flowing freely, her features delicate, her crimson eyes bright, a crane leg clutched in her hand, her small boots dangling beneath her robe, as if oblivious to their presence. She finished the crane leg, licking her fingers, then picked up a small piece of meat, popping it in her mouth, her gaze landing on the steamed buns on the table. She grabbed two, stuffing them in her mouth, her cheeks bulging. She swallowed, then took a sip of tea, before reaching for the roasted crane meat Mu Zhi'an had prepared. Silence. Her style was different from theirs. Yihao looked away, his gaze cold as he looked at Shen Lao and Zhou Tsang. I'll personally ask the master of the Forbidden Zone about this incident. I'll see if disturbing Senior Ling Long's cultivation was his intention. Zhou Tsang stiffened, opening his mouth to speak, then swallowing his words. If their master found out about this, they would be punished, and the others in the clan would gossip. Shen Lao looked at Mu Zhi'an, his expression grave, remaining silent. The Peak Lords were supporting him, and Ling Long was living here. It seemed he had underestimated him. With her favor, he would never be ordinary. Her blessings would benefit him for a lifetime. It was no wonder the Peak Lords were on his side. If the situation were different, he would also support Mu Zhi'an. The reason was simple. Ling Long's favor was everything. Why is it so lively here? A clear, melodious voice echoed through the pavilion, breaking the tense silence. Mu Zhi'an looked up to see Yi Lingxian approaching, her purple dress flowing gracefully, her gaze sweeping over the room, landing on Lin Ling, then on Shen Lao and Zhou Tsang. She seemed to understand the situation. She bowed politely to the Peak Lords, then looked at Shen Lao, her voice calm. What are you doing here? Zhou Tsang opened his mouth to speak. Miss, I'll write to my father and explain everything, she said, cutting him off. She turned to Mu Zhi'an, her eyes filled with a hint of apology. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. He shook his head, smiling, then bowed to the Peak Lords. I apologize for the disturbance, Peak Lords. It's getting late. We should leave and let Senior Lin Ling rest. They nodded, agreeing. They left the room, and he glanced at Lin Ling, who was still eating steamed buns. Then he closed the door quietly. Yihao looked at Shen Lao and Zhou Tsang, his voice cold. You should leave. Don't disturb the disciples' cultivation. Shen Lao glanced at Yi Lingxian, his composure gone, his voice hesitant. Miss, she frowned. I'll return in half a year. She ignored them, watching as the Peak Lords escorted them out of the Two Polarities sect. The Peak Lords lingered in the Garden of Heavenly Harmony, their gazes lingering on Mu Zhi'an, their expressions filled with a newfound respect. They seemed to regret not having recruited him themselves. If they had known about Ling Long, they would have done anything to secure him. Sister Yin is truly perceptive. To think she recruited him beforehand. The Peak Lords who hadn't known about Ling Long sighed inwardly, but it was getting late. They couldn't stay any longer. They said their goodbyes and departed. Yi Lingxian watched them leave. Then she turned to Mu Zhi'an, smiling. My master seems to like you. Yu Zian had spoken to him encouragingly before leaving, her gaze filled with approval. Even though they hadn't known each other for long, she understood her master's personality. She didn't usually acknowledge ordinary geniuses, but she was clearly interested in him. Seeing him being appreciated by her master made her happier than being praised herself. He chuckled. She must admire my exceptional talent. Don't brag. She glared at him playfully. Then she sighed. I'm truly sorry. I didn't expect them to come after you. She knew what they had intended. They had tried to intimidate him. She looked at him, her voice soft. Did they tell you to stay away from me? He shook his head. They threatened to make me marry you if I didn't. She rolled her eyes, scoffing. They wouldn't say that. He smiled, studying her beautiful face, bathed in the moonlight. He took her hand, his voice gentle. It's getting late. Let me take you back. Your hands are cold. She frowned, glancing at him. She felt like he was trying to get rid of her. She was right. Her visit tonight hadn't been part of his plan. He hadn't expected that old man to summon her. While they all knew about his womanizing, it was one thing to know it in their hearts, and another to see it with their own eyes. Let's go. He took her hand, about to lead her out of the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. A door creaked open. Bairuashi stood in the doorway, her white nightgown clinging to her curves, her long hair flowing freely, her gaze fixed on them. "My dear, why was it so noisy outside?" She glanced at him. Then her gaze landed on Yi Lingxian. As by Ruashi's voice echoed through the courtyard, her gaze fixed on him. Mu Zhi'an sighed inwardly, turning to face her. She stood there, her ample bosom straining against her loose white nightgown, her long hair flowing freely, her beauty both alluring and intimidating. Even in casual attire, she was captivating. "It seems I made too much noise." He met her gaze, sensing something different about her eyes. She looked at Yi Lingxian, her voice soft, a smile playing on her lips. "Sister Lingxian, why are you here so late? You should have let me know. I would have welcomed you." Yi Lingxian stood beside him, her purple dress adorned with delicate hydrangea patterns, her hair styled simply, her figure slender compared to Ruashi's, but her budding beauty had its own charm. She looked at Ruashi, smiling. "My servants caused some trouble for Brother Mu tonight. I came to retrieve them." She glanced at Mu Zhi'an, her smile widening. "I'll be going now, Brother Mu." She seemed happy, but her gaze, as she looked at him, held a hint of something else. Having multiple girls in one place is tricky. It's too small, and it's easy to mess things up. He sighed inwardly, forcing a gentle smile. "Let me walk you back. There's no need to trouble yourself, young Master Mu. Wouldn't Sister Bai be upset if you did?" She glanced at him, and when he didn't try to stop her, she looked away, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Then she left the garden of heavenly harmony. He didn't follow her. He turned to face Ruashi, her gaze fixed on him, and he smiled. "Why are you out so late?" She looked at him, her eyes filled with a playful reproach. "If I didn't come out, how would I know what you were doing outside tonight, dear?" He chuckled. "You seem to have the wrong idea, Ruashi. Weren't you just holding Sister Lingshuan's hand?" she asked, her voice soft, her pale skin glowing in the moonlight, her beauty almost ethereal. He sighed. "Her family sent some people to retrieve her tonight, and they caused a scene here. Didn't you hear the commotion?" Her eyes widened, and she looked at him, her voice filled with concern. "Sister Lingshuan's family came? Are you hurt?" He shook his head. "Thanks to Senior Ling Long and the other peak lords, I'm fine." But Lingxian, he paused and sighed. "Let's not talk about her." But her curiosity was piqued. She looked at him, her eyes soft. Did her family say something to her? He sat down on a bench, pulling her down beside him, enjoying her warmth and the soft curves of her body. Then he sighed. "They want her to return to their clan. I left the pavilion because of that." She looked at him, her voice soft. "You went to see Sister Lingxian tonight?" He placed his hand over hers, seemingly enjoying her touch, but also preventing her from using the heart-binding lock. "I didn't think she wanted to leave, so I tried to talk to her family. But it led to a conflict." She looked at him, her expression unreadable. "So you went because you were worried about her?" He sighed. "Yes, I was worried about her. But I'm here with you now, aren't I?" She stared at him, her expression softening, the darkness in her eyes fading. He had been worried about Yi Lingxian, but he had ultimately chosen her. She felt a surge of guilt. He pulled her close, his voice reassuring. "Don't think about it. This is my choice, Ruashi." She stiffened slightly, but she didn't push him away, simply leaning against him, her gaze fixed on the moon. After a moment, she asked, her voice soft, "Are you upset that I'm so possessive? I don't want you to be close to other girls. It's just a woman's natural instinct." "It's normal," he replied, chuckling. She relaxed, relieved. She might seem gentle and understanding, but she's actually quite possessive, just like Senior Sister Lawn. He smiled inwardly, sitting with her in comfortable silence, enjoying the moonlight. After calculating the time, he said, "Senior Ling Long just ate an 8 treasures crane. I should go clean up." She glanced at him, then nodded softly. He escorted her back to her room. Then, after making sure she was resting, he stretched, his gaze sweeping over the courtyard. "Mingru, did you see where Lingxian went?" he asked. She materialized beside him, her arms crossed, her ample bosom straining against her yellow dress, her voice calm. "She didn't go back to her pavilion. She seems to be heading towards the pilgrimage palace. What's she doing there so late?" He thought for a moment, then he went to Lin Ling's room. She sat there, gnawing on a steamed bun, her crimson eyes widening as she saw him, tilting her head. "Eh, Senior Lin Ling, I need a favor." He explained his request. After making his arrangements, he left her room and was about to head towards the pilgrimage palace when Wei Mengru's voice, cold and sharp, stopped him. "Aren't you worried Bai Ruoshi will come looking for you?" He turned to look at her, smiling. She already knows. Women were generally soft-hearted. His word about Yi Lingxian had moved her, and his choice to prioritize her had given her a sense of security. She was still jealous, but she had allowed him to leave. It wasn't a bad thing. She had accepted Yi Lingxuan's presence, her initial resistance fading. They were one step closer to harmonious coexistence. Lingxian was only at Foundation Establishment. Walking would be much slower than flying, so he caught up to her within 10 minutes, finding her on a golden bridge leading to the pilgrimage palace, her slender figure moving quickly, her shoulders trembling slightly. "Lingxian, wait," he called out. She ignored him, her pace quickening. But he was flying. He quickly landed in front of her, blocking her path. She looked up at him, her voice cold. "Is there something you need, young Master Mu?" She's angry. This isn't like the elegant young mistress I know. But then again, she's still just a naive girl. It's normal for her to be upset. He understood. "Why are you alone? Didn't we agree to see the blossoms tomorrow?" "I'm not going tomorrow. Please leave, young Master Mu." "Sister Bai must be worried," she said, looking away, her profile delicate and alluring. "Ruoshi knows I'm here," he replied. She looked at him, her voice soft. "I don't need her pity." She had been raised in luxury and privilege. She might be kind and gentle, but she was also proud. She wouldn't accept Bai Ruoshi's charity. He didn't respond, reaching for her hand. But she stepped back, her voice sharp. "Please behave yourself, young Master Mu." He spoke softly, his voice reassuring. "Let's go back." She turned away, her voice cold. "Go back where?" "You could go back to your sister Bai." "Who will I go back to?" She felt a sudden pang of sadness. She would be alone in her pavilion, while he would be with Bai Ruoshi, perhaps even dual cultivating. "I'll go back with you," he said. "Please leave, young Master Mu." "I'm not going back," she replied, her voice indifferent. "Then where are you going?" "To see the peach blossoms." "What about tomorrow?" She scoffed. "I'm not going tomorrow." She's being tsundere. He smiled inwardly. She ignored him, walking towards the pilgrimage palace. She wasn't walking fast, but he could sense her aura distancing itself from him. And when she finally sensed him flying away, she lowered her eyes, her heart sinking. Women are so complicated. When they're angry, nothing you say can change their minds. They insist on pushing you away, and then they get even angrier when you actually leave. He hadn't been foolish enough to actually return to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. He had flown ahead to the pilgrimage palace, placing several stone tablets around the peach trees. He channeled his spiritual energy into them, enlarging them. He looked up at the moon, calculating her arrival time. Reasoning with an angry woman was often futile. But if he waited for her to calm down, then did something special, it would be much more effective. Not just effective, but doubly so. Night fell, the crescent moon shining brightly. Yi Lingxian arrived at the pilgrimage palace. It was late, and the visibility was low. The vast square was deserted. She sat down on a stone bench, resting her chin on her hand, staring at the night sky, her thoughts racing, her heart filled with a mixture of hope and despair. A light suddenly fell upon her, and she looked up to see the pilgrimage palace bathed in a soft, pink glow. The peach blossoms swayed gently in the breeze, their petals shimmering. She looked up and saw Mu Zhi'an approaching from the depths of the palace, his gaze fixed on her. She stared at the glowing peach blossoms, their beauty almost dreamlike. "What did you do?" she asked, her voice soft. He looked up at the sky, sighing. "It's a shame we can't see the stars tonight. It would be even more beautiful." He sat down beside her. Her face, bathed in the pink light, seemed even more delicate and alluring, her usual innocence tinged with a hint of seductiveness. She stared at the swaying blossoms, her eyes filled with wonder, and he watched her, his gaze lingering on her beautiful profile. A woman like her, Usually so calm and composed, her beauty enhanced by this intoxicating atmosphere. It was captivating. "Didn't you leave?" she asked after a long silence. "How could I leave when you're here?" he replied, smiling. She glanced at him. Then her gaze returned to the peach blossoms. After a while, she sighed, her voice filled with wonder. "It's so beautiful." He looked at her, her jawline delicate, her eyelashes long and dark, her eyes bright, her lips full and inviting, and he said, his voice filled with sincerity, "Yes, it is." But she was referring to the peach blossoms, while he was referring to her. She felt a warm hand on hers, his fingers gently intertwining with hers. This time, she didn't resist, allowing him to hold her hand as she stared at the glowing blossoms, their beauty enhanced by the pink light. She had vowed to ignore him when she had left the garden of heavenly harmony, but now, looking at this scene, feeling his warmth beside her, her heart softened. She turned to look at him, her eyes filled with a sudden longing, her lips parting slightly. "I'm sorry." Chinner. On the peak of celestial secrets, 3 peak lords stood, watching a paper crane soar towards the Forbidden Zone. The incident caused by the Forbidden Zone's envoys had been significant, and the Two Polarities sect had to address it. They weren't accusing the Forbidden Zone. They were simply informing the Master about Shen Lao and Zhou Cang's actions, their disturbance of Ling Long. And the elders and leaders of the Forbidden Zone, upon reading the letter, would know how to handle the situation. Yu Xuanji, the Peak Lord of the Peak of Celestial Secrets, stood beside Mu Zhi'an, the Peak Lord of Dao Peak. And near them stood Yi Hao, his expression troubled. He was wondering if he should visit Mu Zhi'an again. His 8 treasures cranes couldn't withstand Ling Long's appetite. Before them stood Shen Lao and Zhou Cang. The other 6 peak lords had returned to their respective peaks. After all, seeing so many peak lords gathered together would surely spark rumors among the disciples. Shen Lao's expression was bitter, his voice laced with a resigned helplessness. "I apologize for my rudeness tonight, peak lords. I caused you trouble, but I was simply here to retrieve Mississippi. The conflict with young friend Mu was an accident. If I had known Senior Ling Long was there, I wouldn't have disturbed her," he said, sighing inwardly. They hadn't expected their simple request to escalate into such a disaster. Normally, visiting a disciple's pavilion wouldn't be a problem, as long as they didn't cause any trouble. But who could have known that Ling Long was living there? She was the Two Polarities sect's guardian beast. She usually resided beneath the sect's cliffs, rarely leaving. He wouldn't have believed it, even if someone had told him. Ling Long was known for her aloofness. She rarely interacted with even the peak lords and elders. Why would she be living in a disciple's pavilion? It was bizarre, but the truth was undeniable. Yu Zhi'an scoffed. "Even without Ling Long, Mu Zhi'an is still a disciple of our sect. Is it acceptable for you to disturb his cultivation at night?" Zhou Cang hesitated, then spoke, his voice firm. "It was wrong of us to disturb him, but I discovered that Miss seems to have fallen for him. If our clan finds out, considering her status, it could cause trouble for young Master Mu." Yihao glanced at him, his voice cold. "Are you saying our disciple is unworthy of your miss?" Zhou Cang bowed his head. "I wouldn't dare, but what? Love is a natural occurrence. There's no need for social status in matters of the heart," Yu Zhi'an said, chuckling. "And besides, there are plenty of people pursuing Mu Zhi'an." Yu Xuanji's eyes lit up with interest. "He has many female admirers?" She spent most of her time in seclusion on the peak of celestial secrets. She wasn't aware of such gossip. "Something like that," Yu Zhi'an replied, smiling. Then she fell silent, realizing she had said too much. With his handsome face and his status as an inner disciple, he surely had many admirers. He was the master of the library's disciple, after all, and once word of that spread throughout the sect, he would probably attract even more attention, even from the senior disciples. And it wasn't just the female disciples who were interested. If his secret as a vessel was exposed, it would be a different story. For female elders who had been cultivating for centuries, advancing a level was more important than anything. and he was the type of handsome young man that many elders favored. Of course, she wouldn't say that. After all, she had to protect her own interests. He was her junior sister's disciple, and in a way, he was also a disciple of Dao Peak. She hadn't even benefited from him yet. How could she allow his secret to be exposed? If anyone was going to take advantage of him, it should be Dao Peak. Of course, it was just a hypothetical. She hadn't made any bold decisions yet. The three Peak Lords escorted the two servants out of the Two Polarities sect, and as they flew through the air, Zhou Tsang's expression darkened. His voice filled with frustration as he spoke to Shen Lao. Are we truly giving up, Shen Lao? Shen Lao sighed, his gaze fixed on the three nascent soul cultivators flying ahead of them. The elders instructed us to bring Miss back if she wanted to return. If not, we could wait for half a year. They hadn't come here expecting certain success. He glanced at Zhou Tsang, then added, but our trip wasn't entirely fruitless. They had suffered a significant loss, and they would surely be punished upon returning. But at least Miss had seen Mu Zhi'an's true nature. He had discreetly informed her to visit the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. She should be there by now. And once she had seen the two women living there, with her intelligence, she would surely realize what kind of man he was. While having multiple partners wasn't uncommon in the cultivation world, Yiling Xian was different. She was destined to inherit the Forbidden Zone, to become the next empress. She couldn't possibly share a husband. Once she saw his true colors with her pride, she would surely leave him. They had suffered a loss tonight, and they would face punishment upon returning, but they had successfully prevented her from forming a relationship with another man. It was a costly victory. He consoled himself. After 15 minutes, they passed the pilgrimage palace, and Mu Zhi'an slowed down, glancing down, her brow furrowing slightly. Strange. Why is the pilgrimage palace so beautiful? Is someone having a date here? Normally, no disciple would visit the pilgrimage palace at night. They were usually either sparring, meditating, or studying techniques. The pilgrimage palace was usually deserted, especially at night. But now, it was bathed in a soft, pink glow, the peach blossoms shimmering, their beauty enhanced by the dreamlike atmosphere. It must be some disciple using a technique to impress a girl. Yu Xuanji glanced around, her brow furrowing. A technique with such a wide range. It must have consumed a lot of spiritual energy. But I don't sense any spiritual energy from that pink light. Is it truly a technique? Yihao said, his voice laced with doubt. Yu Zhi'an's gaze swept over the surroundings, landing on the black stone tablets. The three Peak Lords exchanged glances, their eyes widening with surprise. Destiny. The tablets were clearly the ones used to test a cultivator's destiny, and now they were emitting a pink light. Could it be that the pink light was someone's destiny? Zhou Tsang and Shen Lao were also surprised. Pink destiny? They had never heard of such a thing. The Peak Lords hesitated. Then they decided to approach the pilgrimage palace and see who was responsible for this spectacle. As they drew closer, they saw two figures sitting on a stone bench. The woman wore a thin purple dress, her slender waist accentuated by a ribbon, her budding bosom straining against the fabric, her long hair flowing freely, her head lowered slightly, her shoulder pressed against the young man beside her, who was whispering something in her ear. "Miss," Zhou Tsang exclaimed. His gaze landed on Mu Zhi'an, his eyes narrowing. Shen Lao stared at Yiling Xian. Her delicate features flushed, his expression filled with shock. She should have already visited the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. Why was she with Mu Zhi'an? So it's them. Yu Zhi'an glanced at them, then looked away, her voice calm. Let's go, you two. My time is limited. They hesitated, their expressions filled with a reluctant frustration, but they followed the Peak Lords. They wouldn't dare to disobey them now. But as Shen Lao departed, he sent a mental message to Yiling Xian. "Miss, I know what I'm doing. Go back," she replied coldly, cutting him off. She had clearly sensed their presence, but she had chosen to ignore them. He glanced at her, her face flushed, her shoulder pressed against Mu Zhi'an's, and he sighed inwardly. She didn't seem to know what she was doing. But if Mu Zhi'an truly had Ling Long's backing, he was worthy of her. But as womanizing, it was still a problem. Mu Zhi'an, sensing a hostile gaze, looked up to see Zhou Tsang, who was being escorted away. He glared at them, and when he saw Mu Zhi'an's shoulder pressed against the young woman's, his eyes burned with rage. The three peak lords noticed Mu Zhi'an's gaze and nodded politely, leading the two men away. Mu Zhi'an looked away, glancing at Yi Lingxian, who had frowned at the interruption, and he sighed dramatically. Are your servants always so terrifying? If I go to the Forbidden Zone with you to meet your father, will they beat me up along the way? She chuckled. If they knew about our relationship, they probably would. Will you protect me then? He asked, his voice filled with mock fear. She glared at him, knowing he was teasing her. You're a womanizer. You deserve to be beaten up. He looked at her beautiful profile, her long eyelashes fluttering, his voice soft. If I had met you first, I wouldn't be a womanizer. His words were like a gentle rain, soothing her heart, her pulse quickening. He was saying that if he had met her first, he would have been so captivated by her charm that he wouldn't have been interested in other women. It was an indirect compliment, a testament to her irresistible beauty. She had heard countless compliments throughout her life, but his words, spoken in this enchanting atmosphere, they touched her heart. Do you like the peach blossoms? He asked softly. She felt a flutter in her chest, sensing his gaze upon her. She had never felt this way before. Her upbringing had taught her to be calm and composed. But when it came to love, she was still inexperienced. His words, his presence, they had an intoxicating effect on her. She felt her cheeks burning. She suddenly felt his hand on her waist, her heart skipping a beat as she looked up at him. His nose was straight, his handsome face framed by soft, dark hair, his eyes filled with warmth and affection as he gazed at her. He leaned closer, his face drawing near, his gaze meeting hers, his breath warm against her skin. She seemed to understand his intentions, her eyes flickering, her hands clenching, her heart filled with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. If she accepted his advances, how would she face Qian'er? But as she hesitated, he captured her lips, his kiss soft and sweet. Her eyes widened, and she instinctively placed her hands on his shoulders, pushing him away. But her resistance slowly faded as his kiss deepened, her hands losing their strength, her eyes fluttering closed, her arms wrapping around his neck. They were surrounded by glowing peach blossoms, their beauty enhanced by the pink light. Her purple dress a splash of color against the soft hues, her usual aloofness gone. Her lipstick tastes different from the others. He savored her kiss, enjoying her warmth and softness. Her beautiful eyes, filled with a misty sheen, sparkled in the moonlight, her gaze a mixture of shyness, anxiety, and a hint of joy. After a while, he released her lips, gently biting them. Then he looked at her, her delicate features flushed, her eyes alluring. She was a classic beauty, her attire elegant and refined, but he imagined her in modern clothes. She would be a sheltered young mistress, wearing a white t-shirt and shorts, white sneakers with short socks, her long, slender legs captivating. The light from the tablets began to fade, and he spoke softly, his voice a gentle murmur. Let's go back. This time, she didn't resist, nodding softly. He channeled his spiritual energy, retrieving the tablets, and they strolled through the moonlit sect, her hand in his. If you come back to the Forbidden Zone with me, I'll keep you by my side forever, she said suddenly. Your father would probably kick me out, he replied, chuckling. If her father found out he had seduced his daughter, who knew what he might do? She smiled, her gaze meeting his. I'll wait until I inherit the Forbidden Zone, then I'll bring you back. She would keep him by her side, with Qian'er. She kept that thought hidden in her heart, and they returned to the Jade Glass Palace. Bairuashi stood on the steps, her white dress clinging to her curves, her smile gentle, her gaze briefly lingering on Yi Lingxian before returning to Mu Zhi'an. You're back, she said softly. Something's wrong. Why is she waiting for me at the entrance so late? He smiled. I was worried about Lingxian, so I went to get her. She nodded, studying Yi Lingxian, her voice laced with a subtle warning. It's dangerous to wander around the sect alone at night. Take Sister Lingxian back, my dear. But remember to come back and rest. We're going to see the peach blossoms the day after tomorrow. You'll need your energy." Her words were less about concern for him and more about intimidating Yi Lingxian. Yi Lingxian, her pride stung by Ruoshi's words, smiled, her gaze meeting Mu Zhi'an's. Then she looked at Ruoshi, who was about to turn and leave. What a coincidence. Brother Mu also said he would take me to see the peach blossoms tomorrow. Ruoshi paused, turning to look at her, and Yi Lingxian continued, her smile widening. "But we already went to the pilgrimage palace tonight." A chilly night wind blew through the courtyard, but the silence outside the jade glass palace was heavy. Mu Zhi'an had considered this possibility before, but he had pictured it being between senior sister Lan and Ruoshi, not Yi Lingxian. After all, senior sister Lan and Ruoshi had similar personalities. Both were rather domineering, the only difference being that Ruoshi, in person, was soft-spoken and gentle, masking her possessive nature. Of course, in bed, she was mostly passive, only resorting to the heart-binding lock when he pushed her too far. As for senior sister Lan, both publicly and privately, she exuded a queenly aura, refusing to be subdued. As for Yi Lingxian, she wasn't competitive by nature. In Mu Zhi'an's imagined scenarios of arguments, she was never involved. It seemed Mingru was right. Human nature, especially that of women, was hard to predict. Mu Zhi'an pondered for a moment, then said, "It's getting late, Sister Lingxian. You should get some rest." Yi Lingxian smiled sweetly. "See you tomorrow, Brother Mu," she replied, then turned and entered the jade glass palace, her skirt swaying gracefully with each step. Ruoshi gave Mu Zhi'an a deep look, then turned and followed Yi Lingxian without another word. As she reached the entrance, Yi Lingxian glanced back. Mu Zhi'an stood alone, his expression filled with resignation, sighing occasionally. He made no move to follow Ruoshi. Did I go too far? Seeing his dejected appearance, Yi Lingxian's heart softened. She wanted to call out to him, to invite him back with her, but knowing his personality, she held back, not ready for that kind of development. "I'm going back," she sent a mental message. Mu Zhi'an looked up, nodding. "Get some rest. I'll take you to see the peach blossoms tomorrow," he replied, his voice laced with fatigue. Yi Lingxian hesitated, then said, "Maybe we shouldn't go tomorrow. Tonight's date was enough." Lingxian, Mu Zhi'an looked at her, touched by her concern. He gazed in her eyes, speechless. It seemed his plan to sleep at Lingxian's place tonight was ruined. But it didn't matter. They had just kissed. Progressing too quickly wasn't always a good thing. He watched Yi Lingxian disappear into the palace, his pseudo-natural spirit body confirming she had returned to her pavilion. He smiled faintly, then, like a dog off its leash, he hurried inside, chasing after Ruoshi. His calm demeanor outside had been an act. He had to appease Ruoshi, but in front of Yi Lingxian, he had to appear reserved. Otherwise, he would lose the goodwill he had gained. Walking a tightrope between two women was no easy feat, especially when the fish in his pond weren't entirely secure. And tonight, he had discovered something terrifying. He had thought the women he was pursuing were like harmless fish. However, the seemingly gentle and innocent Ruoshi was not as simple as she appeared. She was not a naive girl without a cunning mind. On the contrary, she was quite astute, but only those close to her could discern her true nature. And Yi Lingxian was no different. Mu Zhi'an had initially thought she was a passive girl, but tonight he realized she also possessed a strong possessive streak when it came to relationships. Although she seemed to accept Ruoshi's presence, it didn't mean they would coexist harmoniously. It seemed only Qin'er was the truly kind and understanding girl who cared for Brother Mu. As for Yi Lingxian and Ruoshi, these two fish were clearly baby orcas. By the time Mu Zhi'an returned to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony, Ruoshi had already retreated to her room. He tried to open the door, but it was locked. He went to the window, but that was also shut. She's truly angry this time. He pondered for a moment, then knocked on the door. "Ruoshi, I'm back. Shouldn't you be with your sister Lingxian, young Master Mu? Why are you here?" a cold voice asked from inside. She had switched from my dear, Mu Lang, to young Master Mu. It reminded him of her distant attitude when he had first pursued her. But they had come a long way since then. She was willing to speak to him, which meant she was giving him a chance to explain. He took a deep breath, composing himself. Ruashi, can you open the door? I'm going to meditate tonight, young Master Mu. Please leave, she replied coldly. He sighed. When Xian'er went into seclusion on Dao Peak, Ling Xian said she wanted to see the peach blossoms at the pilgrimage palace. I felt sorry for her, seeing her alone, so I agreed. She went there tonight, so I decided to accompany her. Why are you telling me this, young Master Mu? She asked, her voice cold, but with a hint of resentment. So I could spend tomorrow with you. Waiting until the day after tomorrow would be torture. She remained silent for a while, then asked, didn't Sister Ling Xian say you were going with her tomorrow? If you want to go tomorrow, I'll refuse her, he replied firmly. Silence. He waited outside the door, then sighed heavily. I understand. I'll wait for you out here, until you change your mind. He heard the lock click open, and his heart leaped. He pushed the door, and it swung open. The candle on the table flickered, casting dancing shadows on the wall. Sandalwood incense burned in a corner, filling the room with a calming fragrance. Ruashi sat on the bed, her white nightgown clinging to her curves, her long hair flowing freely, her legs tucked beneath her, her arms wrapped around her knees, her white socks peeking out from beneath her gown. It was a simple pose, but with her ample bosom pressed against her knees, it was somehow different. He glanced at her, then sat down beside her, his voice soft. Ruashi, get some rest. She glared at him, her lips parting slightly. Don't touch me. All right, I promise I won't touch you. We'll just sleep, he said, his voice soothing. He extinguished the candle with a flick of his finger. Then he lay down beside her, pulling her close, his chest pressed against her back, his arms wrapping around her waist. She squirmed, trying to escape his embrace, but her resistance was weak. It seems there's hope. He got out of bed, changed into a loose robe, then got back in, pulling the covers over them, his arms still around her waist. Time to sleep. The next morning, he woke up early, gazing at her beautiful face, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. Then he discreetly glanced at her cleavage before looking away. He got out of bed, pulling the covers over her. Then he picked up her nightgown and socks, folding them neatly and placing them on the table before leaving the room. He stood in the courtyard, enjoying the warmth of the morning sun, his mind clear and refreshed. What are you thinking about? Wei Mengru's voice, cold and sharp, startled him. He turned to see her standing beside him, her yellow dress accentuating her alluring figure. Just some unimportant things. You don't need to worry, Mengru, he replied, chuckling. He was simply reminiscing about last night's activities with Ruashi. Even though she knew everything about him, he wouldn't share those details. He knew how good it was. He suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching. Why is he out here? He frowned, watching as the Peak Lord landed in the courtyard. He bowed respectfully. Senior, Yihao nodded, smiling, then glanced toward a specific direction. Is Senior Ling Long still resting? He nodded, his expression confused. Is there something you need, Senior? Could it be about the 8 treasures cranes? He asked tentatively. He wasn't sure if she had taken all of them, but it seemed like the only logical explanation for Yihao's visit. Yihao chuckled, shaking his head. The cranes can wait. I'm here for another matter. So she did take them all. He felt a pang of sympathy for Yihao. Please tell me, Senior. Yihao studied him, his expression strange. After returning yesterday, my master summoned me to the back mountain and asked me some questions. I mentioned you. He paused, then continued. She seems interested in you. She wants to meet you. Yihao's master, the founding Peak Lord of Boundless Sea Peak. She's a big fish. His eyes flickered, his thoughts racing. He had long suspected that the higher-ups of Boundless Sea Peak were connected to the Demon Realm Empress, but he hadn't had a chance to confirm it. It seemed she couldn't stay hidden any longer. Dao Peak. Mu Zhi'an sat in her cave dwelling, her eyes closed, a black robe draped over her alluring figure. A faint fragrance lingered in the air. If Mu Zhi'an were here, he would surely be impressed. After all, only a true connoisseur of beauty could appreciate the Peak Lord's exquisite figure. Her delicate features glowed, even in the dim light of the cave. Back when she was a disciple, she had attracted countless admirers, all hoping for a chance to win her heart. However, she was aloof and distant, and the difference in their status and power was too great. Even if they harbored feelings for her, they could only keep them hidden. For many disciples, simply being able to admire her from afar was enough. The sandalwood incense burned out, and she opened her eyes, sighing softly. It seems I still can't break through. The nascent soul realm was a challenge for all cultivators, even the strongest in the world. Each level was a significant leap in power. She had encountered bottlenecks before, but she had always managed to overcome them. But the nascent soul bottleneck was proving to be impenetrable. Targeting a disciple would be shameful. Of course, if it was mutual, it would be a different story. She had to prepare. She would start by testing his intentions. She looked up at an elder standing outside her cave, her gaze cold and commanding. Summon Mu Zhi'an. Tell him I have something to discuss with him. Boundless Sea Peak. Yihao led Mu Zhi'an to the back mountain, then looked toward a specific direction, bowing respectfully. Master, I've brought him. He glanced at Mu Zhi'an, his brow furrowed with a hint of unease. Something felt off, but he couldn't pinpoint it. His master was usually indifferent to the sex affairs, but she had shown a surprising interest in Mu Zhi'an. But even though he was now a peak lord, he still held a deep reverence for his master. He hadn't dared to question her. He was simply responsible for bringing Mu Zhi'an here. What his master wanted with him wasn't his concern. Unlike two polarities peak, the back mountain here was a spacious area filled with vibrant red peonies, their fragrance intoxicating. He could hear the faint roar of a waterfall, and he looked up to see it cascading down a nearby cliff. A path lined with red peonies led to a secluded cave dwelling. Two disciples guarded the entrance, and rabbits hopped through the flowers. Young friend Mu, my master is unpredictable, but she wouldn't harm a disciple. And I told her about your relationship with my inner disciple. Just answer her questions honestly, Yihao said, his voice a gentle warning. He hadn't felt nervous before, but Yihao's words had instilled a sense of dread in him. He glanced at the surroundings, then touched his storage ring, wondering if he should send a message to the sect master, just in case. After all, the founding peak lord of Boundless Sea Peak was most likely a spy for the Demon Realm Empress. But he decided against it. The Empress had only instructed him to report to her every 3 months. She hadn't ordered him to eliminate him. He walked towards the cave dwelling, his steps firm. He reached the entrance, straightening his robes, then bowed respectfully. Greetings, Peak Lording. I am Mu Zhi'an. The founding Peak Lord, Ingu Huan, was also Yihao's master. She had retreated into seclusion and passed her authority to Yihao. He had learned that from Yihao on their way here. Yihao watched, intending to linger for a while longer. But a surge of spiritual energy emanated from the cave, its aura familiar, and he seemed to remember the fear he had felt towards his master in the past. His expression shifted, and he gave Mu Zhi'an a deep look, then he turned and left. His master's temperament was strange, but she wouldn't harm a new disciple. And besides, Mu Zhi'an had Ling Long's backing. Even the founding peak lord would have to be cautious. Enter. A lazy, alluring voice called out from within. Her voice was captivating, reminding him of Fei Ying from Tianxin City. He hadn't seen her since she had joined the Two Polarities sect. He wondered if she was in seclusion. I should ask Senior Sister Lan about her sometime. He shook his head, clearing his mind. Then he entered the cave. After walking for a while, the path opened up and a sweet fragrance filled the air. Unlike the small entrance, the inside was like a paradise with several elegant pavilions, lush gardens, and blooming peonies. Then the scenery shifted, and he found himself in a grand hall. There was a pool in the center, steam rising from its surface, and he could vaguely see a woman's alluring figure through the mist. Her skin was pale, her curves captivating, and even though he could only see her silhouette, his experience as a connoisseur of beauty told him she was a stunning woman. No, I have Rawashi. I can't betray her. He lowered his eyes, forcing himself to remain virtuous. She chuckled, splashing in the water, her voice soft and seductive. Come closer. There's no need to be so formal. Just act like you normally would around women. He cautiously approached the pool, glancing at her, his heart skipping a beat. Her bosom, it could rival Ruashi's. Mu Zhi'an was taken aback by the founding peak master's question. However, he quickly understood. As nascent soul cultivators, it wouldn't be difficult for them to sense his unique constitution. It's true. I am an inborn celestial vessel, he confirmed respectfully. Huan's eyes twinkled with amusement as she studied him. You may leave. I'll contact you if I need anything else. He bowed, then turned and left the back mountain, relief washing over him. She might be beautiful, but she wasn't as captivating as Ruashi. It wasn't just because of her predatory aura. All signs pointed to her being the seventh seat mentioned by the black-robed figure. If she was truly the seventh seat, he had to ensure she didn't discover the heavenly Tao aura. This could be tricky, Mu Zhi'an pondered as he made his way down the mountain. The heavenly Tao aura currently resided within by Ruashi, and the founding peak master rarely left her seclusion. The chances of her discovering it were slim. However, what if someone reported him? He reached the foot of the mountain and found the Tao Peak elder waiting for him. Greetings, elder, he said, bowing respectfully. The elder, a beautiful woman with a captivating figure, smiled warmly. Come with me, she said, her voice surprisingly gentle. He followed her to Tao Peak, where he found Mu Zhi'an meditating in the main hall. Peak Master, I've brought him, the elder announced. Very well. You may leave, Mu Zhi'an replied, her eyes still closed. The elder hesitated. Peak Master, leave us, Mu Zhi'an repeated, opening her eyes and smiling faintly. Once the elder had left, Mu Zhi'an gestured for Mu Zhi'an to take a seat. You just visited Boundless Sea Peak? She asked, her voice as pleasant as ever. He nodded. Senior Yihao's master seemed interested in me and asked me a few questions. Yihao's master? Surprise flickered in her eyes. She granted you an audience? Could she have discovered his inborn celestial vessel constitution as well? But Huan hadn't left Boundless Sea Peak recently. How could she have known? What did she say? Just some general questions. Nothing of importance, he said, shaking his head. What kind of person is she? He asked curiously. She studied him with a playful smile. Are you interested in her, young Master Mu? He shook his head, chuckling. Of course not, Peak Master. I'm just curious. I heard she's a powerful cultivator. Naturally, I was a bit nervous when she summoned me. He paused, hoping to glean some information from her. I don't know much about peak mastering. I've only met her once, but she's undoubtedly strong. She paused, then continued. However, if I can break through to the next stage, I'll be on par with her soon enough. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Many elders within the sect, myself included, have spent years, even decades, within the nascent soul realm. She twirled her teacup between her fingers, sighing softly. It's not that cultivation is inherently difficult. It's the comprehension required for each stage. Without sufficient fortune, it can take an eternity. He was intrigued. Is it that difficult to advance within the nascent soul realm? She nodded. It is. The challenge lies in understanding the essence of the nascent soul realm. Most elders, myself included, are stuck at a particular stage. Her tone shifted slightly. However, if one were to receive a boost of spiritual energy, a breakthrough would be within reach. She glanced at him pointedly. He understood her meaning, but feigned ignorance. He took a sip of his tea, his expression carefully neutral. Where would one obtain such spiritual energy? Peak Master. External assistance, she replied. It can't be from one's own cultivation vessel's spiritual energy. It has to come from another cultivation vessel. Her implication was crystal clear. Understanding dawned on Mu Zhi'an. So that's why Master Yin recruited me. She's after my body as well. He sighed dramatically. I had no idea the nascent soul realm was so challenging. He paused, then continued. You've been so kind to me, Peak Master. If there's anything I can do to repay your kindness, I'll do my best. However, with my current strength, it might be a while before I'm of any real assistance. She smiled graciously. You're too modest, young Master Mu. After all, it wasn't his strength that mattered, but his unique constitution as a cultivation vessel. With his help, anything was possible. Perhaps even reaching the soul transformation realm. As the thought crossed her mind, her gaze lingered on his handsome features. If she recalled correctly, the effectiveness of dual cultivation with a celestial vessel increased with the cultivator's strength. The stronger the cultivator, the more potent their spiritual energy. And upon reaching the core formation realm, the vessel's capacity would more than double. Her eyes flickered with anticipation. She discreetly retrieved 2 jade bottles from her sleeve and placed them on the table before him. He eyed the bottles curiously. What are these, Peak Master? Chi gathering pills. Dissolve one in your bath water, and your cultivation will improve significantly, she explained, her smile radiating warmth and concern. She's loaded. He hesitated, then shook his head. I can't accept these, Peak Master. She chuckled softly. You brought 2 talented young disciples to our peak. It's only right that I reward you. Besides, your master and I are close. There's no need to be so polite. There are 30 chi gathering pills in these bottles. They're not difficult for me to refine, so don't worry. Just accept them. He hesitated for a moment before accepting the bottles with a grateful smile. Thank you, Peak Master. They chatted for a while longer, her words filled with genuine concern. Before he left, she even arranged for an elder to escort him back to his residence. Everyone in this sect is so kind and generous, he thought, glancing at the beautiful elder walking beside him. What did the Peak Master discuss with you, young friend? The second elder of Dao Peak asked as they approached the Jade Glass Palace. Just some general advice. She encouraged me to focus on my cultivation, he replied, bowing slightly. So the Peak Master wants him to reach the core formation realm as soon as possible. The second elder nodded thoughtfully, then retrieved a jade bottle from her storage ring. These are 5th-grade essence replenishing pills. They'll help you recover your energy after cultivating. Take one if you feel tired. He stared at her, his eyes lingering on her beautiful features and her unwavering gaze. He hesitated for a moment before accepting the bottle. Thank you, second elder. I'm eternally grateful for your kindness. If there's anything I can do to repay you, I won't hesitate, he said, repeating his earlier sentiment. The second elder's brow arched in approval. She exchanged a few more pleasantries with him before departing. The Peak Master can't have him all to herself. Once he reaches the core formation realm, it'll be my turn. Mu Zhi'an returned to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony, but didn't go straight to his room. He went to Lin Ling's room and knocked gently. AAA. Her voice called out from within. He entered to find her playing a game of Go. She held the black pieces, and with each move she made, a white piece would appear after a brief pause. She glanced at him and tapped a message on the table. What is it? He nodded. Sister Lin, I visited Boundless Sea Peak today and met with the founding Peak Master. He had switched from calling her senior to sister, but she didn't seem to mind. She blinked her crimson eyes curiously, waiting for him to continue. It seems the Peak Masters can all sense my cultivation vessel constitution. I'm worried that if you transfer some of your destiny to me, including a portion of the heavenly Tao aura, they might detect it. That could be problematic, he explained his concerns. She stared at him calmly, then wrote on the table, What do you propose? Is there a way to conceal my constitution as a cultivation vessel, to mask the heavenly Tao aura? She pondered for a moment, then nodded. She tore a piece of paper in half and drew strange symbols on each piece. She muttered something under her breath, then handed him the 2 pieces of paper. Will this work? He had her skeptically. He wasn't entirely convinced. She nodded reassuringly. Trusting her judgment, he accepted the 2 pieces of paper. Thank you, sister. He left her room, and she resumed her game of Go. He went to Yi Lingshuan's residence and gave her a third of the Qi gathering pills. Qi gathering pills. She stared at him in surprise. Where did you get these, Brother Mu? Although they were 5th-grade pills, the recipe was rare and difficult to refine. He shouldn't have had access to them. Your master gave them to me because she's after my body. He couldn't say that, of course. Don't worry about it, Ling Xian. Just use them to cultivate. If you need more, I'll find a way, he said with a smile. She hesitated. You should keep them for yourself, Brother Mu. I don't need them. Ling Xian, do you really think we need to be so formal with each other? He asked gently. She blushed, falling silent. Oh, and you can't take these pills directly. You have to dissolve them in your bath water. If you need help, I can. He laid his trap. She rolled her eyes, seeing through his ploy. Just go, Brother Mu. I know what to do. He probably just wants an excuse to join me in the bath. Ling Xian is so smart. He sighed inwardly, then left her residence. He returned to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony and knocked on Bai Ruoxi's door. When she opened the door, he handed her one of the pieces of paper Lin Ling had drawn on and half of the qi-gathering pills. What's this, my dear? She asked, tilting her head curiously. Keep this paper with you at all times. It'll mask the heavenly Tao aura, he explained. And these pills are for cultivation. He paused, his gaze sweeping over her beautiful features. I'll show you how to use them tonight. I wonder if the bathtub is big enough. If not, I'll have to find one that can fit 2 people. She accepted the paper, but hesitated when she saw the pills. Why don't you keep these for yourself, my dear? He took her hand, his gaze softening. Don't worry, we'll use them together. I'll give some to Mingru as well, he added. He wasn't worried about his cultivation slowing down without the pills. His conversation with the Peak Master of Dao Peak had made it clear that she intended to fatten him up before making her move, which meant he had time. Besides, if the Peak Master of Dao Peak was giving him qi-gathering pills, her rivals would undoubtedly do the same. I need to stay on Master Yan's good side. Lin Long and Lin Ling refer to the same person as I said in previous chapters. The Chinese characters Ling Long is sometimes used as a name or sometimes as a title, meaning spirit dragon. Lin Ling, when referring to her as an individual character, especially in dialogue, her name basically. Ling Long, when emphasizing her status or nature as the spirit dragon, or when others address her with respect. That afternoon, Mu Zhi'an soaked in a bath infused with the qi-gathering pills gifted by Mu Zhi'an, absorbing the purified spiritual energy from Bai Ruoxi's heavenly Tao aura. Normally, even purified spiritual energy required time to be fully absorbed by his innate celestial vessel. However, the qi-gathering pills accelerated the process. It was clear that the Peak Master of Dao Peak intended to nurture him into a plump, juicy cabbage, ripe for the picking. Of course, Mu Zhi'an was unaware that Mu Zhi'an had already distributed 30 of those precious pills to the women around him. He wasn't in a hurry to advance to the core formation realm himself. After all, reaching that stage would only make him an even more desirable target for dual cultivation. It was better to milk the situation for all it was worth while he was still at the Foundation establishment realm. The pills refined by these peak masters were priceless, even with spirit stones. Some recipes were incredibly rare, while others required scarce ingredients. Qi-gathering pills, in particular, were practically non-existent on the market. Only peak masters with vast resources could afford to part with them. It's a shame Ruoxi is so easily flustered. He sighed inwardly. He had hoped to enjoy some playful splashing in the bath with Bai Ruoxi, but her upbringing and her inherent shyness wouldn't allow it. She had firmly rejected his advances. But it didn't matter. There was plenty of time. She might not be receptive now, but she would come around eventually. After meditating for nearly 3 hours, he opened his eyes, exhaling softly. 7th-stage Foundation Establishment. His cultivation speed was astounding, surpassing even the most gifted geniuses. Of course, he hadn't actually reached the 7th stage in a single afternoon. He had simply consumed the stage advancement pill gifted by Senior Sister. He changed into a luxurious robe and left his room, enjoying a cup of hot tea in the side hall. Soon, Bai Ruoxi emerged, clad in a white dress embroidered with lotuses. Her face was flushed from her bath, her eyes sparkling like stars. A delicate fragrance clung to her, a mixture of floral scents and her own natural aroma. The sight of her, Her usually aloof demeanor, softened by the warmth of the bath, was captivating. Mu Zhi'an couldn't help but stare, marveling at her beauty. Even without makeup, she was flawless, and so very ample. He had enjoyed her aloof, goddess-like persona, but her constant formality had made her somewhat unapproachable. This softer, more approachable version of her was perfect. "Come have some tea," he said, beckoning her over. She nodded gracefully, taking a seat beside him. "My dear, that paper you gave me, is it a talisman?" she asked, retrieving the paper from her sleeve. It was the size of a typical talisman, with a strange drawing of a two-horned creature that vaguely resembled a dragon. The drawing was so abstract that one wouldn't recognize it as a dragon without close inspection. He nodded. "It should be. Senior Ling Long said it would mask the heavenly Tao aura, so I trust her judgment." She took a sip of her tea, her eyes flickering with concern. "Did something happen while you were out? Ruashi is getting better at reading me. This is good. She'll be a valuable asset." He smiled inwardly. The founding peak master of Boundless Sea Peak is a demonic cultivator sent by the Demon Realm Empress, and she seems to be connected to the black-robed figure from Tianxian City. He recalled the red-dressed beauty he had encountered in the cave dwelling, Yihao's master. How had Nguhuan discovered his dual cultivation vessel constitution? She must have examined him somehow. As for her motive, he couldn't be sure. Was she simply curious, or was she looking for the heavenly Tao aura? Regardless, it was better to be safe than sorry. The Demon Realm Empress. She repeated the name softly, her expression growing serious. Should we inform the sect master or the elders? He shook his head. She wouldn't have revealed her true identity so blatantly if she wasn't confident in her ability to cover her tracks. Besides, the sect master might already be aware. His conversation with Shang Yinfei had made it clear that she knew about his role as a double agent. Perhaps the sect master knew everything but chose to remain silent. He didn't know the reason, but she was likely aware of the presence of spies within the sect. Does the founding peak master of Boundless Sea Peak desire the heavenly Tao aura? Bairuashi wondered aloud, her brow furrowed with worry. He sensed her concern and chuckled reassuringly. "Don't worry. Yihao said his master rarely leaves the back mountain. I asked Senior Lin Long for help just in case. So the chances of her discovering it are slim." She met his gaze. "Then why were you so eager to seek out Senior Ling Long? This is the Two Polarities sect. No one would dare harm you here. But once the heavenly Tao aura is exposed, you might attract unwanted attention." He paused, then added playfully, "Besides, you're quite desirable yourself." She blushed, swatting his arm playfully. "Be serious." Her playful glare is almost as good as Mengru's. He narrowed his eyes, enjoying the sight. The chances of someone detecting the heavenly Tao aura are slim, but what if someone reports you? A casual glance wouldn't reveal the presence of the heavenly Tao aura within her. However, he couldn't be sure if there were pills or secret techniques that could detect it. He had sought out Lin Ling's help as a precaution. "Who would report me?" she asked, confused. He twirled a strand of her hair between his fingers, his gaze traveling from her delicate neck to her beautiful face. "Whoever lost the heavenly Tao aura, of course," he said with a smile. "Yiyu?" Disgust flickered in her eyes at the mention of his name. "He shouldn't know it's with me. Otherwise, he would have reported me already. Your cultivation speed is too fast, Ruashi." He studied her, his gaze lingering on her delicate features. "After last night, your cultivation vessel received another boost of spiritual energy. You might advance another stage within the next few days. Once or twice wouldn't raise any eyebrows, but if you continue to advance at this rate, others might start to suspect something. Especially Yiyu, who originally possessed the heavenly Tao aura. After all, it was the heavenly Tao aura that had fueled Yiyu's monstrous cultivation speed. However, even after losing the heavenly Tao aura, Yiyu's cultivation hadn't slowed down significantly. Damn that lucky bastard. The sun had begun to set, casting long shadows across the room. Mu Zhi'an lit the candles on the table. The flickering flames illuminated her face, casting a warm glow on her delicate features. My cultivation speed isn't solely due to the heavenly Tao aura, she said, frowning slightly. Her rapid progress was a combination of the heavenly Tao aura, her natural talent, and his nightly efforts. I hate you, she muttered. He was always causing trouble. He had already tried to sabotage them several times back in Tianxian City. Mu Zhi'an reached for her hand, and she didn't resist. She lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Don't worry. With the talisman Sister Lin gave you, even if someone tries to expose you, they won't succeed. No pill or secret technique can penetrate its concealment, he reassured her. Just focus on your cultivation. Once you reach the nascent soul realm, we can go wherever we please. We'll be like Mundo. She looked up at him, confused. Who's Mundo? Don't worry about it, he chuckled. You're so good to me, my dear, she said softly, her anxieties melting away under his gentle touch. She had once wished he would leave her alone, but now she couldn't bear to be apart from him. Women are such strange creatures. By the way, you gave me all the pills. What if Ling Xian finds out and gets upset? What should we do? She asked, her brow furrowing with worry. Don't worry. I gave her the same pills. It's fine, he said, shaking his head. Ling Xian is still young and at a low stage of foundation establishment. Perhaps I should give her some pills as well. She's your sister, so I consider her my sister too, she said, her eyes shining with sincerity. These pills are expensive, Ruashi. Are you sure? He asked, trying to dissuade her. It's not about the cost. I care about Ling Xian. I want to do something nice for her, she insisted, her expression earnest. Are you sure you're not trying to provoke her by showing up at her doorstep with gifts? He squeezed her hand gently. I'll give her some of the pills I get from Master Yin in a few days. Keep these for yourself. Master Yin? She asked, her eyes widening slightly. Will she give you pills? Of course, he chuckled. I am her disciple, after all. If word of Dao Peak's generosity reached Yin Ruyu, she wouldn't stand idly by. But why would the Peak Master of Dao Peak give you pills? Ruashi wondered aloud. Perhaps because I brought her two valuable disciples? He took a sip of his tea, skillfully dodging the dangerous topic. You smell lovely today, Ruashi, he said, changing the subject. Did you do this for me? She blushed, swatting his arm playfully. Stop teasing me. She sensed the desire in his eyes. Is it okay to, every night? Won't it affect your cultivation? He chuckled, shaking his head. Don't underestimate my stamina, Ruashi. Besides, he had the essence-replenishing pills from the second elder of Dao Peak. He had been captivated by her since she had emerged from her bath, her beauty enhanced by her soft, approachable demeanor. The thought of seeing her usually aloof facade crumble in his arms. It was exhilarating. He moved closer, his arm encircling her waist. He leaned in, his lips brushing against hers. Wait, let's go to the bedroom, she murmured, pushing him away half-heartedly. It's fine. We're alone, he whispered, his gaze intense. But this is the side hall. She tried to protest, but her words were swallowed by his kiss. Her body melted against his, her resistance fading. The next morning, Book Pavilion. Yin Ruyu, her figure voluptuous and alluring, sat in the side hall, reading the reports from her spies. She exuded an aura of intelligence and maturity, her beauty enhanced by her years of experience. Her eyes flickered as she read the report, her expression unreadable. After a long silence, she tossed the paper into a nearby brazier, watching as it turned to ash. My senior sister gave Mu Zhi'an pills? She muttered to herself. 35th grade pills, no less. Those were valuable resources. Even the Peak Master of Dao Peak wouldn't be so generous. At least not to that extent. Mu Zhi'an was her disciple. Why would Yu Zian help train him? There's something fishy about this, she tapped her finger on the armrest, lost in thought. After a moment, she looked up at the spy standing beside her. Go to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony and summon Mu Zhi'an. Mu Zhi'an, invigorated after a night of cultivation and a dose of essence replenishing pills, was enjoying his morning tea when a yellow-dressed maid appeared. "Good morning, Mingru," he greeted her cheerfully. "How were the qi gathering pills?" She shot him a cold look, ignoring his question. "There's a disciple at the gate. Master Yin requests your presence at the book pavilion." She finally made her move. He chuckled, setting down his teacup and stretching languidly. He straightened his robes and turned to Wei Mingru. "Please inform Ruashi that I've been summoned." She nodded, watching as he left the hall. Her eyes lingered on his empty seat, her mind replaying certain compromising scenes she had accidentally witnessed last night. A delicate blush crept up her cheeks. A quarter of an hour later, Ruashi emerged from her room, clad in a white dress, her beauty enhanced by her elegant attire. "Good morning, Mingru," she greeted the maid softly. Noticing her searching gaze, Wei Mingru explained, "Master Yin summoned him." "Oh." Her eyes flickered with a strange emotion. "That's convenient." She turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Wei Mingru called after her. She paused. Ling Xian must be lonely all by herself. "I thought I'd bring her some of the pills Mu Zhi'an gave me yesterday." Wei Mingru stared at her, stunned. "Is something the matter, Mingru?" she asked, her beautiful eyes sparkling innocently. Wei Mingru snapped out of her daze, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Nothing at all. Go ahead."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.